Chapter 349. The reason why Chu Tianxing had questioned the demon race was to clarify the situation. Was the heavenly sword sect colluding with the devil race, or had they been kept in the dark by the devil race and were being used? If the Tianjin sect had really fallen to the point of colluding with the demon race, the consequences would be unimaginable. No matter what, Chu Tianxing would find a way to eradicate the Tianjin sect for the sake of the billions of people in the Tianjin region. But now, it seemed that the Tianjin sect had no idea about this. Not only were Gao Yi and the elders kept in the dark, but even the people from the other sects did not notice anything strange. Chu Tianxing was indeed full of anger and killing intent, but thinking of this, he quickly calmed down. At this time, Yun Yao said to him through sound transmission, "Master, this is obviously a conspiracy of the demon race. The demon race set up this scheme to provoke the conflict between the Tianjin sect and our sect, so that the Tianjin sect and our sect will fight and kill each other. Master, this matter concerns the safety of the entire Tianjin region. You must treat it seriously. If our sect and the Tianjin sect fight, both sides will be injured, and the demon race will take advantage of this opportunity to invade. At that time, if the demon race breaks the seal of our sect, the people of the Tianjin region will be plunged into misery and suffering." Yun Yao's sound transmission could not only be heard by Chu Tianxing, but also by Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing also quickly said to Chu Tianxing through sound transmission, "Master, for the sake of the big picture, our sect must not fight with the Tianjin sect at this time. Otherwise, it will be exactly what the demon race wants, and they will be able to reap the benefits." Chu Tianxing's face was solemn for a moment, then he nodded and said through sound transmission, "Yes, you too have seen through it very clearly. Master also thinks the same." At this time, the Tianjin sect leader saw that he was silent, so he shouted in a stern voice, "Chu Tianxing, what do you have to say now?" Chu Tian looked at him coldly, and said in a solemn tone, "Gao Yi, regarding the matter of the demon race, this king will not argue with you today. In the future, this king will definitely give you an explanation. I won't hold you accountable for what happened last night for the time being, but you have to release Yen now." Hearing his words, Gao Yi and the other elders all thought that they had misheard, and their faces were filled with astonishment. A moment later, Gao Yu sneered and shouted, "Chu Tianxing, have you gone senile? Now is not the time for you to pursue the matter. You have to give me an explanation. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, my Tianjin sect will suppress your Sky Pillar sect and seek justice for my disciple." Chu Tianxing had to consider the overall situation, so he had no choice but to suppress his anger and ask in a deep voice, "Gao Yi, what kind of explanation do you want?" The true goal of the Tianjin sect master was to use this matter as an excuse to openly and confidently declare war on the Sky Pillar sect. However, in front of the sect masters of the Thousand Autumns sect and the true martial sect, he couldn't speak his true thoughts. He coldly glanced at Ji Tianxing and immediately came up with an idea. "Chu Tianxing, a life for a life, and a debt must be repaid. This is a matter of course. Your disciple, Ji Tianxing, killed my disciple, Shi Wenyu. I want him to pay with his life. Hand over Ji Tianxing. I want to use his blood and head as a sacrifice to Wenyu's soul in heaven." Chu Tianxing and the other Sky Pillar sect elders' expressions suddenly changed, and their eyes were filled with anger. "You want me to hand over Ji Tianxing? Impossible. Gao Yi, give up on that idea." Chu Tianxing's expression was cold as he angrily shouted. The Tianjin sect master had long expected that Chu Tianxing wouldn't agree, and this was exactly what he wanted. He angrily shouted, "Everyone can see that it's not the Tianjin sect that's being aggressive, but Chu Tianxing who is being rude and unreasonable, using his power to bully others. Chu Tianxing, since you're not willing to compromise, then we have nothing to talk about. Go back to the Sky Pillar sect and wait. My Tianjin sect's elite troops will slaughter their way to the Sky Pillar sect in a few days and demand justice." The negotiations between the Tianjin sect master and Chu Tianxing had broken down, and the two sects were like fire and water, about to officially go to war. At this time, Ji Tianxing suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of the Sky Pillar sect's people. He expressionlessly looked at the Tianjin sect master and said in a solemn tone, "Sect Master Gao, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Since Shi Wenyu died because of me, and you insist that I killed him, then I'll pay with my life and settle this grudge. In front of all the sect masters, I, Ji Tianxing, will take your palm. After this palm, if I die, I'll pay with my life for Shi Wenyu's. If I'm still alive, then we'll settle this grudge. This matter will end here, and the Tianjin sect won't continue to pester me. What do you think?" Ji Tianxing's voice was sonorous and resonated throughout the entire mountain peak like a great bell. After hearing his words, the faces of the dozens of martial artists present changed dramatically, and they all cried out in alarm. Chu Tianxing, Yun Yao, and the others' faces changed dramatically, and they hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Tianxing, don't be reckless. Junior brother Tianxing, you absolutely can't do this. You'll die." Tianxing Gao Yi is a Sky Origin stage expert. He can smash a mountain with his full strength. How can you block it? Absolutely not. Tianxing, you're the mainstay of our Sky Pillar sect. You're our future hope and a top genius. How can you use your life to pay for Shi Wenyu's? The Tianjin sect master and the others all had complicated expressions on their faces as they discussed this matter incessantly. Ji Tianxing is indeed young and impetuous. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Humph! This brat is so arrogant. He's digging his own grave. He's just a Tongxian stage martial artist. Even a mountain wouldn't be able to block Sect Master Gao's palm. Sect Master Gao, since Ji Tianxing wants to die, then you should fulfill his wish. Kill him to appease Shi Wenyu's soul in heaven. The Tianjin sect master frowned as he pondered. His face was somewhat ferocious. His original intention was not as simple as killing Ji Tianxing. He wanted to destroy the entire Sky Pillar sect. However, Ji Tianxing had stepped forward bravely and proposed this method in front of everyone, immediately disrupting his plans. If he didn't accept it, then it would be clear that he would continue to pester them and use Shi Wenyu's death as an excuse to attack the Sky Pillar sect. In this way, the Tianjin sect wouldn't be in the right and wouldn't be able to gather the other sects to besiege the Sky Pillar sect. However, if he accepted this method, he would at most be able to kill Ji Tianxing with a single palm to avenge Shi Wenyu. After Ji Tianxing died, this matter would be settled. The Tianjin sect would have no reason to declare war on the Sky Pillar sect. For a moment, the Tianjin sect master was caught in a dilemma. It was difficult to choose. At this time, Chu Tiantian looked at Ji Tianxing with a solemn expression and said in a solemn tone, "Tianxing, Master forbids you from making this decision on your own. Yan is Master's disciple. You are also Master's disciple. Master will never let anything happen to either of you." Ji Tianxing also said in a solemn tone, "Master, this is the best way to resolve the grievances between the two sects and maintain the overall situation." Chapter 350. Chu Tiantian looked at Ji Tianxing with a solemn expression. His mood suddenly became very complicated. He felt gratified and happy, but he was also full of worry. He sighed silently in his heart. Sigh. "Tianxing, oh Tianxing, you're only a 17-year-old boy. How can you be so outstanding? You're talented, righteous, calm, and wise. You're brave and resourceful. You're only 17 years old. Why do you have to shoulder such a heavy grudge and shoulder such a heavy responsibility at such a time of crisis? You've only been in the sect for less than half a year, but you have the courage and responsibility to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yun Yao. If something were to happen to you, how could Master not be heartbroken?" Chu Tiantian had lived for more than 100 years. In his life, he had met many different kinds of people and seen many talented geniuses. However, there were only a dozen people who could catch his eye, and Ji Tianxing was one of them. He valued Ji Tianxing not only because of Ji Tianxing's outstanding talent, but also because of Ji Tianxing's heart. He saw through Ji Tianxing very clearly. Not only did he have outstanding talent, but his martial heart was also very firm, calm, and wise. Most importantly, in this merciless world of martial arts, most people were heartless, selfish, and regarded other people's lives as nothing more than grass. However, Ji Tianxing could still maintain his original heart. He was upright, kind, and righteous. He also had the chivalrous demeanor of helping the world. This was really rare and commendable. Chu Tiantian's mood became heavier and heavier. He felt even more ashamed of Ji Tianxing. The grudge between the Tianjian sect and the Sky Pillar sect, the overall situation of the Ancient Star Realm and the Tiantian territory, these were things that he and the elders of the Sky Pillar sect should be worried about. In the end, he and the elders were helpless. Ji Tianxing had to step forward bravely and sacrifice himself to resolve the grudge. Thinking of this, Chu Tiantian secretly made up his mind. If Ji Tianxing could survive this calamity, he would definitely nurture Ji Tianxing into the next sect master of the Sky Pillar sect. If Ji Tianxing was killed by Gao Yi, he would bury Ji Tianxing with the highest ceremony and treat Ji Tianxing's family members well. Because this was what the Sky Pillar sect owed him. He would also make sure that the Tianjian sect would no longer have a foothold in the Star Ancient Realm. At the same time, a purple-robed elder escorted the heavily injured Yen to the crowd in the square. Yen saw Chu Tianxing, Ji Tianxing, and the others. She learned that Ji Tianxing was going to be hit by the Tianjian sect's sect master. He tried his best to wave his hand at Ji Tianxing. With a pale face and a weak voice, he shouted, "Senior Martial Brother Tianxing. I'm the Crown Prince of the Fire Tribe. The Tianjian sect doesn't dare to kill me. Don't worry about me. Just leave." Chu Tianxing, Ji Tianxing, and the others' gazes immediately fell on Yen. Seeing that Yen's robe was stained with blood, his face was pale, and his spirit was dispirited. Everyone was distressed and angry. Ji Tianxing also couldn't bear it. He said firmly to Yen, "Don't worry, Senior Martial Brother will be fine. I will definitely save you." "Senior Martial Brother Tianxing, don't worry about me." Yen's eyes were filled with tears. He desperately shook his head and refused. At this time, the Tianjian sect's sect master finally made up his mind under the instigation of the two sect masters and several elders. When he heard Yen persuading Ji Tianxing, he winked at the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder immediately understood. He raised his hand and knocked Yen unconscious. After Yen fell into a coma and calmed down, the Tianjian sect's sect master turned to Ji Tianxing and shouted, "Ji Tianxing, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Today, I will make you pay with your life for Shi Wenyu." He would find another excuse to declare war on the Sky Pillar sect in the future. But today, he would first kill Ji Tianxing to pay for Shi Wenyu's life. He would also get rid of a top genius of the Sky Pillar sect and eliminate a major threat. With this thought in mind, the Tianjian sect's sect master stepped out of the crowd and came to the square. Ji Tianxing also walked to the center of the square expressionlessly and stood 20 steps away from the Tianjian sect's sect master. "Sect Master Gao, since you have agreed, please remember the agreement. The people of the various sects have witnessed it with their own eyes." The Heavenly Sword sect master sneered with a sinister look on his face. "Cut the crap. Prepare to die." As he spoke, he mobilized his life's cultivation and circulated his majestic true essence, gathering it in the palm of his right hand. At that moment, the Tianjian sect's outer sect elder suddenly walked quickly to the square and said with a solemn expression, "Sect Master, please wait. Let this subordinate examine Ji Tianxing first. He dared to ask to take your palm, so it's very likely that he has some kind of armor or defensive treasure hidden on his body." The outer sect elder's words were exactly what many people were thinking. Many of the Tianjian sect's elders and deacons believed that Ji Tianxing must have something to rely on since he dared to arrogantly propose such a method. Ji Tianxing frowned but didn't say anything. He stood still and allowed the outer sect elder to examine him. However, the Tianjian sect's sect master sneered disdainfully and waved his hand to stop the outer sect elder. "There's no need to examine him. Ji Tianxing is just an ant in the profound comprehension realm. Even if he wears a Tian origin grade armor, it's impossible for him to block this sect master's palm. He will die without a doubt. Not even dregs will remain." The outer sect elder nodded silently and quickly retreated into the crowd. In the next moment, The Tianjin sect master gathered all of his power into his right palm. His entire body burst out with a monstrous killing intent and five-colored brilliance. In the palm of his right hand, a brilliant five-colored true essence also emerged and condensed into a giant five-colored palm the size of a wash basin. An incomparably violent energy burst out, causing a gust of wind to blow across the square. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere. The ground was also trembling. Even the entire divine sword peak was shaking slightly, as if it couldn't bear the heavy burden. Even the originally bright sky was suddenly filled with wind and clouds, and layers of dark clouds appeared out of nowhere. The Tianjin sect master was still accumulating power, and the five-colored giant palm's power was still increasing. He hadn't even launched an attack yet, but he had already created such a frightening vision of heaven and earth. Suddenly, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Chu Tianxing's expression also changed. He shouted with grief and indignation, "Damn it! Gao Yi, that bastard, actually used the secret technique of 5-cheese unification and wants to use the heaven-shattering palm." The secret technique of 5-cheese unification was a top-secret technique that could greatly increase one's combat power. Only profound comprehension realm experts who had mastered the 5 elements could use this secret technique to increase their combat power by 2 or 3 times in a short period of time. The heaven-shattering palm was also a profound comprehension realm palm technique. With one palm strike, it could tear apart the sky and shatter mountains and rivers. Its power was incomparably terrifying. With the strength of the Tianjin sect master, even a casual palm strike could instantly kill a large number of profound comprehension realm martial artists. In order to completely kill Ji Tianxing, he actually used the secret technique of 5-cheese unification and used his most powerful killing move. He didn't give Ji Tianxing any chance of survival. Chapter 351. The people of the Tianjin sect were excited as they waited to enjoy the tragic scene of Ji Tianxing being blasted into smithereens. On the other hand, the people of the Sky Pillar sect clenched their fists in grief and indignation. Their eyes were bloodshot. Suddenly, the sect master of the Tianjin sect roared as he raised his right palm and slammed it toward Ji Tianxing, who was 20 steps away. Sky-shattering palm. "Little bastard, I'll kill you." At that moment, the huge 5-colored palm, which carried a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth, slammed toward Ji Tianxing. He was still expressionless, without the slightest fear or retreat. His eyes were fixed on the 5-colored palm as his nerves were stretched taut to the limit. The moment the sky-shattering palm hit him, a huge black shadow suddenly burst out from his body and soared into the sky. Buzz. A humming sound shook the sky as a huge sword steel, which was thousands of feet tall, appeared. This sword steel was like a cold and lonely mountain that stood in the middle of the square and completely covered the sky. The whole square was plunged into darkness and shrouded in a boundless aura of death. The cold aura of death made the square feel as if winter had arrived. The temperature dropped to the extreme, and everyone felt a chill run down their backs as they shivered. Ji Tianxing's figure was nowhere to be seen. He was completely covered by the domineering giant sword steel that was filled with the aura of death. He was protected by the towering black sword steel as he watched the 5-colored palm hit the giant sword steel. Boom! A loud sound that shook the whole world exploded. The loud sound reverberated across a radius of 100 miles. The entire divine sword peak was trembling and on the verge of collapsing. The terrifying power contained in the sky-shattering palm was completely unleashed, releasing 5-colored flames that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Many martial artists in the square retreated to the edge of the square and protected their bodies with true essence shields. The collision between the 5-colored palm and the black sword steel produced a violent shockwave that formed visible 5-colored airwaves that spread in all directions and swept across the entire mountain peak. The ground of the square burst open from the tremors, and huge gullies appeared one after another, extending out dense cracks. The dozen or so palaces and mansions nearby were also shaking because of the blast. Countless cracks appeared on the walls, and countless bricks and tiles fell from the roofs. Even the forests on the mountain peak were swept away by the 5-colored shockwave and turned into a mess. Small trees and weeds were uprooted, and towering trees were snapped in half, collapsing with a loud crash. More than half of the Divine Sword Peak was devastated, as if it was the end of the world. Countless disciples of the Tianjin sect fled in terror. Many experts and powerhouses in the square were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying power of the heaven-collapsing palm, but they were also shocked by the mysterious huge sword steel that appeared out of nowhere. Daoist Tianji, who was in the crowd, raised his head to look at the black sword steel. His expression changed dramatically, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Sword spirit. It's the soul of the divine sword. It actually still exists. Could it be in Ji Tianxing's body? At this moment, Daoist Tianji's mood was extremely complicated. He suddenly understood a lot of things, and felt excited about it. The sect leader of the Tianjin sect also looked at the huge sword steel in surprise, forgetting his anger for a moment. After a long time, the 5 colored flames that covered the sky and the sun dissipated. The loud noise that reverberated between heaven and earth also gradually disappeared. Only then did everyone see the scene in the square clearly. Only to see that the towering and enormous black sword steel that stood between the heavens and the earth had already disappeared. In the square, which was full of cracks and gullies, Ji Tianxing, dressed in a white robe, was standing tall and straight in the square. His body looked intact, and there were no obvious injuries on his body. It seemed that he hadn't been seriously injured. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and blood kept gushing out of his mouth and nose, dripping onto his white robe, dyeing it red. He tried his best to stay conscious, and his body trembled slightly. He didn't say a word and looked coldly at the sect leader of the Tianjin sect. However, he had already suffered extremely serious internal injuries, and his internal organs had been displaced. At the same time, the voice of the sword soul burial of heaven sounded in his mind. "Boy, I haven't recovered my vitality yet, and can only help you block 70% of the heaven-shattering palm's power. I've done my best." Burial of Heaven's voice was hoarse and weak, and it no longer had the mysterious and domineering aura of the past. Obviously, in order to help Ji Tianxing block that palm, he had exhausted all his strength and was seriously injured. Ji Tianxing replied in his mind, "Burial of Heaven, thank you." After resolving this grudge, the Tianjin sect won't be able to start a war with the Sky Pillar sect for the time being. I can still buy some time. I will definitely improve my strength as soon as possible and get the heavenly star bead as soon as possible. Burial of Heaven replied weakly, and then fell into a deep sleep. Ji Tianxing looked coldly at the sect leader of the Tianjin sect, and his heart was filled with monstrous hatred. He roared in his heart, "Gao! I, Ji Tianxing, will remember this palm strike in my heart. When I merge with the Kenshin bloodline in the future, I will definitely return today's grudge tenfold." At this time, the people in the square finally came to their senses when they saw Ji Tianxing's appearance. Countless people revealed looks of shock as they let out cries of disbelief. "Oh my God! How is this possible? Ji Tianxing didn't die? Even his body is unscathed? This is incredible! What kind of treasure does Ji Tianxing have that could block the full force of a heaven origin expert's palm strike? What is that majestic sword-shaped stone tablet? Even if it's a heaven origin level weapon or treasure, it can't be so indomitable and domineering. No wonder Ji Tianxing dared to block sect leader Gao's palm strike. He has such an amazing treasure on him. That's why he's so fearless." Everyone was shocked, and they couldn't believe or understand it at all. The sect leader of the Tianjin sect couldn't accept this result either. His face was extremely ugly, and his heart was filled with monstrous anger and murderous intent. He stared at Ji Tianxing with resentment and roared hysterically, "Ji Tianxing, how can you not die? You have a secret treasure to protect you today, but sooner or later, I will smash you into pieces and let you die without a burial place." Ji Tianxing looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. The next moment, Yun Yao rushed to his side like a gust of wind. She looked at him anxiously and cried with joy. "Junior Tianxing, you're still alive. That's great." No one had expected that Yun Yao, who was always cold and aloof, would lose her composure at this moment. Her clear eyes were also covered with a layer of mist, and her eyes were filled with excitement. Then, Chu Tianxing and several other elders came over to check on Ji Tianxing's injuries with concern. Chapter 352. The enmity between the two sects had been resolved, and had been rescued. Ji Tianxing could no longer withstand his injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! He closed his eyes and lost consciousness as he fell to the ground with his face facing the sky. Yun Yao, who was the closest to him, suddenly let out a worried cry. She quickly stretched out her arms and hugged him in her arms. Chu Tianxing and the several elders' complexions changed dramatically, and their hearts were in their throats again. The spiritual medicine elder quickly checked Ji Tianxing's condition and transferred his true essence to him to suppress his injuries. Chu Tianxing's face was as gloomy as ice. He turned to look at the Tianjian sect's master and shouted in a deep voice, "Gao Yi! This king's disciple Ji Tianxing has taken your palm in public. This matter ends here. If you continue to cause trouble and pester me endlessly, this king will never let you off." The people of the Tianjian sect all thought that Chu Tianxing would leave with the Sky Pillar sect's people after dropping this sentence. But no one thought that Chu Tianxing would shout again in a cold tone, "The enmity between our two sects has been resolved. But now, it's time to settle the enmity between you and me. Gao, you want justice for your disciple Shi Wenyu by hitting my disciple, Tianxing. Now, I want justice for my 3 disciples. You have to take 3 of my moves." Having said that, Chu Tianxing didn't care whether the Tianjian sect's master agreed or not. He strode towards the Tianjian sect's master with a towering killing intent. The Tianjian sect's master's complexion suddenly changed. His eyes were full of anger as he shouted, "Chu Tianxing, you're pestering me endlessly. You're being unreasonable." Just now, in order to kill Ji Tianxing with one palm, he used the 5 cheese unification secret art and the heaven collapsing palm, which consumed about 40% of his strength. At this time, he was a bit weak and only had 60% of his strength left. How could he block 3 of Chu Tianxing's attacks? Chu Tianxing sneered with a cold expression. "You can get justice for your disciple, but can't I do the same for mine? Reason? Why don't you talk to my fist?" Then he released his spiritual sense, which covered the sky and the earth, and locked onto the aura of the Tianjian sect master. His whole body surged with monstrous true essence. An invisible and majestic pressure immediately spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire square. The faces of the martial artists from various sects on the square suddenly changed. They fled in all directions, trying to get as far away from the square as possible. The ordinary martial artists were running wildly, while the elders and deacons of the Sky Pillar sect were riding spirit beasts and flying into the sky, overlooking the plaza on the mountain peak. In the blink of an eye, all the warriors in the square ran away, leaving only Chu Tianxing and the Tianjian sect master. Everyone knew that the 2 of them were Sky Origin stage powerhouses, one of the top powerhouses in the Tianjin region. The battle between the 2 of them was bound to be devastating, and its power was terrifying. If they didn't leave the plaza in time, they would be killed by the aftermath of the battle. That would be an unjust death. At this point, what was done could not be undone. No matter how angry the Tianjian sect master was, he had to face Chu Tianxing's anger. The Tianjian sect master stood proudly in the middle of the square and shouted loudly, "Chu Tianxing, don't think that I will be afraid of you just because you are the leader of the Tianjin region. You and I will fight sooner or later anyway. Today, I want to see how much real talent you have to be so arrogant." As he spoke, the Tianjian sect master accumulated his life's power and condensed an oval 5-colored light shield around his body. 1,000 peaks of 5 elements shield. This was one of the Sky Origin stage 5 elements secret techniques. It condensed the power of the 5 elements and turned it into a light shield with very strong defensive power. Chu Tianxing saw that the Tianjian sect master was facing a great enemy, and he couldn't help but sneer contemptuously. "Gao, I will let you see what the real heaven-breaking palm is. The first palm is to seek justice for my disciple, Yun Yao." As his voice fell, He suddenly raised his right hand and gathered 120% of his power in the palm of his hand. A huge five-colored giant palm fiercely shot out. At that moment, the square within a kilometer radius was dazzled by the five-colored light. The air in this area was also squeezed out, and the whole square became a vacuum. The invisible and terrifying pressure was like a 1,000-foot mountain falling from the sky, fiercely suppressing the Tianjin sect master. The Tianjin sect master also waved his palms with all his strength, and a pair of huge five-colored palm shadows blasted toward Chu Tianxing. Chu Tianxing, I have practiced the heaven-breaking palm for 30 years. Do I need you to teach me? You are too arrogant. As his voice fell, he struck out with a pair of giant palms, which collided with Chu Tianxing's heaven-breaking palm. Bang! In the earth-shattering noise, the Tianjin sect master's palm shadows were smashed into pieces and dissipated. The heaven-breaking palm erupted with destructive power, bursting with five-colored flames that covered the square within a kilometer radius. The Tianjin sect master's figure was instantly covered by the heaven-breaking palm. The 1,000 peaks of five elements shield, which was protecting him, couldn't withstand the terrifying power of the heaven-breaking palm and shattered with a cracking sound. The Tianjin sect master's face changed dramatically. He was hit by the heaven-breaking palm and fell to the ground, letting out a painful groan. The violent five-colored shockwaves spread out and swept across the entire mountain peak in an instant. Dozens of palaces and mansions on the mountain peak were razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Wherever the five-colored airwaves passed by, the dense woods were minced into dregs. The splendid palaces and mansions collapsed directly, turning into broken bricks and ruins. Not only that, but the whole Divine Sword Peak was shaking violently, as if it was about to collapse. A huge gully appeared on the mountain wall, and a huge amount of rocks and dust fell down from the sky. The ground on the mountain peak was covered with cracks and gullies, and dust rose into the air. After a long time, the dust gradually dissipated. Many warriors hiding in the distance finally saw the situation on the mountain peak square. The square was in ruins and almost didn't exist anymore. It had become a huge pit with a radius of a kilometer. At the bottom of the pit, the Tianjin sect master was lying in a pile of rubble. His body was covered with dust and debris, and his face was covered with dust. He struggled to jump out of the pit and stood at the edge of the square. He cursed furiously, "Chu Tianxing, you bastard son of a bitch!" Before he could finish his words, Chu Tianxing's cold and ruthless roar came from the other side of the square. "Gao, take my second move. This punch will bring justice to my disciple, Yin Dragon Elephant Divine Fist." As Chu Tianxing's voice fell, a huge golden fist shadow, carrying an unstoppable momentum, blasted toward the Tianjin sect master. If one looked closely, the golden fist shadow condensed into the shape of an ancient divine elephant. Legend has it that in ancient times, divine dragons and divine elephants were the most powerful divine beasts in the world, and were regarded as the symbol of strength. A divine elephant could hold up a star and travel in the vast starry sky. The dragon elephant divine fist that Chu Tianxing used was a set of Tian Yuan level fist techniques that focused on strength. The huge golden fist shadow condensed into an ancient divine elephant that was 100 meters long and 40 meters tall, and instantly drowned the figure of the Tianjin sect master. The Tianjin sect master was injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. He had no time to dodge, and could only condense a shield of vital essence to protect himself. Boom! Another earth-shattering sound burst out, echoing in the sky and shaking the entire Tianjin sect. The golden divine elephant's shadow hit the Tianjin sect master, shattering his vital essence shield in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily to the ground. The entire divine sword peak shook violently, and the mountain peak completely collapsed. Kacha Kacha. Chapter 353. The summit of the divine sword peak had turned into ruins. The few patches of lush forest had long since become bare, leaving only broken branches, withered leaves, and wood dregs all over the ground. Not only that, but the mountain peak with a radius of a few thousand meters had also been divided into dozens of small areas by numerous ravines. The areas close to the mountain had collapsed, causing dust and gravel to roll down the mountain. The loud rumbling continued for a long time without stopping. In the center of the mountain peak, there used to be a magnificent palace. But now, the palace had long since disappeared, leaving behind only ruins. In the middle of the ruins, there was a huge crater. This crater was created by the dragon-elephant divine fist. With a rustling sound, the sect master of the Tianjin sect crawled out of the crater. He was in ragged clothes, with disheveled hair and a dirty face. At this moment he was covered in dust and looked extremely ugly. No one could recognize him just by looking at his appearance. Moreover, he had suffered a serious internal injury from the dragon-elephant divine fist. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth and nose, and he staggered a little. "Chu Tianxing, you bastard who deserves to be hacked to death. I'm going to kill you." The sect master of the Tianjin sect stood on the ruins and roared at the top of his lungs. He was so angry that he was about to go berserk. At this moment, Chu Tianxing's cold voice came from the ruins 100 meters in front of him. "Gaoi, take my third move. I'll let you see the true 5-cheese unification. With this strike, I will seek justice for my disciple, Tianxing. Tianluo axe." As Chu Tianxing's voice fell, in the black clouds above the mountain peak, a giant 5-colored palm suddenly appeared, blocking out the sun and covering the sky. The giant palm that was 100 meters wide was obviously formed by Chu Tianxing using the 5-cheese unification secret technique. It contained a terrifying power that could destroy everything. Since this move was called Tianluo axe, it didn't come down from the head, but from the side. The 5-colored palm was like a giant axe that could split heaven and earth. It cut through the layers of dark clouds and fell from the sky to hit the sect master of the Tianjin sect. Boom! Amidst a deafening boom that shook the universe, the 5-colored giant palm struck the mountain peak ruthlessly. At that moment, the entire divine sword peak started to shake violently. Countless amounts of dust and gravel collapsed. Not only that, but the entire mountain peak was also split into 2 halves by the palm. The divine sword peak could no longer withstand the attacks of the sky origin stage cultivators. It was split into 2 halves and collapsed with a rumbling sound. For a time, the sound of mountains collapsing reverberated throughout the area within a radius of 100 miles. The ground around Divine Sword Peak was shaking violently. The nearby mountain peaks, which were also the territory of the Tianjin sect, started to tremble and shake. They were greatly affected. The destruction of the Divine Sword Peak caused the Tianjin sect's mountain guarding array to be damaged. The array that covered 100 miles of the sky also became fragmented and full of loopholes. Heaven and earth were filled with a thick layer of dust, flying in the air for a long time without dissipating. Countless disciples of the Tianjin sect were scared out of their wits. They ran away from the Divine Sword Peak in fear. Although, after a quarter of an hour, the deafening noise slowly subsided. Only half of the Divine Sword Peak had collapsed. In the end, only half of the mountain peak remained. However, the main peak had been completely destroyed. What was the point of leaving behind a 1,000-meter-tall pile of rubble? The martial artists all around witnessed the destruction of the Divine Sword Peak with their own eyes. They were so shocked that they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Especially the people from the Qianqiu sect and the Zhenwu sect. They had witnessed Chu Tianxing's terrifying strength with their own eyes. They were so shocked that they felt cold all over. They were very glad that it was the Tianjin sect that had provoked the Sky-bearing sect. If it had been them, the foundation of their sect would have been destroyed long ago. At the same time, the sect leader of the Tianjin sect crawled out of the rubble covered in blood. His injuries were extremely severe. His internal organs were severely damaged. He was bleeding profusely from his 7 orifices. His strength had also dropped to its limit. The blood mixed with the dust and turned into a dark red mud that covered his entire body. He lay in the rubble, panting violently. He was like a wild dog that had rolled in a muddy pond. His miserable state was indescribable. At this time, Chu Tianxing condensed a pair of flaming wings and flew above his head. He shouted with a dignified expression, "Gao Yi! 3 moves have passed. Our grievances are settled. However, remember this. My sky-bearing sect has been able to stand in the ancient star realm for thousands of years. Our foundation is not as simple as you think. I am in charge of the Tianqian region. I am willing to let the Tianjian sect stay in the ancient star realm. Only then will the Tianjian sect have a foothold here. Otherwise, if I want to destroy your Tianjian sect, there will be no place for the Tianjian sect in the entire Tianqian region. Today, I am only giving you a warning. If you dare to deal with my sky-bearing sect in the future, I will definitely take your head. The Tianjian sect master lay in the rubble and tried his best to open his blurry eyes. He glared at Chu Tianxing in the sky with resentment and clenched his teeth without saying a word. He finally understood. Although he and Chu Tianxing were both in the heaven origin stage, Chu Tianxing's strength was several levels higher than his. Now that he had fallen into such a miserable state, no matter how angry he was, he would only be humiliating himself. Chu Tianxing coldly glanced at the Tianjian sect master, then turned and flew away with a flick of his sleeve. Swoosh! He flew to the sky 1,000 meters away and came to the side of the elders and deacons of the sky-bearing sect. Let's go! Chu Tianxing shouted in a low voice. He released his mount, the dragon eagle, and rode it into the distance. The elders and deacons also carried the unconscious Ji Tianxing and rode their spirit beasts to follow Chu Tianxing back to the sky-bearing sect. In the rubble of the Divine Sword Peak, the Tianjian sect master stared at the people of the sky-bearing sect leaving. He was extremely angry and manic. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. Chu Tianxing, sooner or later, I will wring your head off and use it as a chamber pot. I will also kill everyone in the sky-bearing sect, not even a chicken or a dog. Only the blood of everyone in the sky-bearing sect can wash away the humiliation I suffered today. After the Heavenly Sword sect master viciously swore, he forcefully endured his injuries and struggled to get up, limping down the mountain. The Divine Sword Peak was destroyed, and the entire Tianjian sect was in a mess. Countless handymen and disciples rushed over. Many elders and deacons were busy instructing the handymen and disciples to dig up the rocks and clean up the rubble of the Divine Sword Peak. The Tianjian sect master had just taken a few steps when guest elder Huangfu ran over with an anxious face and quickly reached out to support him. The sky-bearing sect is simply arrogant and overbearing. They have gone too far. Sect master, Chu Tianxing controls the entire Tianqian region. It's not appropriate for us to fight them head-on for the time being. Chapter 354. The Divine Sword Peak had been destroyed, and the Tianjian sect was in chaos. 4 hours had passed, but the sect still hadn't calmed down. Tens of thousands of odd-job workers and thousands of disciples were busy cleaning up the ruins of the Divine Sword Peak. Many elders and deacons were present to direct them. The other peaks were deserted, and it was hard to see anyone walking around. In a quiet palace on the peak where the Spirit Beast Garden was located, a woman was standing in a room. The Blood Moon Infanta was in a room. She was standing by the window and gazing outside. She was lost in thought. When the Divine Sword Peak was in chaos, she escaped from the back of the mountain and hid here. Although she didn't know what had happened, she knew that something big had happened in the Tianjian sect. At this moment, the door was opened, and the Taoist Tianji walked in quickly. The Blood Moon Princess was awakened, and she turned her head to look at him. Seeing the Taoist Tianji's strange expression and his eyes shining, the Blood Moon Princess raised her eyebrows and asked, "Great Priest, what happened? Why are you so happy?" The High Priest came to the front of the Blood Moon Infanta and revealed an excited expression. He lowered his voice and said, "Infanta, we are really lucky today." "Huh?" The Blood Moon Princess frowned and looked at him. She was confused and asked, "Lucky? The Divine Sword Peak has been destroyed. Why are you so happy?" "High Priest, what's going on?" The Great Priest smiled and said excitedly, "The Divine Sword Peak was destroyed by Chu Tianxing. This is the Tianjian sect's business, and I don't feel bad about it. What made me happy is related to the revival of our tribe." The Blood Moon Infanta's interest was immediately aroused. She hurriedly asked, "High Priest, what's the matter?" The Great Priest stroked his white beard and smiled complacently. He said slowly, Ji Tianxing proposed in front of everyone that he would like to be hit by the Tianjin sect master and use this method to resolve the grudge. However, when the Tianjin sect master hit him, a giant sword steel, which was thousands of feet tall, emerged from his body. I sensed an ancient and special aura from the sword steel. It's the sword soul, the aura of the soul of the divine sword. The Blood Moon Infanta was stunned when she heard the news. It took her a moment to react, and her eyes were filled with shock. Sword soul? High Priest, do you mean the soul of Kenshin's sword? That's right. The High Priest nodded and said playfully, Princess, do you remember? When we first met Ji Tianxing when we infiltrated the Sky-bearing sect, he was locked in a stone room. You entered the stone room to kill him, but a mysterious black hole emerged from his body and devoured most of your power. The Blood Moon Infanta sneered and said, that time, 60% of my power was devoured. How could I forget that? High Priest, do you mean that the mysterious black hole that devoured my power is the soul of the divine sword? That's right. The High Priest sneered and said, when I sensed the aura of the heavenly star bead from Ji Tianxing's body, it was also because of the soul of the divine sword. Ji Tianxing was only a lowly human youth, but he was able to grow so quickly in just a few months because of the soul of the divine sword. In short, the soul of the divine sword was hidden in Ji Tianxing's body, which made him so special. The Blood Moon Infanta finally understood the series of events after hearing the High Priest's explanation. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she waved her fist and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect the truth to be so unbelievable. Since the soul of the divine sword is in Ji Tianxing's body, I will find an opportunity to capture him. The soul of the divine sword must know the whereabouts of the heavenly star bead and all of Kenshin's secrets. The Blood Moon Infanta couldn't help but rub her fists as she spoke, eager to give it a try. The High Priest glanced at her and waved his hand. Infanta, you should give up on this plan. Ji Tianxing used the soul of the divine sword to block the all-out attack of the Tianjin sect master. He was only seriously injured and didn't die. Even the Tianjin sect master couldn't deal with the soul of the divine sword. How can you capture Ji Tianxing? Moreover, Ji Tianxing was seriously injured and was taken back by the Sky Pillar sect for treatment. The Sky Pillar sect's people will definitely protect him strictly. You won't have a chance to do anything. The Blood Moon Infanta understood that the High Priest's words were reasonable, and she clenched her teeth in anger. Then what should we do? We know that the soul of the divine sword is in Ji Tianxing's body, but we can't do anything to him? The High Priest shook his head and revealed an unfathomable smile. Infanta, I'm treading on thin ice now. I'm carefully sneaking into the Tianjin sect, and I don't dare to leave any traces. You can't easily show yourself, and you can't deal with Ji Tianxing personally. You and I don't have any soldiers or subordinates, so it's impossible for us to accomplish this task. The only thing we can do now is to report to the Demon King and let him make the decision. The Blood Moon Infanta's eyes lit up at the mention of the Blood Demon King. I have to leave the Ancient Star Realm as soon as possible and return to the headquarters to report this news to my father. With my father's strength, as long as he enters the Ancient Star Realm, he will definitely be able to capture Ji Tianxing and obtain the soul of the divine sword. The High Priest smiled and nodded. That's right. It's time to ask the Demon King to come out. We've been planning in the Ancient Star Realm for so long, and everything is ready. We're just waiting for the Demon King to take command. Soon, not only will we be able to capture Ji Tianxing and obtain the soul of the divine sword, but we'll also be able to watch the Tianjin sect and the Sky Pillar sect fight each other. At that time, we can take the opportunity to rescue the Demon King and massacre the Ancient Star Realm. When the sun was high in the sky, Chu Tianxing and the others returned to the Sky Pillar sect. Several elders sent Ji Tianxing and Yen to the spiritual medicine hall and were busy treating their injuries. Yun Yao did not leave. She stayed by Ji Tianxing's side and assisted the spiritual medicine elder in treating his injuries. Chu Tianxing also temporarily put aside the matters of the sect and stayed by Ji Tianxing's side. The elixir elder arranged for Ji Tianxing to be placed in a secret room for healing, and let him lie on a cold jade bed. After a while, He found out about Ji Tianxing's injuries. Chu Tianxing quickly asked, "Medicine Elder, how are Tianxing's injuries?" The medicine elder frowned and said in a serious tone, "Tianxing's injuries are too serious. It's already a miracle that he didn't die on the spot. His internal organs are all damaged. His heart was almost shattered, and all the meridians in his body were broken. It's actually so serious." Chu Tianxing's expression immediately changed, and he narrowed his eyes. Yun Yao also revealed a face full of shock and worry, and her mood became even heavier. The spiritual medicine elder quickly comforted Chu Tianxing and comforted him, "Sect Master, don't worry. Although Tianxing's injuries are serious, this old man will do his best and be able to treat his injuries within half a year." Tianxing's cultivation method is very special. It has already tempered his internal organs and meridians to be very tough, far surpassing cultivators of the same level. It's also because of this that he can still save his life. If it were anyone else, they would have died on the spot. Chu Tianxing frowned and ordered in a serious tone, "Medicine Elder, no matter how great the price is, you must treat Tianxing with all your might. Let him wake up as soon as possible and recover from his injuries." The medicine elder nodded and began to prepare the healing pills, preparing to treat Ji Tianxing's injuries. Chu Tianxing glanced at Yun Yao and saw that she looked tired and her spirit was a little dispirited. He said in a gentle tone, "Yun Yao, you haven't rested for 2 days. So many things have happened during this period. You must be mentally and physically exhausted. Go back and rest." Yun Yao shook her head. Her eyes were still fixed on Ji Tianxing, who was unconscious. She said in a firm tone, "Master, I don't want to rest. I want to see Junior Tianxing." Chu Tianxing saw that her attitude was firm, so he stopped persuading her. He sighed silently in his heart. Chapter 355. 10 days passed by very quickly. In these 10 days, the spiritual medicine elder had tried all sorts of methods to heal Ji Tianxing's injuries as soon as possible. He had given Ji Tianxing many top-notch spiritual pills and had to use his qi to heal him every day. Yun Yao had also stayed by Ji Tianxing's side and hadn't slept for 10 consecutive days. Even if she was the #1 genius of the Tianshan region and a Yuan Dan stage expert, her body and mind couldn't take it for 12 consecutive days without rest. She sat beside the ice jade bed and laid on the table. She supported her face with her hands and stared at the sleeping Ji Tianxing. Her beautiful face was filled with fatigue, and her clear eyes were also covered with a thick layer of exhaustion. Fortunately, after 10 days and 10 nights of recuperation, Ji Tianxing finally woke up from his coma. He only felt that his head was dizzy and his consciousness was still a little blurry. He slowly opened his eyes. When his eyes could clearly see the things in front of him, he saw a beautiful woman in white sitting at the stone table beside the bed. Although her beautiful brows were slightly furrowed, her beautiful face was filled with fatigue, and her clear eyes were filled with fatigue, making her look a lot dimmer. But in Ji Tianxing's eyes, in his heart, she was still so beautiful. Moreover, at this moment, she wasn't as cold and arrogant as before. Instead, she had a weak feeling that made people feel pity for her. Even if she was an otherworldly fairy, she also had a weak side and a day when she was exhausted. Ji Tianxing stared at her and moved his lips. His voice was weak as he said, "I once read a sentence in a book. When you wake up, the first person you see is also the person you want to see in your dreams. Then she must be the person who cares about you the most." Seeing Yun Yao by the bed with a weak light and a tired face, he didn't know why, but this sentence appeared in his mind and he blurted it out. Yun Yao, who was in a daze, was suddenly awakened by his voice and immediately came back to her senses. She was stunned for a moment. She looked at Ji Tianxing and met his deep eyes. She saw a complicated and indescribable gentleness in his eyes. "Tianxing, you're finally awake. That's great." Yun Yao was a little excited and a gratified smile appeared on her pretty face. She quickly reached out her slender hand and held Ji Tianxing's wrist to check his pulse and body condition. After a while, seeing that his pulse was stable and his injuries had mostly recovered, she let out a sigh of relief. Ji Tianxing lay quietly and looked at her with a smile on his face. "Senior sister, Thank you for taking care of me for so long. Alright, how many days have I been unconscious? Yun Yao said gently, you have been unconscious for 10 days and 10 nights. Junior brother Tianxing, please wait for a moment. I'll go get the medicine elder to come over and check your injuries. Ji Tianxing shook his head gently. Senior sister, there's no need. I can feel that my injuries are no longer serious. Next, I just need to rest for a few days and I'll be able to recover. That's good. Yun Yao nodded slightly. The secret room quieted down. Neither of them spoke and the atmosphere seemed to be a little charming and awkward. Yun Yao's expression was normal, as if she didn't hear the first sentence Ji Tianxing said when he woke up. But Ji Tianxing was sure that she definitely heard that sentence. This was because her sparkling and translucent earlobes had turned a little red again. After a moment of silence, Ji Tianxing said, Senior sister, you must be tired after taking care of me for so long. Go back and rest. Yun Yao's expression was a little hesitant. But if I leave, who will take care of you? Ji Tianxing smiled and said, Don't worry, my injuries have stabilized. Nothing will happen. Moreover, if something really happens, the disciples of the Spirit Medicine Hall will come and take care of me. Senior sister, after the previous incident, the relationship between our sect and the Tianjin sect has deteriorated. Our sect may have many trivial matters to attend to in the near future. You should go and help Master. After listening to his words of persuasion, Yun Yao said goodbye and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind him to focus on healing his injuries. After Yun Yao left, Ji Tianxing was the only one left in the secret room. Enduring the pain from his internal injuries, he supported himself with both hands on the frost jade bed and slowly sat up. He used his spiritual sense to check his injuries. After seeing the condition of his internal organs and sword vein, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. The burial of heaven helped me block 70% of the power from the palm of the Tianjin sect's sect master, but I still suffered 30% of the power. My internal organs were injured, and several of my sword veins were broken. I didn't expect the sword vein to have such a strong self-healing ability. It healed in just 10 days. Ji Tianxing knew very well that although the spiritual elixir elder's treatment had helped him, it was more due to the sword vein's powerful recovery ability. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even with the spirit medicine elder's painstaking treatment, it would take at least a month for them to recover. Ji Tianxing carefully checked the 9 sword veins in his body and found an even more shocking result. The 8 aperture points on the 8th sword vein had all been refined. His strength had also broken through the 8th tier of the Profound Comprehension Realm and silently reached the 9th tier of the Profound Comprehension Realm. Not only that, but 3 of the apertures on the 9th sword vein had also been refined. This must be because I desperately unleashed my potential and used my strongest true origin when I was hit by Gao Yi's palm. I was severely injured by Gao Yi's palm, but I also took the opportunity to break through and greatly increase my strength. This should be considered a blessing in disguise, right? Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing's heart was slightly comforted, and his eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Subsequently, he felt an incomparably majestic and terrifying medicinal power accumulating in his body. This was the medicinal power of the elixirs he had taken in the past 10 days that had not been completely refined. If he did not refine it, the medicinal power would accumulate in his body and slowly dissipate with the passage of time. That would be too wasteful. Therefore, Ji Tianxing sat cross-legged on the frost jade bed and tried to refine the medicinal power to heal his injuries. His sword vein had just recovered, and his injuries were still very serious. Logically speaking, he should not be cultivating and could only lie down to recuperate. However, he endured his injuries and the severe pain in his body, and with his tenacious will, he gritted his teeth and persevered. As time passed, his injuries began to heal quickly, and the pain in his body gradually lessened. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 5 days passed quickly. In these 5 days, Yun Yao, the spirit medicine elder, Chu Tianxing, and Yen had all come to visit him in the secret room. Everyone saw that he was cultivating, so they did not wake him up and disturb him. 5 days later, when Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation, he had finally refined more than half of the medicinal power that had accumulated in his body. His injuries had recovered by 70%, and he could already move freely. Chapter 356. At this moment, Ji Tianxing's strength had reached the limit of the mystic comprehending stage. He only needed to advance one more step and he would be able to break through the shackles and reach the origin core stage. But unfortunately, he was unable to cultivate the 5th level of the Sword Heart Tao after completing the 4th level cultivation method. The 5th level of the Sword Heart Tao required him to combine the sword embryo, 9 sword veins, and 72 apertures to condense the mysterious and vast sword palace within his body. The so-called sword palace used the 9 sword veins to form the 9 palace formation, and used the sword embryo and 72 apertures as the foundation to increase the power and changes of the sword palace. Once the sword palace was successfully condensed, it would cause the power of true origin to increase by 9 times and possess a myriad of changes and miraculous effects. All in all, the sword palace was a miraculous secret technique that changed the internal structure of the human body and ingeniously combined the human body with the stars. But unfortunately, the cultivation method of the 5th level of the sword palace was obviously not something that ordinary people could cultivate. Ji Tianxing consecutively tried a few tens of times, but he failed every time as expected. In the end, he had no choice but to give up and continue to circulate his cultivation method to heal his injuries. The facts proved that what the Burial of Heaven said at that time was completely correct. He only had a mortal body, and being able to cultivate the 4th level of the Sword Heart Tao had already reached the limit. If he was unable to fuse with the Kenshin bloodline, he would be unable to cultivate the 5th level of the Sword Heart Tao in this lifetime. His strength could only stop at the perfection of the mystic comprehending stage, and he would never be able to reach the origin core stage. Ji Tianxing had already secretly decided to go into closed-door cultivation to heal his injuries for a few more days. After his injuries were healed and his strength recovered to its peak state, he would go to the Dragon Mountain ancient tomb to try to crack the heaven origin formation and search for the heavenly star pearl. After all, after he reached the perfection of the mystic comprehending stage, the power of his true origin and true combat strength were comparable to an ordinary 2nd level origin core stage expert. Perhaps he had a trace of hope to crack the heaven origin formation of the Dragon Mountain ancient tomb. In the north of the heavenly stellar region, there was a vast and prosperous area about a few 100 million miles away. This area was the center of the profound sky continent. It was the most bustling and prosperous place, and it was also the sacred land of martial arts where dragon veins gathered and experts were as numerous as the clouds. The experts of the various clans in the profound sky continent called this area was called the Central State. In the southern area of the Central Plains, there was a continuous, lofty, and magnificent mountain range, and it was called the Skypierce Mountain Range. In the center of the sky-connecting mountain range, there was a 10,000-meter-tall towering peak shrouded in clouds and mist on top of the Dragon Vein treasure land. This giant peak was called Heaven-Reaching Peak, and it was one of the tallest and most sacred mountains in the world. At the foot of Heaven-Reaching Peak, there was a wide and enormous divine path that extended along the steep mountain to the summit. However, from halfway up the mountain, the Heaven-Reaching Peak was covered by a thick fog. Half of Heaven-Reaching Peak stood in the sea of clouds, like a celestial mountain in the sky. A few magnificent and majestic palaces stood at the peak of the mountain, looking like the palaces of the gods. This was the sacred land of the human race, the most sacred and majestic human imperial court on the continent. There were 3 palaces, 9 halls, and 18 courtyards in the imperial court. Every palace and mansion was built to be huge and spacious, revealing a majestic and domineering aura that could shock the heavens and the earth and suppress the 4 seas. The location of these palaces and mansions implied the mathematical changes of the heavens and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, and the profound principles. Anyone who came before the imperial court would feel a divinity like the descent of the gods, a majesty like the manifestation of heaven's will. They would kowtow and worship with reverence and devotion. The entire imperial court seemed to have gathered the faith of billions of people, the spiritual chi of billions of mountains and rivers. Standing in the sea of clouds, it was as dazzling as the sun. Currently, inside the palace of heaven and earth inside the imperial court, there was a bright, spacious, and elegant study room. A middle-aged man dressed in a golden dragon robe and wearing a purple gold dragon jade crown was sitting before a spacious table. He was focused on reading the memorials and letters. This person had a tall and sturdy figure, with a dignified appearance. Between his brows, there was a sense of righteousness. Besides the domineering aura that looked down on the common people, there was a vast and majestic aura that merged with the heavens and earth. He only sat upright before the table, but he was like a god looking down on the common people of the world. On the vermilion table, there were a few thick stacks of ancient books, memorials, and letters. These were all documents from the various regions of the southern continent. There was also a simple bronze incense burner on the table. Purple wood jade sandalwood burned in the burner, emitting a faint green smoke, causing the study room to be filled with a fresh and elegant sandalwood scent. This rare purple wood jade sandalwood had the miraculous effect of refreshing the mind and cleansing the soul. At this time, the man in the golden robe picked up a letter. Seeing the words, Tianshan region, at the bottom right of the letter, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After removing the seal, he took out a piece of golden paper and carefully read the contents. Greetings, Your Majesty. I am now the leader of the Tianjian sect in the Tianshan region. I live in the ancient star realm and protect the common people. However, the leader of the Tianshan region, the Sky Pillar sect, has dominated the ancient star realm for thousands of years. They have done whatever they want, oppressing the common people. I have encountered a great disaster recently. May I be so bold as to report the grievances to Your Majesty and tell you the reason? Without a doubt, the man in the golden robe was the leader of the imperial court, the leader and guardian of the human race on the continent, Emperor Long Xuanquan. After reading the contents of the letter, he put it on the table and couldn't help but frown. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, Commander Yu, send a message to the imperial tutor. I have something important to discuss with him in the study room. Outside the door of the study room, there was a 2-meter-tall burly man in golden armor. He immediately bowed and accepted the order, then quickly left. Not long after, Commander Yu brought a white-haired old man in a purple robe with a golden horsetail whisk to the door of the study room. This white-haired old man was thin and looked old, but he had white hair and a youthful complexion. He was hale and hearty. His aura was ethereal and mysterious. His body was as vast as the stars and as leisurely as the floating clouds. He was a true master. Your Majesty, the imperial tutor is here. Commander Yu bowed and reported. The imperial preceptor held the horsetail whisk and stepped into the study. He bowed slightly to the emperor and said with an indifferent expression, Greetings, Your Majesty. May I know what Your Majesty has summoned me here for? The emperor didn't say much and handed the letter to the imperial tutor. After the imperial tutor finished reading, he said in a serious tone, Imperial tutor, there are changes in the Tianshan region. The Tianjian sect and the Sky Pillar sect are in conflict. A war is imminent. I think there is something fishy about this matter. What do you think, Imperial Tutor? The Imperial Tutor put down the letter and stroked his long white beard. His ruddy face revealed an unfathomable smile. Your Majesty, for the past 10 years, I have been studying the stars on the star-plucking platform and comprehending the mysteries of the heavens. I have long discovered that the demonic qi in the Tianshan region is surging. There must be remnants of the demonic clan causing chaos. It will not be peaceful. Chapter 357. Hearing the imperial tutor's words, the emperor nodded slightly in agreement. I vaguely remember that 1,000 years ago, the demon emperor caused chaos in the Tianshan region and wantonly slaughtered our people. At that time, Kenshin helped the imperial court to kill the demon emperor and seemed to have suppressed the demon emperor in the Tianshan region. When the words sword god were mentioned, a wisp of bright light flashed within the muddy eyes of the imperial preceptor, and dense recollection gushed out from his eyes. He was a little absent-minded. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, Yes, 1,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. After Kenshin suppressed the demon emperor, A junior in the Tianshan region received a few words of advice from Kenshin and established a sect on the formation that sealed the demon emperor. It is the current Sky Pillar sect. The emperor frowned and said in a deep voice, "The demon chi in the Tianshan region is surging. The Tianjian sect and the Sky Pillar sect are about to go to war. I'm afraid this matter will involve the demon emperor's seal. It seems that I have to send someone to the Tianshan region to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, when the demon emperor is born, it will bring a bloody storm and monstrous slaughter to our people." The imperial tutor held the horsetail whisk and bowed with a solemn expression. He said in a solemn tone, "The emperor is right. This old man agrees." The emperor nodded and had a thoughtful expression. He asked, "Then in the imperial tutor's opinion, which divine general should I send?" The imperial tutor weighed the pros and cons and shook his head. "Emperor, it's not appropriate to send the 4 divine generals. The 4 divine generals have their own duties. They have to guard the central state, resist the armies of the east, west, and north, and protect the safety of the imperial court. They bear a great responsibility. In this old man's opinion, there is one person who is very suitable to go to the Tianshan region to settle this matter." The emperor raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "Oh? I'd like to hear the details." The imperial tutor stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Emperor, Yun Shao?" The emperor frowned. After pondering for a moment, he nodded slightly to express his agreement. Yun Shao is already over 20 years old. Although he has reached the Sky Origin realm, he has only trained in the central state and has not gone to the 9 southern regions. I have long thought to find a suitable opportunity to send him to the south to patrol our territory. It can not only train him, but also increase his experience. The chaos in the Tianshan region is a suitable opportunity. The imperial preceptor smiled and added, "Moreover, one of the 3 heavenly concubine candidates is from the Sky Pillar sect in the heavenly stellar region. The emperor can use this opportunity to send the emperor to the Tianshan region and let him see the heavenly consort candidate personally. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, the position of heavenly consort must be personally chosen by the emperor." The emperor lord nodded and said, "That's good. Then this emperor will send Cloud Sky to the heavenly stellar region." After saying that, he ordered Commander Yu at the door, "Commander Yu, send a message to Yu Tianzi. Tell him to come to the study immediately." Commander Yu bowed and accepted the order. He quickly turned and left to pass down the order. At the border between the Tianshan region and the Yong'an region, there was a boundless mountain range. This mountain range was extremely vast. There were at least 100,000 mountain peaks that rose and fell continuously. Therefore, this area was called the 100,000 Mountains. The 100,000 mountains were desolate and uninhabited. Although there were many heavenly materials and earthly treasures and resources, they were occupied by countless demons and devils. This area was very dangerous, and it was located at the border of the 2 regions. Therefore, it became a forbidden area for humans. No one dared to set foot in it. In the deepest part of the 100,000 mountains, there was an area covered by black clouds. In this area, there were more than a dozen towering mountains. It was also a place where the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered. On the surface, this area was dead silent. The sky, the earth, and the mountains were filled with a gloomy fog. In fact, there were countless caves and tunnels inside the mountains and underground. They had long been built into a huge underground city. This gloomy underground city was the Blood Demon City, where the Blood Demon tribe was located. In the palace in the depths of the Blood Demon City, a tall and graceful figure was walking on the main road of the palace. She was wearing a black robe with a cloak and a veil. Only a pair of dark red eyes could be seen. On both sides of the wide black stone road, there was a demon warrior in black armor every 100 steps. They were standing solemnly with halberds in their hands. They were like stone statues. Seeing the black-robed woman walk by, the black-armored guards knelt down on one knee. They clenched their left fists and beat their chests. They saluted and said, "Princess." Without a doubt, this black-robed woman was the Blood Moon Princess. She ignored the black-armored guards on both sides of the road and walked straight to the end of the road. Then she stepped into a dark and cold palace. The palace was dark and gloomy. The air was filled with a cold demonic aura and a strong smell of blood. The seemingly spacious and lofty palace was like the netherworld. It was dead silent and filled with the smell of death. However, the Blood Moon Princess did not feel uncomfortable in this palace. Instead, she felt warm and intimate, as if she had returned to her hometown and entered her mother's embrace. She walked into the depths of the palace and stood outside a dark cloud. Then she bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Father." The black cloud was at least 100 meters in radius. It occupied a spacious hall and was constantly churning and surging. Along with the surging of the dark cloud, a rhythmic snoring sound could be heard. Then, gusts of cold wind gushed out. Hearing the voice of the Blood Moon Princess, the snoring sound in the dark cloud stopped abruptly. The dark palace quieted down. The dark cloud surged a few times. Suddenly, 2 scarlet-red lights lit up. The 2 scarlet-red lights were 3 meters in radius. They were actually a pair of huge eyes. The scarlet-red eyes and dark green pupils revealed a cold and indifferent aura that despised life. The huge bloody eyes looked at the Blood Moon Princess. A dull voice came from the dark cloud. "Blood Moon, my daughter, why did you come back at this time? Could it be that you and the High Priest failed and were driven out of the Star Ancient Realm by the Sky Pillar sect?" The Blood Moon Princess immediately explained, "Father, that is not the case. I came back this time to tell you a piece of good news. Our plan is about to succeed. The Tianjin sect was used by us and formed a blood feud with the Sky Pillar sect. Soon we will go to war. The High Priest hopes that Father can personally go to the Star Ancient Realm to take charge of the situation and welcome the return of the Demon Emperor." Hearing this, the huge dark cloud immediately collapsed and dissipated. A huge black beast that was 100 meters in length immediately appeared in the palace and was exposed in front of the Blood Moon Princess. This ferocious beast was as big as a hill. Its appearance was as thick and sturdy as a black bear. However, there were several rows of sharp spikes on its back. It also had 4 broad black wings. On its bloated belly, there were 8 thick legs and a bloody mouth full of sharp teeth. What a ferocious and terrifying monster. Chapter 358. As far back as the Blood Moon Infanta could remember, her father, the Blood Demon King, had an ugly and ferocious appearance. Moreover, she knew that when she reached the Sky Origin Realm and became a Demon King, her appearance wouldn't be much better than her father's. This was the fate of the Demon Clan. As they became stronger, their bodies would become uglier and more ferocious. The Blood Moon Infanta was already used to it, so when she saw her father's mountain-like body, she wasn't surprised or disgusted. Gurgle, gurgle. The Blood Demon King's huge and ugly body started to shrink rapidly, and black mist gushed out of it. In the blink of an eye, his body disappeared, and he became a 3-meter-tall giant with dark purple skin. The giant had a pair of beast-like feet, long red hair, and a body covered with thick purple hair. He looked like a dark purple gorilla. He wore a bone-tooth necklace around his neck and a black python skin apron around his waist. He sat on a throne made of skulls, and his body emitted a violent and bloodthirsty aura. He used a secret technique to hide his body and condensed it into a demon clan body. Although his body still looked barbaric and ugly, it still looked like a normal demon clan body. It wasn't as ferocious and terrifying as his original body. "Blood Moon, the news you brought back made your father very pleased. In the past few years, you helped the High Priest move in the ancient realm. You really got a lot of training and growth." The Blood Demon King's tone was filled with gratification and pride, and he was very satisfied with the Blood Moon Infanta's performance. The Blood Moon Infanta bowed and said, "Father, apart from this, I have an even more surprising news to tell you." "What news?" The Blood Demon King raised his eyebrows, and his scarlet eyes were filled with expectation. The Blood Moon Infanta smiled and said, "The Sky Pillar sect's master, Chu Tianxing, accepted a new personal disciple, and his name is Ji Tianxing. This kid is only 17 years old, but he grew rapidly in just a few months. He also destroyed our plans and killed many of our warriors. The High Priest unexpectedly found that this kid's body contained the soul of the godly sword." Hearing this news, The Blood Demon King's eyes turned red, and they flickered with a bloody light. Divine Sword Soul? Could it be the soul of Kenshin's sword? The Blood Moon Infanta nodded and said, "Yes." Haha. The Blood Demon King raised his head and laughed. His voice was as deep as a lion's roar. "That's great. This is an unexpected surprise, a huge surprise." After laughing for a while, the Blood Demon King finally calmed down. He clenched his fists and said in a low and solemn voice, "Very good. This king has worked hard for 100 years and finally found a clue to Kenshin. This king has been asleep for too long. It's time for me to reappear in this world and start a massacre. This time, I will personally lead the elite warriors to the ancient star realm to realize the great plan of our clan's revival. As long as I capture that human brat and obtain the soul of the divine sword, I will be able to learn all of Kenshin's secrets and find Kenshin's heavenly star bead. After His Majesty the Demon Emperor is born, this king will massacre the heavenly stellar region." The Blood Demon King laughed wildly, his tone full of anticipation and bloodthirst. Blood Moon Infanta also grinned and sneered silently. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ji Tianxing had been recuperating in the secret chamber for 5 days and 5 nights. His injuries were finally healed, and his strength had also returned to its peak state. On the morning of the 6th day, he finally ended his cultivation. After opening his eyes, Ji Tianxing sat on the icy jade bed and pondered silently. "Now that my injuries have healed and my strength has fully recovered, I have to go to the Dragon Mountain tomb and try to break the Tianyuan array. The situation in the ancient star realm is already so tense. The Tianjian sect has a grudge with our sect, and they will definitely come back to take revenge. The demon race is also so rampant. They must be trying to rescue the peerless demon that our sect is suppressing. I have to get the heavenly star bead as soon as possible and merge with the Kenshin bloodline. Only then can I have the ability to protect myself in such a chaotic situation." After making up his mind, Ji Tianxing left the secret chamber and bid farewell to the Elixir Elder. Seeing his injuries recover so quickly, the Elixir Elder was quite shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. The Elixir Elder originally thought that with his meticulous treatment, Ji Tianxing's injuries would heal in a month, and his strength would recover in 3 months. However, he didn't expect Ji Tianxing to heal his injuries in only 20 days, and his strength had also fully recovered. While the Elixir Elder was surprised, he also gave Ji Tianxing a bottle of top-grade black-level elixirs to help him stabilize his martial arts foundation and continue to heal his injuries. After leaving the Elixir Hall, Ji Tianxing rushed to the sky-raising palace on the Red Cloud Peak to meet his master, Chu Tianxing. Chu Tianxing had given a strict order that the Dragon Mountain Tomb's array was very profound and dangerous, and the sect's elders and deacons were not allowed to try to break it without permission. Therefore, Ji Tianxing had to get Chu Tianxing's approval if he wanted to try to break the ancient tomb's array. He waited for a moment in the sky-raising palace, and Chu Tianxing quickly entered the main hall and came to him. Chu Tianxing looked at him a few times, and his face was full of surprise. He said in shock, "Tianxing, you've only been recuperating for 20 days, and your injuries are already healed?" Ji Tianxing bowed and said, "Yes, master." "Well, very good." Chu Tianxing nodded with a gratified face and said with a smile, "Since your injuries have been healed, master is relieved. Tell me, why did you come to see master today?" Ji Tianxing's face was solemn, and he replied in a solemn tone, "Master, the Tianjian sect is now being used by the demon race, and their ambitions are clear as day. Although our sect is strong, it is difficult to guard against their schemes, and we must find ways to strengthen our defenses. Since discovering the Dragon Mountain tomb, Disciple has been studying the Tianyuan array with great concentration. I have consulted the Grand Elder many times and read all kinds of ancient books and information. After 2 months of hard work, Disciple has grasped the method to break the Tianyuan array. So, Disciple wants to try his best to see if I can break the Tianyuan array." Chu Tianxing frowned, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. "Tianxing, are you serious? That's the Tianyuan array, and even Master is helpless. How can you possibly find a way to break it?" Ji Tianxing said with a serious expression, Master, disciple has another fortuitous encounter that allowed me to comprehend the method to break the Tianyuan array. Please allow disciple to try to break the Tianyuan array. This matter was too shocking, and Chu Tianxing was slightly hesitant. He said in disbelief, Tianxing, if you want to break the Tianyuan array, you must have the strength of the Tianyuan stage. At the very least, you must be an origin core stage powerhouse to have the qualifications to try to break the Tianyuan array, and you, Ji Tianxing said in a firm tone, disciple has reached the perfection of the mystic comprehension stage, and my strength is comparable to a second-level origin core stage powerhouse. Chu Tianxing hesitated and frowned for a long time before he nodded and agreed to this matter. All right, Master will allow you to try once, but to be on the safe side and to avoid any accidents, Master will send Yunyao to go with you. Brothers, give me a few recommendation votes. Chapter 359. After receiving Chu Tianxing's order, Ji Tianxing took his leave. He immediately rushed to the White Cloud Hall to explain this matter to Yunyao. Yunyao was very shocked when she learned that he was going to crack the Dragon Mountain Ancient Tombs array. She found it unbelievable. However, when she saw Ji Tianxing's confident look, she had confidence and expectations in him. The two of them did not waste any time. They left the White Cloud Hall on their spirit cranes and rushed to Dragon Mountain. After arriving at Dragon Mountain, the two of them entered the mine halfway up the mountain. They followed the complicated mine tunnel and rushed to the depths of the underground. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the dilapidated ancient square and stopped outside the Tianyuan array. The five-colored light shield was still shining with a dazzling brilliance and exuding a majestic aura. Outer Sect Elder Chu Huaishan and several deacons were guarding the Dragon Mountain Ancient Tomb outside the Tianyuan array as usual. Seeing Ji Tianxing and Yunyao arrive, Chu Huaishan quickly walked to them and greeted them. Yunyao, Tianxing, why are the two of you here? Is there an order from the sect leader? Greetings, Elder Chu. Ji Tianxing and Yunyao bowed to Chu Huaishan. Ji Tianxing went straight to the point and said, Elder Chu, we are here to try to crack the ancient tomb's protective array. Chu Huaishan was stunned for a moment. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Tianxing, this Tianyuan array is extremely exquisite and unfathomable. He stopped halfway because he knew that Ji Tianxing must be aware of this as well. There was no need for him to say more. Therefore, he asked directly, Tianxing, does the sect leader know about this? Ji Tianxing nodded. I have already asked the sect leader. Chu Huaishan did not say anything else after receiving an affirmative answer. Ji Tianxing continued, Elder Chu, eldest senior sister, and I will try to crack the array. We will have to trouble Elder Chu and the deacons to protect us. No problem. Chu Huaishan nodded without hesitation. Then, Chu Huaishan turned and left the ruined square to explain the situation to the deacons. When everyone learned that Ji Tianxing was going to attempt to break the formation, they were both shocked and delighted. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. Soon, the deacons spread out and stood guard around the Tianyuan Grand Formation. Chu Huaishan stayed by Ji Tianxing and Yunyao's side to protect them. If there was a sudden emergency, he would come to their rescue. Ji Tianxing paced around the Tianyuan Grand Array. His sharp eyes observed the array and prepared to break it. Although he was already very familiar with this great formation, he had observed it many times before. But just in case, he had to carefully observe and study it again. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Ji Tianxing walked around the Tianyuan Grand Array and observed the entire array clearly. Then he began to break the array. This Tianyuan Grand Array uses a total of 5 Tianyuan Grand Array formations. From the derivation of the 5 elements, to the stabilization of the 6 directions, to the 7 stars of the Heavenly Dipper 7 stars, to the 8 extreme dragon lock, and to the 9 cauldrons of heaven and earth. The complexity increases with each step. I'll start with the derivation of the 5 elements. He analyzed it in his mind for a moment. Then he used his array formation skills. He continuously waved his palms and sent rays of true essence into the 5-colored light shield. He began to break the array. Legend has it that after heaven and earth were born, the power of the 5 elements evolved and formed all living things in the world. The derivation of the 5 elements, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It is an endless cycle. If a Tianyuan elite has already mastered the power of the 5 elements, he can use the power of the 5 elements to break the array and gradually break the derivation of the 5 elements. Unfortunately, I only mastered the power of metal and fire. I can only use fire to restrain metal, and then use metal to restrain wood. Ji Tianxing's clear and complete thoughts emerged in his mind. He used the power of the red flame primordial fire to break the array and restrain the power of metal in the derivation of the 5 elements. His expression was calm as he focused on the Tianyuan grand array. He waved his palms and made a special gesture to break the array. His expression was calm and steady. He seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. He did not hesitate at all. He had the demeanor of an array formation master. Yun Yao stood silently beside him. She stared at him. She felt that there was an invisible aura coming from him. Junior brother Tianxing is growing very quickly. He is becoming more and more like a powerful elite, she thought to herself. A hint of admiration flashed across her clear eyes. As time passed, Ji Tianxing waved his palms faster and faster. The power of the red flame primordial fire also became more and more violent. After an hour, he finally managed to restrain the power of metal. This is great. The array formation skills that Dragon Sun Basya taught me can indeed break the Tianyuan Grand Array. Although I am still far from breaking the derivation of the 5 elements, this is the first step to success. Reality proved that his array formation skills could break the Tianyuan Grand Array. This boosted his confidence. He was filled with excitement and anticipation. He did not hesitate to channel his metal elemental true essence into the array. He used his array formation skills to restrain the wood elemental energy. Soon, another hour had passed. The wood elemental energy in the array was also temporarily restrained. After this, Ji Tianxing still had to use water to restrain fire, wood to restrain earth, and earth to restrain water. He had not mastered the power of these 3 elements, but he had already prepared the corresponding materials to break the array. He took out 2 ice blue gemstones from his spatial ring and held them in his palms. These 2 gemstones were water spirit stones. They contained majestic and pure water elemental energy. Ji Tianxing channeled the elemental energy in the water spirit stones. He waved his palms and released an ice blue glow. It was indeed able to restrain the fire elemental energy in the array. Time passed silently. Yun Yao and Chu Huaishan watched Ji Tianxing break the array. The surprise in their eyes became more and more intense. Both of them could not believe that Ji Tianxing, who was only at the mystic comprehending realm, had such profound array formation skills. 6 hours later, Ji Tianxing finally completed the first step of breaking the 5 elements derivation array. He had achieved the effect of restraining the 5 elements. Next, he still had to complete the effect of the mutual generation of the 5 elements. He channeled his true essence again. He waved his palms and released an true essence glow. He used fire to produce earth, metal to produce water. Then he used the water spirit stones, earth spirit stones, and wood spirit stones to complete the step of mutual generation of the 5 elements. In this way, the 5 elements derivation array was completely under his control. The generation and restraint of the 5 elements were also under his control. Ji Tianxing spent another 4 hours manipulating the generation and restraint of the 5 elements derivation array. He finally reached the 3rd step of breaking the array, unifying it into one. Yun Yao and Chu Huaishan were both shocked when Yi Futian used his matrix breaking technique to gradually undo the 5 elements matrix and cause the power of the 5 elements to gradually dissipate. He actually succeeded. Ji Tianxing had actually broken the 5 elements derivation array and temporarily closed the array. This 5 elements derivation array was only a small part of the Tianyuan array. Ji Tianxing still needed to break 4 more arrays before he could truly break the Tianyuan array. Chapter 360. With Ji Tianxing's strength and means, he could not completely break the 5 elements derivation formation. He could only temporarily shut down the formation, which could be maintained for about 7 days. After 7 days, the 5 elements derivation formation would naturally resume operation. However, Yun Yao, Chu Huaishan, and the other deacons were shocked and incredulous that he could do this. While everyone was still in awe, Ji Tianxing had already stopped. He quickly sat on the ground and held a spirit stone in his hand to restore his true core strength. In the past 10 hours, he had continuously used his true core strength to break the formation. Not only had he consumed a lot of true core strength, but he was also very tired. Seeing this, Yun Yao immediately sat down in front of him and stretched out her hands to support his palms, transferring her true core strength to him. Originally, Ji Tianxing needed to cultivate for 6 to 8 hours and consume a spirit stone to restore his true core strength. However, with Yun Yao's help, his true core strength was restored after 4 hours. After he finished cultivating, Ji Tianxing nodded to Yun Yao and cast a grateful look at her. He continued to break the formation and began to break the second formation of the Tianyuan formation, the Big Dipper 7 Stars formation. Seeing this, Chu Huaishan suddenly frowned in confusion and asked subconsciously, "Tianxing, why did you break the Big Dipper 7 Stars formation first? Shouldn't you break the 6 Directions Stabilization formation next?" Not only Chu Huaishan, but the other deacons around the formation were also puzzled. Ji Tianxing quickly explained to Chu Huaishan, "Elder Chu, this Tianyuan formation uses the 5 elements formation very cleverly. The order of breaking the formation is also hidden in the heavenly mystery. If you break the 6 Directions Stabilization formation in order from easy to difficult, you will definitely detonate the formation and cause the ancient tomb and the entire Dragon Mountain to be destroyed." Chu Huaishan suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. "I see. Previously, I and the other elders had studied it for half a month. Although we had figured out several methods of setting up the array, we were unable to deduce the order of breaking the array. That was why we didn't dare to act rashly." Back in the ancient Star Palace, Ba Xia had reminded Ji Tianxing that the order of deciphering the Tianyuan Grand Formation was of utmost importance when he taught Ji Tianxing about the formation. Once there was a mistake in the order of breaking the formation, it would definitely lead to the most serious consequences. The formation would immediately self-destruct. Ji Tianxing kept this in mind and focused on studying, deducing, and rehearsing hundreds of times before he was certain that the order of breaking the formation would be accurate. The index and middle fingers of both of his hands joined together to form sword fingers, forming hand seals, constantly drawing arcs in the air, forming mysterious hand seals, shooting out beams of true essence brilliance. Streaks of true essence light entered the array and immediately produced a huge reaction, causing earth-shattering changes. The 5-colored light barrier within 1,000 meters immediately lit up with a soaring brilliance, forming 5-colored clouds within a radius of 10 miles. The entire Tianyuan Grand Formation also began to operate rapidly. Dense silver light spots appeared on the 5-colored light barrier. There were as many as 90,000 of them, like a vast sea of stars. Those silver light spots bloomed with dazzling starlight, reflecting on the 5-colored clouds above the formation. Suddenly, a dazzling, vast, and mysterious starry sky map appeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone looked up at the clouds and starry sky map in the sky, watching the 90,000 stars constantly moving, displaying the scene of stars changing positions. They were all dumbfounded, especially the deacons who had been obsessed with array Dao for half their lives, but had never touched the mysteries of the Tianyuan Grand Formation Dao. At this moment, they were trembling with excitement when they saw the mysteries of the Tianyuan 7 Stars array and the scene of stars changing positions. This is incredible! To be able to see such a magnificent array, I can die without regrets. This is definitely a miracle. Such an extraordinary array is not something that can be set up by humans. It's like a miracle. Ji Tianxing is only in the mystic comprehending realm, but his array Dao attainments are far beyond all of us. This really makes us feel ashamed. So, compared to a 17-year-old youth like him, our 100 years of life have all been wasted. It's a great fortune for our sect to have Ji Tianxing. The deacons were filled with excitement and emotion. They looked at the starry sky map with infatuation, their excitement overflowing with words. Previously, when everyone heard that Ji Tianxing was going to try to break the array, they were worried and apprehensive, fearing that he would make a mistake. After all, sect leader Chu Tianxing had solemnly said that the Tianyuan Grand Formation was incomparably profound. If there was any mistake in breaking the array rashly, it would cause irreversible consequences. The entire array and ancient tomb would self-destruct. Now, everyone had seen Ji Tianxing break the array with their own eyes. Looking at the magnificent starry sky map, all their worries and apprehensions dissipated and were replaced by shock and amazement. Even Yun Yao was shocked by the mysteriousness and vastness of the starry sky map. She stood beside Ji Tianxing and watched as he focused on breaking the formation. She saw that he was brimming with confidence and the aura of someone who could pass judgment on everything. She felt that he was even more precious and worthy of admiration. Compared to those flamboyant and arrogant young talents, Tianxing's calm, wise, confident, and reserved temperament is more admirable. If others could see him now, I wonder how many girls would fall in love with him and be charmed by him. As this thought flashed through Yun Yao's mind, the corners of her mouth curled up into a beautiful smile. Unknowingly, another 8 hours had passed. The colorful clouds that covered the sky and the vast starry sky map formed by 90,000 stars finally dissipated gradually. Ji Tianxing continuously shot out tens of thousands of true essence rays to break the array. He operated the Big Dipper 7 stars array thousands of times and finally closed the array temporarily. The Big Dipper 7 stars array was more profound and powerful than the 5 elements derivation array. Therefore, even if he tried his best, he could only temporarily close the array for 6 days. After Ji Tianxing stopped, his face was already pale, and bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His true essence was exhausted again, and he was extremely exhausted. He had to take out a spirit stone and sit down to recover his power. Yun Yao sat in front of him again and looked into his eyes. She pressed her palms together and helped him recover his power. After 6 hours, Ji Tianxing had recovered 80% of his power. He endured the physical and mental exhaustion and continued to break the Tianyuan Grand Formation. There are still 3 arrays to break, but I only have 6 days. This time, I will break the 6-direction stabilization array. Although Chu Huaishan and the other deacons were shocked and amazed by him breaking the Big Dipper 7 stars array again. However, Ji Tianxing knew very well that it would be more difficult to break the array later. Moreover, he was very pressed for time and could not relax at all. Chapter 361. Compared to the Big Dipper 7 stars formation, the 6-direction stabilization formation was slightly simpler. Ji Tianxing spent 8 hours to crack this formation. Of course, after cracking this formation, he was also exhausted. He used up all his true essence and was on the verge of collapsing. Even if he immediately cultivated and used spirit stones to recover his true essence, it would take at least 2 to 3 days to recover. After all, his mental strength was extremely weak, and his consciousness was a little blurry. Damn it! There are only 2 formations left, and I can't hold on anymore. I'm still not strong enough. Ji Tianxing was full of hatred and unwillingness. If his strength was above the origin core realm, he might be able to hold on for another 2 days, and it was very likely that he could completely crack the entire Big Dipper formation. But now, he could only sit on the ground and absorb the true essence from the spirit stones. Yun Yao looked at him with concern and asked gently, "Junior brother Tianxing, are you okay? Can you still hold on?" Ji Tianxing raised his head and looked at her. His gaze just happened to meet her clear eyes that were filled with worry. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ji Tianxing's mind. He looked at Yun Yao sincerely and asked in a serious tone, "Eldest senior sister, I want to ask you for a favor. I wonder if it's possible?" "Yes, go ahead." Yun Yao nodded without hesitation. She didn't hesitate at all. Ji Tianxing said seriously, "Eldest senior sister, I know that you're very talented in formations, so I want to ask you to help me crack the last 2 formations." "I'll help you crack the formations?" Yun Yao was stunned and could not believe it. "Junior brother Tianxing, it's not that I don't want to help, but I don't know how to crack the formations. If I rashly crack the formations, it will bring disaster." Ji Tianxing gave her an encouraging look and said with a smile, "It's okay, I can teach you how to crack the formations. I'll protect you from the side, and you can crack the formations." Yun Yao hesitated and thought about it. Junior brother Tianxing, did you just say that there are still 2 more formations to be broken? But there's only one left. Ji Tianxing shook his head and explained, there are indeed 2 formations left. One is the 8 Extreme Dragon Lock formation, and the other is the 9 Cauldrons Universe formation. 9 Cauldrons of the Universe? Yun Yao frowned, her eyes filled with shock and doubt. She wasn't the only one. Even Chu Huaishan had never heard of the 9 Cauldrons world's method of setting up formations. He was immediately filled with shock and disbelief. Yun Yao stared at Ji Tianxing and pondered silently. She knew in her heart that the method to break this formation was an incomparably precious secret technique. It could be said to be a priceless treasure. Generally speaking, anyone who grasped such a shocking secret technique would never reveal half a word of it to outsiders. Ji Tianxing actually wanted to pass on this kind of secret technique to her. Of course, he had incomparable trust in her and regarded her as someone he could entrust to him. This warmed Yun Yao's heart and made her feel a heavy responsibility on her shoulders. She couldn't bear to see Ji Tianxing disappointed, so she quickly nodded and agreed to this matter. All right, Tianxing, I'm willing to help you. After receiving her affirmative answer, Ji Tianxing felt relieved and a smile appeared on his pale face. Eldest senior sister, thank you. After that, Ji Tianxing sat cross-legged on a huge black rock and stared at the Tianyuan formation. He used his spiritual sense to transmit his voice to Yun Yao and taught her the method to break the 8 Extreme Dragon Lock formation. Yun Yao was indeed the #1 genius in the Tianshan region. Her talent in formations was also outstanding. She understood the method to break the formation that Ji Tianxing taught her as soon as she heard it. Moreover, she was able to draw inferences and understand the profound meaning and mystery of the method to break the formation. In just a short hour, she had firmly memorized the method to break the 8 Extreme Dragon Lock formation in her heart. Then she stretched out her palms and drew mysterious lines and gestures. She constantly sent out rays of true essence light into the Tianyuan formation. Her face was solemn as she stared at the Tianyuan formation attentively. Her body exuded a confident and powerful aura. When she injected her true essence into the formation and used the method to break it, the light shield within a kilometer radius soared with white light and turned into a white fog that covered the sky. In the white fog that covered a radius of 10 miles, a few golden dragon-shaped phantoms appeared and flew around the formation at an extremely fast speed. There were a total of 8 golden dragons. Each of them was lifelike and hundreds of meters long. Their bodies were as huge as mountains and exuded a sacred and mighty domineering aura. The 8 dragons flew back and forth. They didn't seem to be connected to each other and didn't crowd together. However, there was an invisible connection between them that formed an invisible protective layer that protected the entire formation. As the 8 divine dragons danced in the air, the formation began to circulate rapidly as well, creating a terrifying hurricane that spread out in all directions. The sand and stones on the ground were blown into the air and dust filled the sky. Yun Yao stood in the wind and used the method to break the formation with a solemn expression. Her eyes were also firm and extremely solemn. Ji Tianxing sat beside her and observed the reaction of the formation with his sharp eyes. He saw all the changes in the formation. Every few breaths, he would transmit his voice to Yun Yao and recite the incantation. He taught her the method to break the formation very carefully and made sure that she didn't make any mistakes or deviations. As time passed, the 8 dragons flew faster and faster. The hurricane around the formation also became more and more violent. After a full 16 hours, the 8 divine dragon phantoms gradually dissipated, and the raging hurricane finally dissipated. At this time, the 8 Extreme Dragon Lock formation was finally broken by Yun Yao. It was temporarily closed for 5 days. Yun Yao stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. She turned her head and looked at Ji Tianxing. Both of them showed a tacit smile as if they had a tacit understanding. She rested for 4 hours. After her true essence recovered, she started to break the last 9 Cauldrons universe under Ji Tianxing's guidance. This formation was the most profound, exquisite, and unpredictable. It was also the most difficult to break. Yun Yao listened attentively to Ji Tianxing's voice transmission. She was fully focused on breaking the formation. She really went all out and used all of her strength and spirit. After 2 hours, the 9 cauldrons universe formation was activated. In the sky within a radius of 1,000 meters, 9 giant cauldrons appeared. Every giant cauldron was like a mountain. They emitted a majestic and heavy aura that could suppress heaven and earth. Ji Tianxing looked at the formation with a solemn expression and kept reciting the incantation. Yun Yao's reaction was extremely fast. Her strength was also more powerful. She actually started to break the formation successfully. Moreover, her tacit understanding with Ji Tianxing became deeper and deeper. Gradually, they formed a kind of telepathic connection. After a whole day, Yun Yao also exhausted her true essence. Her spirit was weak. At this time, the 9 giant cauldron phantoms finally disappeared. The 9 cauldrons universe formation was broken. It was temporarily closed for 4 days. Although Yun Yao's face was as pale as paper and her spirit was weak, she was very excited and excited. We did it. We really broke the Tianyuan formation. Chapter 362. Ji Tianxing had been waiting for this day for too long. A few months ago, before he entered the Sky Pillar sect, the burial of heaven told him that he had to obtain the heavenly star pearl if he wanted to break through the shackles of his innate talent. For this reason, he went through hardships and dangers and investigated from many places. He finally found the result and concluded that the heavenly star pearl was in this ancient tomb. In the end, he was not strong enough and could only decipher 3 formations. Fortunately, he had Yun Yao's help. Under her teachings and guidance, he was able to decipher the last 2 formations. The process was really full of ups and downs and dangerous twists and turns. Ji Tianxing looked at the heaven origin grand formation that was dimly lit and wide open. He could not help but sigh emotionally. Although Yun Yao was just like him, exhausted and physically weak, she knew that she had to understand. But she understood the urgency of the matter, and now was not the time to relax. Tianxing, the ancient tomb's guardian formation is finally open. Let's go in quickly. Ji Tianxing nodded and hurriedly stood up and walked side by side with her towards the ancient tomb. The 2 of them arrived at the edge of the ancient tomb and stepped onto the cold black stone path. Swoosh! In the empty air, 2 mysterious white lights flashed and disappeared immediately. The 2 of them did not feel anything unusual. They walked carefully on the ancient black stone path and walked towards the huge stone tablet at the end of the path. At this moment, Chu Huaishan rushed over and said with a worried face, "Tianxing, Yun Yao, wait a moment. You've exhausted too much energy earlier and are very weak. If there's any danger in the ancient tomb, I'm afraid something will happen. I'll go in with you and protect you if anything happens." Chu Huaishan stepped onto the black stone path as he spoke and was about to follow Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. However, at this moment, a mysterious white light flashed in the dark sky with a swoosh. With a muffled bang, Chu Huaishan was sent flying by the mysterious white light. Even though he was at the 7th level of the origin core stage or above, he was still sent flying by the mysterious white light and spat out a mouthful of blood before crashing into the plaza 100 meters away. Everyone was stunned when they saw this, and they all revealed worried and puzzled expressions. What's going on? Why was Elder Chu sent flying? Hasn't the Grand Tianyuan formation been broken? Why is it able to send people flying? Just now, Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing were fine when they went in, but Elder Chu was sent flying when he went in. There's something strange about this formation. The deacons discussed among themselves in bewilderment. They hurried over to Chu Huaishan and helped him up from the ground to check on his injuries. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao also stopped and turned to look at Chu Huaishan. Their eyes were filled with worry and concern. Seeing that Chu Huaishan was only slightly injured, the 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief. Ji Tianxing frowned and thought for a moment. He immediately guessed the reason. He explained to Chu Huaishan and the other deacons, "Elder Chu, deacons, I know what's going on. The design of this Grand Tianyuan formation is very mysterious. We can't completely break it. We can only temporarily close it for a few days, but the power of the formation is still there. Yun Yao and I broke the formation by ourselves, so we can enter without any problems. Those who didn't participate in breaking the formation can't enter the formation. Hearing his explanation, everyone's expression changed. They started to whisper to each other. No way. This Grand Tianyuan formation is so powerful? It can still maintain its original power after being broken? The formation can recognize people? Only those who participated in breaking the formation can enter. Those who didn't participate will be sent flying. Isn't this too amazing? Today is an eye-opener for me. I've seen the wonders of the top Grand Tianyuan formation. I have no regrets in life. Although Elder Chu and the other deacons found it unbelievable, they all nodded to show that they understood. They wouldn't act rashly again. They were all guarding the entrance of the formation. Watching Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao enter the ancient tomb, they prayed silently for them. Please don't let anything happen to them. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao stepped on the 5-meter-wide ancient stone path and walked toward the stone tablet at the end. This wide black stone path was paved with many 5-meter-long, 10-kilogram black boulders. It exuded a solemn aura. There were 18 steps at the end of the stone path. The two of them walked up the steps and came to a high platform with a radius of 100 meters. At the center of this high platform stood a black stone tablet that was 1,000 meters tall, towering between heaven and earth. Such a huge stone tablet was rarely seen in the world. Moreover, the edges of the stone tablet were very neat, as if it had been cut in half by a sharp sword. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao couldn't imagine what kind of skills the powerhouse who built the ancient tomb had to be able to set up such a huge stone tablet here. The stone tablet exuded a desolate and solemn aura. The mottled lines on its surface showed the traces of thousands of years of wind and frost. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao looked up at the stone tablet and saw a row of big words engraved on it. Every stroke of the words was 3 fingers deep into the stone. The strokes were as sharp as a sword, revealing a peerless sword intent that was as cold and arrogant as a sword. There was an ancient saying that the words reflected the person. From the words written by a person, one could see the person's nature, temperament, and breadth of mind. Ji Tianxing was able to sense from the words on the stone tablet that the person who inscribed these words was surely a peerless expert that looked down upon all living beings, and the person's disposition was cold, arrogant, and fierce. At this time, Yun Yao observed for a moment and recognized the 6 big words on the stone tablet. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, "The tomb of Master Kenshin." Her face suddenly changed. Her eyes were full of doubt and shock. The tomb of Kenshin? How could this ancient tomb at the foot of Dragon Mountain be the tomb of Kenshin? Ji Tianxing looked at her calmly and asked, "Eldest senior sister, you recognize the words on this tablet? You've even heard of Kenshin?" Yun Yao looked at him deeply. Seeing his calm expression, it was obvious that he already knew the secret of this ancient tomb. She vaguely guessed something and nodded. The name of Kenshin is known to all the ancient forces and powerhouses of the Tianxian continent. In the era 1,000 years ago, Kenshin was the most outstanding and dazzling of all the powerhouses in the world. Even the imperial court of Middle State 1,000 years ago had to be courteous to Kenshin. They even had to ask him for help. How could such a godlike powerhouse be buried here? Ji Tianxing listened silently. Seeing that she recognized the words from 1,000 years ago and knew the legends of Kenshin, he analyzed some things in his heart. Eldest senior sister is the #1 genius of the Tianxian region, the head disciple of our sect, but no one has ever mentioned her family or background. It's like she appeared out of thin air. I've guessed before that eldest senior sister's background is not simple. Now it seems that I've guessed right. She actually knows the legends from 1,000 years ago. She even knows the relationship between Kenshin and the imperial court of Middle State. It's very likely that she was born in an ancient and mysterious family. Of course, these were only his guesses. He couldn't come to a conclusion yet. Chapter 363. Yun Yao stared at the small characters at the bottom left of the tombstone and studied them carefully. After a while, she recognized the ancient characters and murmured in a low voice, "Established by the unfilial disciple Emperor Yi." From the looks of it, this ancient tombstone was erected by Emperor Yi for his master, Kenshin. The entire tomb was probably built by Emperor Yi as well. She frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. The doubt in her eyes deepened. Junior brother Tianxing, this tomb is a little strange. There's something wrong with it. Ji Tianxing stared at her and said calmly, please enlighten me, eldest senior sister. Yun Yao glanced at him with a strange expression and said in a playful tone, Tianxing, you should know more about this tomb and Kenshin than I do, right? Ji Tianxing's expression changed slightly and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He quickly shook his head and denied, eldest senior sister, I really don't know anything about the past and legends from 1,000 years ago. Tianxing, you're not being honest. Yun Yao rolled her beautiful eyes and glared at him with slight anger. Ji Tianxing was stunned when he saw her coquettish look and expression. His heart skipped a beat. He had never thought that the fairy who had always been cold, aloof, and otherworldly would actually act like an ordinary girl and show such an intimate and natural side in front of him. No matter how steady his temperament was, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this moment. After all, with his intelligence, how could he not understand what this meant? When he came back to his senses, Ji Tianxing nodded at her and revealed an embarrassed smile. He explained, all right, eldest senior sister, your eyes are as sharp as torches. I really can't hide it from you. I admit that ever since I discovered the Dragon Mountain tomb, I've been studying the tomb's formation and investigating Kenshin's legends and deeds. I've been looking for Kenshin's relics. That thing is very important to me. The devil race has also been looking for that thing all this time. That's why I'm so anxious and don't dare to waste time. Hearing his words, Yun Yao's clear eyes revealed a touch of gentleness. She gazed into his eyes and said sincerely, Tianxing, from the moment you taught me how to break the formation, I knew that you completely trusted me. Thank you. No matter what, I will help you find that thing. You are also one of the people I trust the most. At this moment, the two of them stared into each other's eyes. Their gentle and sincere gazes even contained a hint of hazy emotions. Although the two of them didn't point it out and didn't say a single word, the two of them had a tacit understanding. Everything was understood without words. At that moment, Chu Huaishan's worried voice came from the entrance of the formation. Tianxing, Yun Yao. Are you guys okay? If there is any danger, you must withdraw in time. Don't put yourself in danger. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were immediately awakened. Yun Yao quickly turned her head away and pretended to continue observing the ancient tombstone. However, Ji Tianxing caught a glimpse of her cute and sparkling earlobes, which were covered with a layer of red. He wanted to laugh in his heart, but he held it in. He quickly waved his hand at Chu Huaishan outside the formation and replied, Elder Chu, don't worry. We know what to do. At the entrance of the formation, several deacons exchanged glances and were whispering to each other. Elder Chu, you're not being kind. That's right. They were looking at each other affectionately and were about to embrace each other intimately. If you shout like that, they might hate you. Tianxing and Yun Yao are a match made in heaven. They are the golden boy and jade girl of our sect. We old guys can see that in the entire Tianxin region, only Tianxing is worthy of Yun Yao. This is recognized by everyone. Elder Chu, don't make trouble. Several deacons were criticizing and mocking Chu Huaishan. His old face was a little embarrassed, and his dark face was flushed red. He turned his head and glared at the deacons. He said angrily, Do you think I don't know what you're talking about? But what is this place? It's a 1,000-year-old ancient tomb. Tianxing and Yun Yao are standing on someone's tombstone and flirting with each other. Is this appropriate? Besides, the ancient tomb is so dangerous. If they get distracted and something happens to them, how are we going to explain it to the sect leader? The deacons didn't say anything. They either looked down at the ground as if they were counting ants, or looked up at the sky as if they were looking at the stars. Chu Huaishan glared at them again. Then, he turned his head and looked into the ancient tomb. He continued to stare at Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao, afraid that something would happen to them. At this time, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao walked around the ancient tombstone, but they didn't find any clues. The two of them walked down the high platform and continued to walk into the depths of the ancient tomb. Behind the ancient tombstone was an arched mausoleum. This mausoleum covered an area of a few hundred square meters. It was as huge as a palace. It was upside down on the ground in a semicircle and was made of huge black stones. The two of them walked along the wide stone path towards the mausoleum and whispered to each other. Eldest senior sister, you said that there is something wrong with this Kenshin tomb. Do you have any evidence? Ji Tianxing had asked the burial of heaven before. Of course, he knew that this ancient tomb was not a real Kenshin tomb. However, when he saw that Yun Yao also said that there was something wrong with this ancient tomb, he was curious and wanted to ask her about it. Yun Yao explained calmly, Kenshin was a powerhouse who was above all mortals. He disappeared 1,000 years ago. Legend has it that he left the Tianxian continent and went to a wider world to pursue the peak of martial arts. There are also legends that say that he met with a calamity and died 1,000 years ago. However, no matter what happened to Kenshin, it is impossible for his tomb to appear here. The ancient Star Realm and the Tianxian region are just a small place compared to the vast Tianxian continent. Ji Tianxing listened carefully and nodded. That's right. Eldest senior sister, what you said makes a lot of sense. By the way, have you heard of Renhuang Yi who built this ancient tomb? Renhuang Yi? Yun Yao frowned slightly and shook her head. I've never heard of him. Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and did not pursue the matter. Let's not talk about those legendary figures from 1,000 years ago. Let's first figure out how to enter this mausoleum. He and Yun Yao walked to the ancient tomb and stared at the black mausoleum that was like a palace, carefully examining it. This mausoleum was like a huge black bowl that was upside down. There was no door or passageway. Every black boulder was tightly sealed. There was not a single gap between them. At first glance, the entire mausoleum was a complete piece. Other than the boulder that was broken through, there was no entrance at all. Ji Tianxing frowned and said with a serious expression, when Renhuang Yi built this Kenshin mausoleum, he did not leave an entrance or passageway. It seems that we have to think of another way. Yun Yao nodded and took out 2 talismans from her spatial ring. Chapter 364. Heaven origin stage experts who controlled the power of the 5 elements had the ability to fly and burrow into the ground. They could condense wings with true essence and fly in the sky. They could use earth element true essence to burrow into the depths of the ground as if they were walking on flat ground. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao did not have the strength of heaven origin stage, so they could not fly or burrow into the ground. However, the two of them could use earth escape talismans of high-grade profound grade to have the ability to burrow into the ground for a short period of time. When the two of them poured their true essence into the earth escape talisman, the talisman immediately ignited with earthy yellow flames and turned into black ash. Swoosh! A dark yellow true essence light immediately enveloped Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao, condensing into a 3-meter-long sharp shuttle and enveloping the two of them. Tianxing, follow me. Yun Yao used her spiritual sense to warn Ji Tianxing. Then, she took the lead in controlling the dark yellow sharp shuttle and burrowed into the ground. Ji Tianxing also quickly controlled the sharp shuttle and followed her into the depths of the ground. The dark yellow sharp shuttle was condensed from the power of the Earth Escape Talisman. It was called the Earth Escape Shuttle. The Earth Escape Shuttle contained boundless Earth element energy. Any rock or soil that came into contact with the Earth Escape Shuttle would automatically disperse and expand outwards. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao controlled the Earth Escape Shuttle and moved forward underground like fish swimming in water. They did not find it difficult or exhausting. After 100 breaths of time, the two of them had burrowed 100 meters underground. At this time, Yun Yao used her spiritual sense to investigate the situation 50 meters around them. Then she led Ji Tianxing towards the north. The two of them controlled the Earth Escape Shuttle and slowly passed through the walls of the mausoleum made of huge black rocks. Finally, they entered the interior of the mausoleum. Bang! The 2 Earth Escape Shuttles dissipated at the same time. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao's figures appeared and landed in a pitch-black passage without any light. Ji Tianxing's spiritual sense could only cover a radius of 10 meters. Yun Yao's strength was higher, so her spiritual sense was also more powerful. She could investigate a radius of 50 meters. The two of them quickly saw that the pitch-black tunnel under their feet was one of the tunnels in the mausoleum. The passage was more than 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. The ground and walls were made of black boulders, and the air was stuffy and dry. Tianxing, the air in the tomb hasn't circulated for thousands of years. It's very harmful to the body. Be careful. Yun Yao held her breath and told Ji Tianxing through her holy sense. Ji Tianxing responded and followed behind her, following the passage into the depths of the darkness. The passageway was 100 meters long. The two of them walked more than 100 steps before reaching the end of the passageway. Fortunately, there were no traps or hidden weapons in the passage, so the two of them did not encounter any danger. Ji Tianxing thought to himself, this mausoleum is protected by the grand formation of Tianyuan, so it's extremely safe. There's no need to set up any traps or hidden weapons in the mausoleum. After all, how can a person who can break the grand formation of Tianyuan be stopped by some hidden weapons? Yun Yao walked in front and used her holy sense to cover an area of 50 meters around them. She was focused on investigating the situation. There were 2 forks at the end of the passageway. She stood at the forks and pondered for a moment. Then she led Ji Tianxing into the right passageway. The two of them continued to move forward along the black passageway. Not long after, they encountered another crossroad and several forks in the road. The inside of the mausoleum was filled with crisscrossing passageways. It was as complicated and difficult to distinguish as a maze. Although there were no traps or hidden weapons in the passageways, the mausoleum formed by the passageways was like a maze. It made people dizzy and unable to distinguish north from south. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao shuttled through the passageways. Every time they walked a certain distance, they would stop and analyze for a while. These passageways contain the effects of an illusory formation. They formed an extremely complicated mausoleum. Relying on his unfathomable attainments in array Dao, Ji Tianxing analyzed it a few times and gradually found a way to crack it. About 2 hours later, he successfully found the only correct passageway among the hundreds of passageways. He led Yun Yao into a dark and empty hall. This was a hall with a radius of 100 meters. It was pitch black without any light. The air was stuffy and dead silent. The floor of the hall was square and paved with black slabs. 4 statues of strange beasts stood in the 4 corners of the hall. Each statue of a strange beast was 10 meters tall. The carvings were lifelike and ferocious, revealing a majestic aura. The green tomb guardian divine beast in the eastern corner looked like a spirit deer with antlers. However, its face and mouth were like that of a fierce tiger. The tomb guardian divine beast in the western corner was dark gold. It had the body of a lion but the head of a human. The tomb guardian beasts at the north and south corners of the walls were a 3-headed flood dragon, and the other was a giant, bat-like bird with wings. Ji Tianxing could see that these 4 strange beast statues were related to ancient myths. They were the legendary tomb guardian divine beasts. They could protect the safety of the mausoleum, adjust the luck of the wind and water, and protect the tomb owner in the next life. The dome of the hall was round, like a huge black disc. Ji Tianxing saw that the layout of the hall was round on top and round on the bottom. He immediately concluded that this should be the main tomb chamber. After all, this kind of layout was in line with the ancient people's understanding of heaven and earth. Ji Tianxing withdrew his gaze from the dome and lowered his head to look at the middle of the hall. His spiritual sense was less than 10 meters away. He took out an egg-sized moonstone from his interspatial ring to illuminate the darkness ahead. With the weak light of the moonstone, he immediately saw a huge stone statue standing in the middle of the hall. Although the light was dim, he could only vaguely see the outline of the statue. However, he still caught a glimpse of it. It was a human statue. It was very majestic and solemn. Eldest senior sister, let's go and take a look. Be careful. Ji Tianxing held the moonstone in his hand and walked toward the huge statue with Yun Yao. The two of them held their breaths and walked silently to the bottom of the statue. They looked at it closely. They saw that this huge stone statue, which was 10 meters tall, was carved with a tall, handsome, and dignified young man. The statue was carved meticulously and lifelike. The man's facial features and expression could be clearly seen. The young man was wearing a white robe and a golden battle robe that dragged on the ground. His face was handsome and tall. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His aura was extraordinary. He stood proudly above the clouds and looked down at all living beings with cold eyes. His body exuded a fierce and domineering aura. The index and middle fingers of his hands were closed together and he made a mysterious sword gesture. His left hand pointed to the sky and his right hand pointed to the ground. He was like a god descending from the ninth heaven. Although he didn't carry a sword, he made a sword gesture with both hands and emitted a terrifying sword intent that covered the sky and tore the sky. It was as if everything in the world was under his control and turned into his divine weapon for him to use. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao looked up at the statue and deeply felt the terrifying sword intent. They felt a chill all over their bodies and a strong fear and awe appeared in their hearts. Chapter 365. The huge statue had stood in the dark hall for thousands of years. Although the surface of the statue was covered in a thick layer of dust and looked very dark, it still could not hide the white-robed man's soaring sword intent and domineering aura. Ji Tianxing looked up at the statue and observed it for a moment. Then he said to Yun Yao telepathically, "Eldest senior sister, if I'm not wrong, this should be the Kenshin statue." Yun Yao nodded and said with some emotion, "It's just a statue, but it has such a peerless demeanor and domineering aura. This person should be the Kenshin without a doubt. I wonder what level of martial arts Kenshin reached in his prime? The path of martial arts is long and endless. What kind of world is above heaven's origin?" Her voice was full of longing and fascination. She was full of fantasies and longing for the pinnacle of martial arts. After all, she was not only a cold fairy, but also a proud woman who was determined to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. Ji Tianxing had the same thought. He had many wild thoughts about the level above heaven's origin. The two of them were silent for a moment. Then Yun Yao said in a serious tone, "Tianxing, we have rashly broken into the Kenshin mausoleum. This is a little rude. We have offended the senior Kenshin." Ji Tianxing nodded and said calmly, "Kenshin is the sage of our race and the owner of the mausoleum. Let's pay our respects." Thus, the two of them bowed to the statue of the sword god and bowed to show their respect. Just as the two of them bowed, the originally simple and unadorned statue of the sword god suddenly began to shake. As the sword god's statue shook more and more violently, the dust that covered the statue all fell down, causing smoke and dust to swirl in the hall. The rock on the surface of the statue cracked and countless pieces of rock fell down. Kachat, kachat. With a crisp shattering sound, the entire Kenshin statue quickly crumbled into a pile of rubble. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were both shocked. They immediately retreated 20 meters away and looked at the collapsing statue in confusion. The shaking and collapse of the Kenshin statue caused a huge commotion, shaking the entire hall. For a moment, muffled rumbling sounds echoed in the spacious hall, as if the entire hall was about to collapse. How could this be? We didn't touch the Kenshin statue, nor did we trigger any traps. How did the Kenshin statue suddenly collapse? Tianxing, look at the shoulder of the statue. Yun Yao suddenly noticed a dazzling golden light shining from the shoulder of the crumbling Kenshin statue. Ji Tianxing looked up and saw an even more dazzling golden light after the stone carving on the shoulder of the statue shattered. The originally pitch-black hall was immediately illuminated by the dazzling golden light, reflecting the smoke and dust that filled the air, fluttering in the air like goose feather snowflakes. Ji Tianxing was surprised. He stared at the increasingly dazzling golden light and gradually saw the appearance of the golden light. Eldest senior sister, that golden light seems to be a cloak. Yun Yao also stared at the golden light for a moment. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in her eyes. Could that be the battle robe worn by the Kenshin? As the rocks on the statue continued to collapse and fall, the golden light became more and more dazzling. After 100 breaths, the entire statue collapsed and turned into rubble and dust. At this moment, the dazzling golden light finally began to fade and gradually dimmed. Swoosh! A 2-meter-long dark golden battle robe appeared above the rubble and floated in the air. The appearance of the battle robe was very delicate. Not only was there a pattern of 2 divine dragons soaring in the clouds, but there was also a pattern of a circle of silver stars. A pair of dark golden horns protruded from the shoulders of the battle robe. The knot of the battle robe was also a silver chain of stars. Although the battle robe had been sealed in the statue for thousands of years, it still looked as good as new and as complete as before. The battle robe floated in the air, flashing with a hazy golden light and emitting a majestic and domineering aura. It was like a command flag that commanded the world. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao stared at the battle robe and discussed secretly through voice transmission. I didn't expect that the Kenshin statue actually hid a battle robe. It seems that the battle robe was about to break out of the seal and cause the Kenshin statue to collapse. Could this golden battle robe be a relic of the Kenshin? What grade of treasure is this? It's so strange. We didn't do anything. Why did this battle robe appear by itself? Just as the two of them were discussing with confusion, the golden battle robe turned into a golden stream of light and flew over with a swoosh. The golden stream of light was like a lightsaber, heading straight for Ji Tianxing. It was as fast as lightning. Before the stream of light arrived in front of him, he could already feel the extremely sharp sword intent and energy. He instinctively retreated to avoid it. Yun Yao's expression also changed. She hurriedly pulled him to the corner of the wall. Tianxing, get out of the way. However, the golden stream of light was too fast. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao couldn't avoid it at all with their strength. Just as Ji Tianxing turned and ran, the golden stream of light enveloped his body with an unstoppable force. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing was enveloped by the golden stream of light. His body immediately stiffened and froze on the spot. He couldn't move at all. Yun Yao was full of worry and anxiety, but there was nothing she could do. Just as she reached out to pull Ji Tianxing, she was knocked back a few steps by the golden stream of light. Her body was numb and stiff, and she couldn't use any of her strength. Fortunately, the golden stream of light that enveloped Ji Tianxing quickly dissipated. With a swoosh, the golden stream of light instantly disappeared into his body. Then he appeared on the spot, unscathed. There was no injury on his body at all. He came to his senses and hurriedly checked his body's condition. He found that he wasn't injured at all. Even the circulation of his true essence was unimpeded. It was as if nothing had happened just now. What's going on? It's too strange. Ji Tianxing frowned and muttered. He hurriedly looked at Yun Yao. Senior sister, are you okay? Are you hurt? Yun Yao stared at him. Her eyes were surging with splendor. She was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses. Junior brother Tianxing. Kenshin's battle robe actually recognized you as its master. Yun Yao's eyes were full of excitement. Her pretty face revealed a strong expression of disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Ji Tianxing's expression also changed. He hurriedly turned his head to look at his shoulders. Sure enough, the Kenshin battle robe was on him. It fit his body perfectly. He was wearing the Kenshin battle robe. There was a dark golden horn on each of his shoulders. A silver star chain was tied into a dead knot around his neck. As he turned around and twisted his body, the wide dark golden battle robe swayed gently. It flickered with a faint golden light and released a majestic aura. Chapter 366. Ji Tianxing was wearing the Kenshin battle robe and couldn't see his own appearance. Although he was shocked, he didn't feel much. But Yun Yao saw it clearly. Her beautiful eyes stared at him, and her heart surged. In her eyes, Ji Tianxing's current appearance was at least 70% similar to Kenshin. The only difference between him and Kenshin was that he didn't have Kenshin's arrogance and domineering aura. But Yun Yao believed that this was only temporary. Many years later, when Ji Tianxing also grew into a peak powerhouse, he would also have the demeanor and bearing of a powerhouse. Ji Tianxing walked a few steps and shook the Kenshin battle robe on his body. He didn't feel any discomfort. With his experience and knowledge, he couldn't recognize the material and manufacturing method of the battle robe, nor could he tell what grade of treasure it was. This battle robe was extremely heavy and powerful, but it was as light as a feather when he wore it. Seeing that Yun Yao was still staring at him as if she was looking at a perfect work of art, he walked to Yun Yao and asked gently, "Eldest senior sister, what are you looking at?" Yun Yao stretched out her slender hands and straightened his collar. A gentle smile appeared in her eyes as she joked, "Tianxing, you look like Kenshin when you wear this battle robe." No wonder the battle robe appeared and recognized you as its master. I'm afraid you have a deep relationship with Kenshin. Ji Tianxing touched his chin and smiled embarrassedly. Eldest senior sister, don't joke with me. How can I be compared to Kenshin? I'm probably lucky enough to be recognized by this battle robe. After all, this battle robe is for men. Between the two of us, I'm the only one suitable for it. Yun Yao nodded and continued, the battle robe has already recognized you as its master. No matter what kind of peerless treasure it is, you can control it now. It's just that you can't use its full power. This battle robe was left behind by Kenshin. It must have extraordinary effects. You can try it out. The battle robe fused into Ji Tianxing's body and fused with his soul. With a thought, he put away the battle robe. With another thought, the battle robe appeared on his body out of thin air. He then activated his true essence and poured it into his battle robe. The battle robe immediately lit up with a dazzling golden light, fluttering in the wind. Crash! As his battle robe fluttered, his feet gradually left the ground, and he actually flew into the air. When he tried to increase the power of his true essence and control the rhythm of his battle robe, he was actually able to fly forward in midair. Seeing this scene, Yun Yao was not surprised at all. She murmured in a gratified tone, "It's really amazing. This should be one of the effects of the Kenshin battle robe." Ji Tianxing circled twice in midair before he suppressed his excitement and landed beside Yun Yao. Great! The Kenshin battle robe can also carry me in flight. It will be much more convenient for me to travel in the future. This reminded him of Yun Yao's hairpin. It could turn into a pair of wind and fire wings to carry people in flight. Its effect was very mysterious. Yun Yao reminded him a few more times and asked him to try other effects of the battle robe. Ji Tianxing poured his true essence into the battle robe again. With a light flick, the battle robe slashed out a few golden light blades. Bang, bang, bang. With a muffled sound, a few huge gullies were created on the rocky ground, and soil and stones splattered everywhere. He was both excited and satisfied that such a casual attack had such powerful power. He studied it for a while, but he was not strong enough to discover more effects. He could only give up. By the way, senior sister, I saw a pool behind the statue just now. Yun Yao immediately raised her eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Pool? When we came in just now, I used my spiritual sense to investigate. There was no pool." "Let's go and take a look," Ji Tianxing said as he led Yun Yao into the depths of the main hall. The two of them had only walked 100 steps when they saw a square black pool on the flat ground. The pool was filled with light green water. It was motionless and had no signs of life. In the middle of the pool, there was a huge grayish-white lotus leaf floating. There was a bowl-sized lotus bud on the lotus leaf. The lotus bud was tightly curled up. It was also grayish-white and faintly exuded a mysterious aura. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao stood by the pool and looked at it keenly. Yun Yao frowned and asked doubtfully, "That's strange. I didn't find a pool here before. Did it appear after the Kenshin statue collapsed?" Ji Tianxing looked at the four sides of the pool. There were traces of stone slabs moving and rubbing against each other. He nodded and said, "The pool must have opened after the statue collapsed and triggered some mechanism." "Senior sister, look at the lotus leaf and the flower bud in the pool. Don't you think it's a little strange?" Yun Yao stared at the lotus leaf and the flower bud for a moment and nodded. "It's indeed strange. The lotus leaf and the flower bud seem to be carved out of stone. There are no roots below them, but they can float on the water. I'm afraid there's something strange about the clear water in this pool." Ji Tianxing walked to the side of the pool and released his spiritual sense to explore the pool. However, he found that the pool water could block the spiritual sense and he could not see the situation in the pool at all. He was about to observe the lotus leaf in the pool closely when a golden light suddenly appeared in the pool. The golden light appeared in the depths of the pool and disappeared in a flash. The golden light was refracted by the pool water, but hundreds of golden lights appeared. It was very dazzling. Suddenly, a muffled rumbling sound came from the bottom of the pool. The whole pool trembled slightly. With their previous experience, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao immediately guessed something and retreated away from the pool. Sure enough, a whirlpool suddenly appeared in the pool that was originally motionless. The light blue pool water was swallowed and swept away by the whirlpool. The water level was dropping rapidly. In just 10 breaths, more than half of the pool water was swallowed, and the bottom was about to be seen. The strange thing was that the grayish-white lotus leaf and the flower bud were still floating in the air and did not move at all. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao stared at the lotus leaf and the flower bud. They felt more and more strange. Soon, 100 breaths passed. The pool water was completely swallowed up. The pool became a dark and deep pit. No more sounds came out. The lotus leaves and buds floating in midair, however, began to tremble slightly and let out cracking noises. The huge lotus leaf with a radius of 2 meters was broken. It collapsed into countless broken stones and fell into the deep pit. The flower bud also cracked, and countless grayish-white broken stones were scattered. When all the broken stones on the surface of the flower bud were scattered, a fist-sized golden flower bud appeared in front of the two of them. It lit up with dazzling golden light. As the golden light became more and more dazzling, the golden flower bud also bloomed. More than 10 golden petals stretched out gracefully. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were full of expectation. They stared at the golden lotus flower in full bloom. When the golden lotus flower was completely in bloom, the two of them saw a thumb-sized silver bead lying in the stamen. Chapter 367. When the mysterious silver pearl appeared, Ji Tianxing stared at it, unable to move his eyes away. He didn't know why, but his heart actually skipped a few beats. The blood in his body flowed faster, and a strong desire surged from the depths of his soul. There seemed to be a voice in the depths of his heart urging him to approach the mysterious silver pearl. Buzz! Buzz! The blooming golden lotus gently flapped its petals and slowly floated in front of Ji Tianxing. The mysterious silver pearl in the stamen released brilliant starlight and faintly emitted an invisible, majestic aura. He looked at the silver pearl up close and found that it was crystal clear. He could vaguely see a golden drop of water inside the pearl. Although the golden drop of liquid was in the shape of a water droplet, it was as solid and stable as a crystal. Ji Tianxing could clearly feel that the golden drop of water was emitting a majestic aura that called his soul. He was instantly enlightened, and 6 words appeared in his mind. Heavenly Astral Pearl. Kenshin's blood. At that moment, the blood in his body flowed. His eyes were filled with excitement, and his body trembled slightly. Heavenly Astral Pearl. It must be the Heavenly Astral Pearl. I've waited for too long. I've finally found you. Ji Tianxing murmured in a low, hoarse voice. His entire body and mind were focused on the mysterious silver pearl, and he completely forgot about everything else. Yun Yao also came back to her senses. She could feel the destructive aura inside the mysterious silver pearl and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. She saw Ji Tianxing's abnormal expression and his body trembling with excitement and immediately guessed the reason. It seems that this mysterious pearl is the Kenshin's relic that Tianxing is looking for. It's something very important to him. Kenshin's battle robe took the initiative to recognize him as its master, and the Kenshin's relic also took the initiative to appear. Tianxing, oh Tianxing, what's your relationship with Kenshin? I'm getting closer to you, but why are you becoming more and more mysterious? Why can't I see through you? Yun Yao stared at Ji Tianxing with deep eyes. She stood quietly to the side, not making any sound so as not to disturb him. At this moment, Ji Tianxing slowly stretched out his hands and lifted the heavenly astral pearl from the stamen of the golden lotus. With soft hissing sounds, the perfectly blooming golden lotus instantly collapsed into millions of golden spots of light, scattering and disappearing. The heavenly star bead in Ji Tianxing's palm also seemed to have come alive. It followed the rhythm of his breathing and bloomed with bright starlight. His mind and consciousness were immersed in the heavenly star bead, entering an extremely mysterious state. He seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. His face was serene as he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. The heavenly star bead also slowly flew towards his forehead and entered through his glabella. In the next moment, the silver bead shattered and turned into millions of silver light spots. They spread out in his body and flowed to his limbs and bones along with his blood. Swoosh! The vast power of the stars immediately spread throughout his body and merged into every drop of blood, every inch of his meridians, skin, flesh, and bones. His body was also covered in a layer of silver starlight. His figure became hazy and illusory. The silver pearl shattered, and the drop of golden Kenshin blood also lost its restraints and flowed into his heart. Every time his heart beat, the Kenshin blood would release a faint trace of golden bloodline power and merge into his blood. Ji Tianxing's body suddenly glowed with a dazzling golden color. His entire body emitted a holy and domineering aura. The endless power of the stars was rapidly strengthening his physical body. His muscles and bones were twisting and wriggling slowly. They were being refined by the power of the stars until they glowed with silver light. Every time his skin, muscles, and bones wriggled, his physique would transform and strengthen at an incredible speed. At the same time, the Kenshin blood in his heart also gradually released its golden bloodline power and gradually refined his bloodline. All of this was due to the changes in Ji Tianxing's body. He sat on the ground without moving and maintained his cultivation posture. He was as steady as a rock. Even if his body was twisting and all his bones and muscles were being reconstructed, he could not feel any pain or torture. That was because his soul and body had been separated by the heavenly astral pearl and the Kenshin blood. His soul had fallen into a deep sleep and was experiencing a dream that seemed both real and illusory. Yun Yao stood beside him and looked at him with a focused and concerned expression. In the first 4 hours, she was still full of worry, afraid that something would happen to Ji Tianxing. After all, the golden and silver light and changes brought by the mysterious pearl flying into Ji Tianxing's body were too shocking. But after 4 hours, she saw that Ji Tianxing's expression was peaceful and his breathing was very stable. There were no abnormalities. She was finally relieved and sat down 5 steps away from him, silently guarding him. Yun Yao could see that his body was undergoing tremendous changes. His physique and strength were also rapidly increasing. She thought to herself, Tianxing has merged with Kenshin's relic. He will definitely receive great benefits. His martial talent and potential will very likely surpass mine in the future. I hope that his strength will increase by leaps and bounds after this cultivation. She had guessed that Ji Tianxing would very likely reach the heavens in a single step after merging with Kenshin's relic and possess heaven-defying talent. But she did not feel jealous at all. Instead, she felt gratified and happy for him from the bottom of her heart. Deep in her heart, she also wanted to see him grow quickly and become a martial arts expert as soon as possible. Time passed silently in the spacious and dark hall. Unknowingly, a day had passed. Ji Tianxing had already refined 1/10 of the power of the stars in his body. He had also absorbed about 1/10 of the Kenshin blood. His sword embryo, 9 sword veins, and 72 apertures had also silently changed their positions under the transformation of the Kenshin blood, forming the sword palace in his body. The Kenshin blood had helped him complete the cultivation of the 5th level of the sword heart path, allowing him to naturally break through the mystic comprehending realm and reach the primal core realm. From this moment on, he had broken through the shackles of talent and stepped into a whole new realm of martial arts. For other primal core realm experts, the vital essence stored in their dantian would condense into a solid elixir. Ji Tianxing's sword embryo had long been solid. After reaching the primal core realm, it did not change much. Next, after reaching the primal core realm, he would cultivate the 6th level of the sword heart path and open up 18 sword veins in his body. A normal human ancient martial art practitioner only had 9 meridians. It was impossible for them to open up 9 new meridians. However, the power of the stars in Ji Tianxing's body had been constantly helping him to transform the structure of his body and reorganize his meridians and apertures. As time passed, new meridians appeared in his body. The 11th of Chapter 368. Time flowed by ceaselessly in the dark and silent audience hall. Ji Tianxing had always been enveloped by the silver starlight, and his entire body was suffused with a faint golden light that emitted a mysterious and majestic aura. His eyes were tightly closed as he slept, allowing the star energy to transform his fleshly body and help him open and temper his sword vein. that drop of golden Kenshin blood slowly dissipated and merged into Ji Tianxing's bloodline. 3 days passed by quickly. Ji Tianxing finally completely merged with that drop of Kenshin blood, and the blood that flowed in his body completed its transformation and successfully merged with the Kenshin bloodline. The star energy was exhausted as well, strengthening his fleshly body to the limit. After his body was reconstructed, it became different from an ordinary human. Not only was his defense, strength, and speed extremely strong, his compatibility with the spirit energy of heaven and earth had reached a nearly perfect level. His speed of absorbing the spirit energy of heaven and earth was at least 5 times faster than before. Now that he meditated and cultivated for a day, the true origin energy he accumulated was comparable to 5 days of accumulation in the past. And the greatest change in his body was that he opened up 3 new meridians, and they were tempered into sword veins by the star energy. An ordinary person only had 9 meridians, but Ji Tianxing possessed 12 meridians. Not only did this cause his true origin to be even more majestic and his strength to become even more formidable, it also allowed him to break through the shackles of the human body, and his natural talent surpassed the limits of the human race. Of course, within these 3 days, his strength and cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, and it rose at an unbelievable speed. Presently, his strength had already reached the 3rd level of the origin core stage. After fusing with the heavenly star bead, not only did he surpass the 5th level of the sword heart Dao, he even surpassed the 1st and 2nd level of the origin core stage and directly jumped to the 3rd level of the origin core stage. Such a shocking speed of growth caused even him to feel disbelief. An ordinary origin core stage expert would need 3 to 5 years to advance a level, whereas he only used 3 days to advance from the 9th level of the profound comprehension stage to the 3rd level of the origin core stage. Such a shocking speed of advancement could simply be called heaven-defying. The heavenly star bead brought him enormous gains, not only reconstructing his fleshly body and fusing with the Kenshin bloodline, it also saved him 10 years of bitter cultivation. Finally, the silver starlight on Ji Tianxing's body dissipated, and the faint golden light on his skin also disappeared. He had already refined the heavenly star bead and fused with the Kenshin bloodline. However, there was still a vast amount of star power hidden in his limbs and bones, subtly strengthening his body. For a long time to come, the Kenshin bloodline would continue to strengthen his bloodline and further enhance his talent. Ji Tianxing left the dreamland and gradually woke up. He opened his eyes. Shwa! At that instant, his eyes that were deep and vast like the stars emanated a fierce bright light, and he emanated a confident and overbearing aura. His body shape and appearance had undergone some subtle changes. Now, his figure had become even taller and more valiant. His muscles were smooth and his body proportions were perfect. Even his face was more handsome than before, and he had the confidence and arrogance of a genius expert. Not far from him, Yun Yao had silently guarded him for 3 days. Seeing him wake up, Yun Yao was completely relieved. Her eyes stared at his face, carefully sizing him up. Yun Yao could clearly feel the changes in him, and she could see that his strength had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had actually reached the 3rd level of the origin core stage. Not only that, his figure and appearance had become even more perfect and outstanding, and his temperament had become even more determined, confident, and overbearing. She had only seen such a unique aura on a few experts. Just as Ji Tianxing woke up from his dream and opened his eyes, Ji Tianxing's expression changed. In the vast and boundless starry sky, among the densely packed stars, there was a tiny and weak star that suddenly blossomed with dazzling starlight. The originally silent and dim star suddenly became as dazzling as the 7 stars of the heavenly dipper, and it was actually able to compete with the bright moon. At the peak of a mountain in the Tianjin sect, the white-bearded and white-haired Taoist priest was standing at the peak of a palace, holding a silver horsetail whisk in his hand as he calmly looked up at the night sky. His eyes shone brightly as he deeply observed the stars in the sky, and he silently deduced some clues in his mind. At this moment, he saw that in the depths of the bright starry sky, there was a weak and dim star that suddenly lit up with dazzling starlight, and it actually overshadowed the light of the 7 stars of the heavenly dipper. He was instantly filled with shock, and his expression changed drastically as his eyes widened. He stared at the dazzling star in disbelief, and his brows were tightly knitted together. The 5 fingers on his right hand moved rapidly as he quickly deduced the secrets of the heavens. After a long time, when he deduced the result, his expression immediately became furious and ferocious, and his eyes were filled with intense rage. The heavenly star pearl actually appeared. If I'm not wrong, it should be that kid who obtained the heavenly star pearl. Taoist priest Heavenly Secret's emotions became extremely complicated, and he was both shocked and furious. The heavenly star pearl has appeared, and it seems like the time for our Devil Clan to revive has arrived. I have to send a message to Lord Devil King as soon as possible. He muttered in his heart before he hurriedly turned around and left. At the same time, in the imperial court hundreds of millions of miles away from the Tianqian region, the sage-like imperial tutor was sitting cross-legged on the star-plucking platform that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He held a golden horsetail whisk in his hand, and his eyes were closed as he silently cultivated, comprehending the myriad of stars and the secrets of the heavens. The star-plucking platform was the closest place to the sky, and it was as if one could reach out and pluck the stars in the sky. Below the platform was a sea of white clouds, and the clouds were churning. The astral wind on the platform was biting cold, and there was even the fire of the 9 heaven stars descending at any time. Martial artists below the heavenly origin realm would not be able to stay on the star-plucking platform for long, and their souls would be blown away by the astral wind or frozen to death. The imperial tutor was only wearing a purple robe, and he had been sitting on the platform engraved with array patterns for a few days, but he was still safe and sound, and did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. For an expert like him, who had long been above the masses, how could he be hurt by the wind and frost? He was using a secret art of the Xian Dao, observing the stars with the heavenly magic eye, and deducing the mysteries of the Tianqian region. Suddenly, the weak and tiny star in the vast starry sky lit up with dazzling starlight. The starlight covered the brilliance of millions of stars, and it was actually able to compete with the brilliance of the moon. The imperial tutor's expression changed abruptly, and he opened his eyes with a swish. He looked at the starry sky with a sharp gaze, and stared at the dazzling star. There is a faint golden light in the dazzling silver. That star is Kenshin's destined star. The imperial tutor's face was full of shock, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Kenshin's destined star has been silent and dim for thousands of years. Why did it suddenly shine again tonight? Could it be that Kenshin has appeared again?" Thinking of this, the imperial tutor lost his composure, and the beard on his chin trembled. Chapter 369. Ji Tianxing had just woken up when he saw Yun Yao next to him. Seeing that she looked a little tired, he said gently, "Eldest senior sister, you've been protecting me while I was sleeping and cultivating. Thank you for your hard work." Yun Yao stared at him. Her eyes and emotions were very calm. She said naturally, "There's no need to thank me between you and me." Ji Tianxing nodded. There was a gentle smile in his eyes. He asked again, "Eldest senior sister, how long have I been sleeping?" 3 days. Yun Yao stood up. She used her power to shake off the dust on her white dress. She returned to her fairy-like appearance. Ji Tianxing frowned and said softly, "I've been sleeping for 3 days? The 9 Cauldrons universe formation can only be temporarily closed for 3.5 days. Eldest senior sister, we only have half a day left. We have to leave as soon as possible." "Okay." Yun Yao nodded in agreement. After a pause, she asked again, "Tianxing, the ancient tomb is so big. Aren't you going to explore other places? Moreover, this is a Kenshin tomb and there are Kenshin relics here. Don't you want to know if the Kenshin remains are buried here?" Ji Tianxing thought for a while and made up his mind. "Then let's set the time limit at 6 hours. When the time is up, we have to leave regardless of whether we find anything or not." "Okay, let's get started then." Yun Yao agreed. Then, the two of them left the empty and dark hall and entered a dark passage. They continued to travel through the ancient tomb and explore more places. There were hundreds of passages in the ancient tomb. They were crisscrossed and stacked on top of each other. It was as complicated as a fishing net. However, Ji Tianxing had already understood the mystery of the maze. He could always find the right passage quickly and accurately. In the next 6 hours, he led Yun Yao through the passageway and found a few more side halls and stone rooms. In the smaller side halls, there were only some strange statues, but no useful clues. There were several stone rooms with reliefs and words carved into the walls. They recorded the deeds of Emperor Yi when he was young and received guidance from Kenshin. Other than that, the two of them did not find any other treasures, nor did they find Kenshin's coffin or remains. 6 hours were almost up. Ji Tianxing stopped searching and led Yun Yao through the passage to the edge of the ancient tomb. While the two of them were walking in the tunnel, Yun Yao had also analyzed the results. It seems that this mausoleum of Kenshin that Ren Huangyi built is not a true mausoleum of Kenshin, but a cenotaph. Ji Tianxing had already guessed this, so he nodded and explained. When Ren Huangyi was young, he was fortunate enough to receive guidance from Kenshin, which is why he is so respectful of Kenshin. Although Kenshin only gave him some small guidance, it changed his life and made him a top cultivator in the Tianshan region. Ren Huangyi regarded Kenshin as his teacher. After he learned of Kenshin's death, he built a cenotaph at the foot of Longshan to commemorate and remember Kenshin. After listening to his explanation, Yun Yao finally understood the origin of the ancient tomb on Longshan and understood the whole story. I see. Not long after, the two of them returned to the passage that they had just entered the ancient tomb. Yun Yao took out 2 earth escape talismans. The two of them used the power of the talismans to leave the dark passage and return to the surface. Outside the ancient tomb, at the entrance of the Tianyuan formation, Chu Huaishan and several deacons stared at the dark ancient tomb. Their eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. The deacons were on tenterhooks and discussing in low voices. It's already the 4th day. Why haven't Tianxing and Yun Yao come out yet? Ever since the two of them entered the ancient tomb, there hasn't been any movement inside. Could something have happened? This ancient tomb has a history of thousands of years and is protected by the Tianyuan formation. It must be extremely dangerous. I'm really worried that Tianxing and Yun Yao can't handle it. Don't say such discouraging words. Let's wait patiently. I believe in Tianxing and Yun Yao. Chu Huaishan's expression was solemn. He was silently considering whether to send a message to the sect leader. Even if he knew that Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing were top geniuses who possessed talent and wisdom that ordinary warriors could not imagine. However, it had been 4 days, and Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing still hadn't shown up. There was no news at all. How could he not be anxious? After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, he finally made up his mind. He would wait for 2 more hours at most. If there was still no news from Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao, he would send a message to the sect leader and ask him to make a decision. At this moment, he suddenly saw 2 rays of yellow light shining behind the huge tombstone in the dark ancient tomb. Swoosh, swoosh. After the 2 rays of yellow light faded, 2 figures in white robes appeared. Although they were far away, the 2 figures were a little hazy. Chu Huaishan couldn't see them clearly. However, he was sure that the 2 figures were Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Great. They're finally out. Chu Huaishan finally heaved a sigh of relief. The heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. The anxious and worried deacons also showed a relieved expression, and their faces were full of smiles. That's great. They're fine. I wonder if the 2 of them made any discoveries or gains in the tomb. Don't worry about that. It's good that they're out. That's right. If anything happens to them, we won't be able to explain it to the sect leader. The deacons discussed for a while, and their moods relaxed. After a while, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao walked out along the black stone path. They crossed the entrance of the Tianyuan spell formation and returned to Chu Huaishan and the rest. Tianxing, Yun Yao, you're finally out. Chu Huaishan quickly greeted them and said with a relieved expression. Ji Tianxing saluted him and greeted him. Elder Chu, deacons, sorry to keep you waiting. Chu Huaishan and the deacons looked at the 2 of them. They were really relieved when they saw that the 2 of them were unharmed. However, everyone's eyes were focused on Ji Tianxing. They looked at him carefully, and there was a strange look in their eyes. All of them were origin core powerhouses. Naturally, They could see that Ji Tianxing's figure, appearance, and temperament seemed to be different from 4 days ago. When Chu Huaishan used his spiritual sense to check Ji Tianxing's strength, his face was filled with shock and he let out a cry of disbelief. Tianxing, you've reached the origin core stage? The deacons' bodies trembled, and they were all shocked. They stared at Ji Tianxing with their eyes wide open, as if they were looking at a monster. My God! You've broken through to the origin core stage in just 3 to 4 days? Moreover, you're at the 3rd level of the origin core stage. I've been cultivating for more than 50 years to reach the 3rd level of the origin core stage. That's why I can be a deacon in the sect. Tianxing, you're only 17 years old and you sighed. Tianxing, what great opportunity did you get in the ancient tomb? You actually reached the 3rd level of the origin core stage from the 9th level of the mystic enlightenment stage? This is unbelievable. This is a miracle. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Yun Yao reached the origin core stage at the age of 19 and is known as the #1 genius in the heavenly stellar region. Tianxing reached the origin core stage at the age of 17. Isn't he an even greater genius? Haha. The heavens are protecting our sky pillar sect. With these 2 peerless geniuses, Yun Yao and Tianxing, our sect will prosper. Chu Huaishan and the elders were excited. They discussed excitedly and let out waves of exclamations. Everyone compared him to Yun Yao. Yun Yao didn't feel embarrassed. She was happy for him. Ji Tianxing was praised by the deacons, but he wasn't arrogant. His expression was still indifferent. Chapter 370. Ji Tianxing could clearly see that the Tianyuan Grand Formation was changing. It was about to be reactivated. He said to everyone with a serious face, "We've already explored this tomb. It's worthless now. Elder Chu, deacons, let's leave this place as soon as possible. The Tianyuan Grand Formation is about to be reactivated. I have a feeling that this Grand Formation is about to self-destruct." Chu Huaishan and the deacons' expressions changed slightly when they heard that. Although they had their doubts, they believed him without a doubt. Therefore, everyone followed Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao out of the Tianyuan Grand Formation. After 100 breaths of time, when everyone passed through the dilapidated square and was about to enter the ancient passage, the Tianyuan Grand Formation was reactivated. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5-colored light shield within a kilometer radius immediately lit up with a dazzling brilliance and released a powerful aura. The grand formations that Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao had shut down were reactivated one after another. The 9 Cauldrons Universe Grand Formation was the first to be reactivated, followed by the 8-level Dragon Lock and the Big Dipper 7 Stars Grand Formation. Within a dozen breaths of time, all 5 grand formations were reactivated. The Tianyuan Grand Formation became dazzling and powerful again. Immediately after, the Tianyuan Grand Formation began to churn violently as it began to brew. The 5-colored light shield within a kilometer radius started to shake violently. The entire ancient tomb and the ground around it also started to rumble and shake. Along with the cracking sounds, the ground around the ancient tomb cracked open and a huge gully appeared. The dilapidated square also had a huge crack. The stone slabs on the ground started to crumble. Seeing this, Yun Yao's expression changed slightly. She thought to herself, just as Tianxing said, the most profound mechanism and the greatest danger in the ancient tomb is the Tianyuan Grand Formation. Fortunately, we left the ancient tomb in time. If we hadn't come out by now, he and I would have been smashed into pieces and died in the ancient tomb. Chu Huaishan and the deacons' expressions also changed slightly. They looked relieved. Tianxing was right. The Grand Tianyuan Formation was about to self-destruct. Fortunately, we left in time. It's not safe enough here. We have to stay away from here. Once the Tianyuan Grand Formation explodes, the entire Dragon Mountain will be destroyed. Hearing the deacon's words, everyone immediately revealed anxious and worried expressions. If the Tianyuan Grand Formation exploded, the entire Dragon Mountain would be blown up. Not only would they not be able to escape, even the guards, disciples, and handymen who guarded the Dragon Mountain would be buried here. Ji Tianxing waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to panic. Don't worry, everyone. The design of this grand heaven essence formation is incomparably wondrous. Even if the formation self-destructs, its power will be contained within the formation and will not spread to other places. As soon as Ji Tianxing finished speaking, the power accumulated in the Tianyuan Grand Array reached its peak. Boom! A deafening sound suddenly burst out, reverberating in the empty and dark depths of the underground. The huge five-colored light shield collapsed instantly, turning into a huge five-colored mushroom cloud. What was strange was that the five-colored flame burst out when the formation self-destructed did not spread out. Instead, it surged toward the inside of the ancient tomb. Just as Ji Tianxing said, the terrifying power that could destroy the world did not rush out of the grand heaven essence formation's range. Suddenly, the dark night sky was illuminated. The area within a radius of a few thousand meters was illuminated. The ground around the ancient tomb trembled crazily from the impact. Numerous cracks appeared on the ground, and dust flew into the air. The ancient, dilapidated square collapsed completely. It collapsed into the ground and turned into a huge pit. The surrounding rock walls were also shaken to the point of incessant tremors. Cracks appeared on the walls as dust and gravel rolled down. Even the entire Dragon Mountain started to shake as if there was a huge earthquake. Many handymen and disciples who did not know what was going on fled in panic. The earth-shattering commotion lasted for a full 15 minutes before it stopped. The dazzling five-colored light faded away. The deafening sound dissipated. The trembling ground also calmed down. The area within a radius of a few thousand meters returned to darkness and peace. The air became heavy and still. Everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the ancient tomb. They saw that the grand heaven essence formation and the ancient tomb had disappeared. There was nothing left in the area within a radius of 1,000 meters. It had become a pitch-black abyss. Everyone stood in the ancient tunnel and witnessed the process of the formation self-destructing and the ancient tomb disappearing. They were all shocked. After a long time, everyone calmed down. They turned around and walked through the tunnel, leaving the depths of the underground. An hour later, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao returned to the peak of the Dragon Mountain. The two of them stood side by side on the peak of the mountain. They looked at the scenery at the foot of the mountain and felt a little emotional. Ji Tianxing looked at the mountains in the distance and said calmly, "In the past, there was a Kenshin mausoleum deep underground. The Dragon Mountain was affected by the grand heaven essence formation and turned into a treasure land with spirit veins. Now that the ancient tomb has disappeared and the Dragon Mountain has been ruined by the Tianjian sect, I'm afraid that this treasure land with spirit veins will be completely destroyed." Yun Yao raised her eyebrows and said indifferently, "It's okay. Without the Dragon Mountain, the sect will look for other spirit veins. Let's go back and report to Master. He must be waiting anxiously." Then, the two of them left the Dragon Mountain on the spirit crane and rushed back to the Sky Pillar sect. In less than 2 hours, the two of them returned to the Sky Pillar sect. Yun Yao rode the spirit crane and landed on the red firmament peak. The two of them entered the Sky Pillar Palace together and reported to Chu Tianxing. During these 4 days, although Chu Tianxing was busy with the sect's affairs, he was always thinking about Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao and worried about them. When he heard the black-robed guards report and found out that Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing had returned safely, he was finally at ease and heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately walked out of the secret room and quickly entered the Sky Pillar Palace. As soon as he entered the audience hall, he saw Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao standing in the audience hall and waiting quietly. He sized them up for a moment before his gaze descended onto Ji Tianxing. He couldn't help but stop as a bright light flashed in his eyes. "Tianxing, you've actually broken through to the Origin Core stage and even reached the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage." Chu Tianxing revealed a surprised expression and was rather incredulous. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao hurriedly bowed to him. "Greetings, Master." Chu Tianxing raised his hands to indicate that the two of them could dispense with the formalities, and then he hurriedly asked, "Tianxing, quickly tell Master if the two of you broke through the grand formation? Did you obtain some fortuitous encounter?" Ji Tianxing nodded and reported with a calm tone. "Master, disciple and eldest senior sister worked together to break through the grand formation and found a way to enter the ancient tomb, and we noticed that it was Kenshin's cenotaph. He spent 15 minutes to report the process of him and Yun Yao exploring the ancient tomb to Chu Tianxing. Chapter 371. Chu Tianxing had long known that the Longshan ancient tomb must be the tomb of a powerhouse from 1,000 years ago. If he could enter the ancient tomb and obtain the inheritance or treasures of the powerhouse, it would definitely strengthen the foundation and strength of the Sky Pillar sect. Because of this, he sent the elders and deacons of the sect to guard the Longshan ancient tomb day and night. But he never expected that the ancient tomb was Kenshin's mausoleum. Although it was only a cenotaph, the tomb contained Kenshin's treasures, which were obtained by Ji Tianxing, allowing Ji Tianxing to be reborn and his strength to advance by leaps and bounds. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Of course, Chu Tianxing had heard of the legends of Kenshin and knew what kind of powerhouse Kenshin was. Ji Tianxing being able to obtain Kenshin's treasures was definitely a great blessing for the Sky Pillar sect. Chu Tianxing looked at Ji Tianxing with burning eyes and said solemnly, "Tianxing, this is your destiny and also your good fortune. You must cherish it and work harder. You, Yun Yao, and Yen are all my disciples. They are also the disciples that I value the most. In the future, after I abdicate, you will have to take charge and assist the Sky Pillar sect's 1,000-year-old foundation. You must understand that you are shouldering the hopes of me and thousands of people in the sect." Ji Tianxing nodded to show that he understood. He cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Master. This disciple will definitely not let you down." Very good. Chu Tianxing nodded in satisfaction and said with a pleasant expression, "Tianxing, Yun Yao, you are both tired and sleepy. Go and rest." This disciple will take his leave. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao bowed to him and turned to leave the Sky Pillar Palace. The two walked out of the palace and stepped side by side into the square in front of the palace. They talked in low voices as they walked. It was early in the morning, and the square was empty. There was only fallen leaves and dust on the ground. After getting along with each other for a few days, the distance between Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao had been shortened again. The way the two of them strolled side by side was somewhat intimate, but neither of them noticed it, nor did they feel that there was anything unusual or inappropriate about it. And in the corner of the square, behind a tall statue, there was a young man dressed in gray clothes, spying on the two of them with gloomy eyes. This young man in gray linen clothes was obviously a part-time disciple. He was holding a wooden bucket in his left hand and a rag in his right. He was wiping the dust off the statue. His figure was thin, and his handsome face was sickly pale. His temperament was somewhat feminine. He was Bai Wuchen. Ever since he lost to Ji Tianxing in the Heavenless tournament and recovered from his injuries, he had no choice but to fulfill the terms of the bet. He took off his inner sect white robe and put on a gray linen robe to become a servant disciple. For nearly a month he had to clean the square and several palaces of the Red Firmament Peak every day. Just now, Bai Wuchen was cleaning up when he heard footsteps and voices coming from the square. He instinctively glanced over and saw Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. He saw the two of them walking side by side intimately like a couple in love. His body stiffened instantly, and his face became paler. His eyes were as cold as ice. It's only been 2 months since we last met, and Ji Tianxing has undergone a complete transformation. It's as if he's a completely different person. Ji Tianxing's high-spirited appearance made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Ji Tianxing's strength and status were something that a servant disciple like him could only look up to. No matter how unwilling he was, no matter how angry and jealous he had to admit a fact. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were a perfect match. They were a match made in heaven. Thinking of this, his face twisted in anger, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. "No. Yun Yao is mine. Ji Tianxing. You damn bastard. How dare you steal my sweetheart? I'll never let you go." Bai Wuchen glared viciously at Ji Tianxing and roared silently in his heart. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao walked side by side through the square in front of the palace. Their figures gradually disappeared. The two of them did not notice that there was a servant disciple hiding behind a statue in the corner of the square with a ferocious expression. After leaving the square in front of the palace, the two of them stopped at the same time. Ji Tianxing looked at Yun Yao's beautiful face and said, "Eldest senior sister, I'm going to the Grand Peace Palace later to visit old Master Xiang." Yun Yao nodded. "Go ahead then. I won't go with you." "Okay, you've worked hard these few days. Go back and have a good rest." Ji Tianxing reminded her and waved goodbye to her. After the two of them parted, Yun Yao went straight back to the White Cloud Hall to rest. Ji Tianxing went down the Red Cloud Peak and hurried to the Grand Peace Palace. When he arrived at the entrance of the Grand Peace Palace, the mute sword slave was sweeping the fallen leaves in front of the door. Seeing that he had arrived, the sword slave was obviously startled. Then he squeezed out a smile and nodded at him. Ji Tianxing also nodded at the sword slave. Then he stepped through the door and entered the Grand Peace Palace. When he entered the third courtyard and saw Xiang Wuji was still as usual. He was holding a white jade kettle and watering the herbs while humming a tune. Ji Tianxing came to the courtyard with a smile in his eyes. He cupped his hands and bowed to Xiang Wuji. "Greetings, Senior Xiang." Xiang Wuji stopped watering the herbs and turned to look at him with a mocking smile on his old face. "Kid, do you still remember your surname?" "Huh." Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully. "Old master, are you blaming me for not visiting you for a long time?" Xiang Wuji rolled his eyes in annoyance. He put away the jade kettle and turned to walk into the guest hall. "Kid, you've been so happy recently and you've been flirting with that girl Yun Yao. You're about to become famous in the heavenly stellar region and bring home a beauty. How would you remember an old man like me?" Xiang Wuji's tone was a bit strange. He was purposely mocking Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing did not feel awkward. He followed him into the guest hall and said playfully, "You've been taking care of the plants all day. You're so carefree. How would I dare to disturb you? Then again, there have been a lot of things going on recently. I really can't leave. You're so magnanimous, so don't be so narrow-minded." Xiang Wuji sat down on the rattan chair. He took out a green wine gourd and drank a mouthful. Then he gave a cold laugh. "Yo, I haven't seen you for half a month and you've grown even more? You dare to call this old man narrow-minded?" Ji Tianxing hurriedly changed the topic, trying to evade the topic. "Half a month? I haven't come to the Great Palace in 2 months." Xiang Wuji glared at him in annoyance. "Nonsense. Half a month ago, you were lying unconscious in the spiritual medicine hall. This old man even went to help you heal twice. So it's like this." Ji Tianxing finally understood. He smiled and said, "Thank you, elder, for saving me." "Don't give me that." Xiang Wuji curled his lips and said in annoyance, "Kid, you didn't die from Gao Yi's palm, but you scared this old man half to death. You finally recovered from your injuries and you went to the Dragon Mountain to break the array. Now you're still alive and kicking. You even broke through to the Yuan Dan stage. Kid, how is your luck so good?" Ji Tianxing looked at him with a faint smile. He did not refute. He understood Xiang Wuji very well. He knew that Xiang Wuji had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He liked to nag when he had nothing to do. As expected, Xiang Wuji said with a stern face, "Kid, don't forget. You are the direct disciple of the sect leader. In the future, you will inherit the position of sect leader. This old man and your master have high hopes for you. We don't want to see you in danger. What if an accident happens one day and you lose your little life? Remember this for this old man. In the future, if you encounter a life-threatening situation, stay as far away as you can. Let others take care of it." Chapter 372. After Xiang Wuji finished nagging, Ji Tianxing smiled and nodded, replying with a sentence. "Old master, thank you for your care and love. I will remember your advice." Seeing him humbly accept his advice, Xiang Wuji was even more worried. "You brat. Don't just agree, I think you don't even remember it." Ji Tianxing saw that he was going to continue lecturing him and quickly changed the topic. "That's right, old master, I came to visit you today because I have something to ask." Xiang Wuji finally stopped. He glanced at him and asked, "What is it? Alchemy or setting up formations?" "Neither." Ji Tianxing shook his head and said seriously, "I want to ask you about the last few moves of the Flying Star Sword technique." Xiang Wuji frowned and looked at him out of the corner of his eyes. He shook his head and said, "Even though you have a great opportunity and your power has increased to the Yuan Dan realm, the last few moves can only be learned by those in the Sky Yuan realm." Ji Tianxing quickly said, "No problem, you can just teach it to me. I will learn it as I see fit." "Oh, you brat, you have quite the tone. You don't want to give up?" Xiang Wuji raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Ji Tianxing said without changing his expression, "No matter if I succeed or not, I just want to try my best and think of a way to increase my power." Xiang Wuji frowned and then had an idea. He smiled and said, "All right, since you have the courage, then we can make a bet. I will teach you the complete flying star sword technique. If you cannot learn it, then stay in the Great Peace Palace and sweep the floor for me for a month." Ji Tianxing raised an eyebrow and showed a confident smile. "Then what if I can learn it?" Xiang Wuji snorted coldly and said, "If you can learn it, then I will help you increase the power of the little black dragon and the little fox, and let them return to the Yuan Dan realm." Hearing this, Ji Tianxing nodded without hesitation and said, "Deal." "Hee, since you don't believe it, then I won't be polite." Xiang Wuji grinned, put away the green wine gourd, and stood up with a solemn expression. He raised his right palm and secretly circulated his true essence, silently executing a secret technique of the profound way. A moment later, a dazzling white light gathered in his palm and condensed into a bean-sized ball of light. This ball of dazzling white light was the essence that Xiang Wuji had condensed using a secret technique. It contained the complete flying star sword technique. When martial arts experts impart their skills to others, they don't need any secret manuals. Experts used profound Tao secret arts to condense the memories and experiences in their minds into balls of light and impart them to others. Xiang Wuji slowly raised his right palm and placed it on Ji Tianxing's forehead. The white ball of light immediately entered Ji Tianxing's mind. Suddenly, a huge amount of information appeared in Ji Tianxing's mind. He was shaken by the boundless amount of information, and his consciousness became a little blurry. He quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated his energy to refine the ball of white light, absorbing and comprehending the flying star sword technique. Xiang Wuji sat back on the rattan chair and smiled as he watched him cultivate. Then he took out the wine gourd and drank. As time passed, Ji Tianxing's consciousness was immersed in the flying star sword technique. He was fully focused on comprehending the sword technique. His consciousness merged with the ball of white light and was immediately immersed in it. He saw a special technique imparting scene. In the scene was a green grassland. On the left was a clear lake, and on the right was a 1,000-zhang tall mountain. In the sky above the grassland, there was an old man in a purple robe with a powerful aura. It was Xiang Wuji. Xiang Wuji stood proudly in the sky and said in a serious tone, "The flying star sword technique is a heaven origin level sword technique created by Wuji Jinren. There are 5 moves in total. This sword technique is the culmination of all that I have learned in my life. It combines the sword techniques of 39 sword sects on the continent. When cultivated to perfection, it has the power to change the sky and the sun, to pluck the stars and the moon." Ji Tianxing's consciousness was focused on the scene. When he heard Xiang Wuji's bragging, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Even though a heaven origin level cultivator was powerful, there was a limit to the power of his martial arts. At most, he could break mountains and rivers. As for the power to change the sky and pluck the stars and the moon, it was already comparable to a deity. It was far beyond a heaven origin level cultivator. Then Xiang Wuji said in a serious tone, "The first move of the flying star sword technique, 1,000 feather blade." As he spoke, Xiang Wuji formed a sword spell with both hands and released 3 flaming sword auras. They pierced towards the mountain on the right. Each of the sword auras was 10 meters long. They were extremely powerful and quickly pierced through the forest on the mountain. In just 5 seconds, the 3 flaming sword auras had pierced through the forest 1,000 times. The forest on the mountainside was burned to ashes. After performing the first move, Xiang Wuji said in a serious tone, "The second move, Wind Thunder Strike." He then used all of his power and released 2 giant golden sword auras towards the grassland in front of him. The two 20-meter-long sword auras collided with each other. They turned into a giant thunderbolt and slashed towards the grassland. Boom! A 100-meter-wide crater was created in the ground with a loud sound. Mud and grass were sent flying in all directions. Then, Xiang Wuji performed the third move, Red Dragon Flash. He released a gigantic sword light that was over 100 meters long, and actually split the 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half with a single slash. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing understood that this was the real power of the Red Dragon Flash when Xiang Wuji used all of his power. He had already mastered the first 3 moves of the Flying Star Sword technique. Then, when Xiang Wuji performed the 4th move, he paid extra attention to it. The 4th move, Water Split. Xiang Wuji shouted in a low voice. He formed a sword spell with both hands and used all of his power. He formed a giant sword aura that was 100 meters long. He performed the spell and controlled the sword aura to slash towards the clear lake on the left. With a deafening boom, the heaven-cleaving sword of light extended to several thousand meters long. It erupted with devastating power, cleaving the lake in half. The clear lake water was split apart and a 1,000-meter-long gully appeared on the surface of the lake, revealing the bottom of the lake. After a long while, the gully began to close up. The lake water that was split apart began to close up again and calmed down. Ji Tianxing's heart was beating fast. He was both shocked and excited. He memorized the sword formula of the 4th move, Water Flow Severance, and secretly analyzed it. Just then, Xiang Wuji said in a serious tone, "Next is the last move of the Flying Star Sword technique, Shatter the Mountain and River." As his voice fell, he slowly waved his palms and made a mysterious gesture. His entire body lit up with multicolored light that shot into the sky. In the next second, his silhouette flashed in the sky. His hands continued to form giant sword auras that shot in all directions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The entire grassland and the sky were engulfed by the sword auras. Everything became dazzling and chaotic. When tens of thousands of sword auras exploded at the same time, the terrifying power was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Chapter 373. After the 5 moves of the Flying Star Sword technique were displayed, the image disappeared. Ji Tianxing's consciousness returned to his body, and he began to study and comprehend the last 2 moves of the sword technique. The 2 sword techniques, Water Flow Split and Mountain and River Smash, truly had the terrifying power to split rivers and shatter mountains. Without a doubt, this was a sword technique that only a heaven origin powerhouse could perform. If Ji Tianxing was only at the 9th level of the mystic comprehending stage and had not refined the heavenly star pearl, he would not be able to cultivate these 2 sword techniques. However, after refining the heavenly star pearl, his strength skyrocketed to the 3rd level of the origin core stage, and he merged with the Kenshin bloodline. His innate talent reached the limit of the human race. After concentrating on comprehending for 12 hours, he actually comprehended the essence of the 2 sword techniques and successfully learned them. Although he was only at the origin core stage, his Kenshin bloodline was extremely heaven-defying, allowing him to possess an inhuman comprehension ability. He could master any sword art in the world with twice the results with half the effort. After 12 hours, it was already late at night. The night sky was filled with stars, scattering starlight for millions of miles, covering the courtyard with a layer of bright moonlight. Xiang Wuji was still lying on the rattan chair. He was drunk and snoring rhythmically. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. He stood up, dusted his sleeves, and turned to look at Xiang Wuji beside him with a smile on his face. Old Master is still guarding here after drinking too much. Is he afraid that something will happen to me while I'm comprehending the sword technique? He muttered in his heart, walked to Xiang Wuji's side, and called out softly, "Old Master, wake up. I've finished cultivating." Xiang Wuji was sleeping soundly when he was immediately awakened. He opened his eyes with a dazed expression and asked in a muffled voice, "What? You're getting married?" Ji Tianxing looked at him speechlessly and decided not to talk to someone who was not awake yet. Xiang Wuji shook his head to clear his head. Only then did he wake up. He raised his head to look at Ji Tianxing and asked angrily, "You've finished cultivating? Have you finished cultivating?" If you haven't, then go to the woodshed and sweep the fields for this old man for a month. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and revealed a confident smile. He said in a playful tone, "Old master, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. You'll have to sweep the floor yourself." After saying that, he turned around and jumped into the courtyard, starting to perform the fourth move of the flying star sword technique. "Old master, watch carefully." He put his index and middle fingers together, straight as a sword. He performed the flying star sword technique and activated 30% of his true essence. In an instant, his entire body surged with sharp sword intent that shot into the sky, and his eyes became sharp and fierce. Water split. Ji Tianxing suddenly let out a cold shout and released a 3-meter-long golden sword light. With the power to split the sky and earth, it fiercely slashed at the woodshed in the corner of the courtyard. Boom! With a muffled sound, the woodshed made of limestone bricks was instantly split into two halves by the huge sword aura. The entire woodshed was split in the middle, but it did not collapse. All that was left was a deep trench in the ground. The bricks and tiles on both sides of the trench were undamaged. There was not even a crack. To an Origin Core stage practitioner, it wasn't a difficult thing to destroy the woodshed with a single sword strike. However, to split the woodshed in half like Ji Tianxing did, without damaging the other bricks and tiles, was far too difficult. Only when one's control of true essence had reached a certain level could one do it. Xiang Wuji immediately sobered up. He stared at the trench in the woodshed, his eyes filled with shock. He did not speak. He did not praise Ji Tianxing, nor did he mock him. Ji Tianxing used 30% of his energy again and continued to perform the fifth move of the flying star sword technique. Fifth move, shatter the mountains and rivers. He slowly raised his palms as golden and crimson red flames surged out of his body and shot into the sky, erupting with peerlessly violent and fierce sword intent. In the next moment, his body flashed back and forth in the yard. He waved his palms, releasing golden and crimson sword aura that covered the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds and thousands of powerful sword rays immediately filled the entire courtyard. Seeing this, Xiang Wuji frowned. He waved his palms, releasing a ray of yellow light that turned into a giant shield that covered the entire yard. Almost at the same time, Ji Tianxing released thousands of sword auras. They exploded with their strongest power. Boom! Amidst the deafening noise, the courtyard with a radius of 30 meters was filled with golden and red light, turning it into a chaotic mess. The powerful and violent sword aura shattered the stone floor, 2 large trees, and a few stone benches in the courtyard, turning them into scorched earth and ruins. After a long while, the muffled sound finally dissipated. The shaking ground finally calmed down. As the true essence disappeared, Ji Tianxing's figure appeared. He stood proudly in the middle of the yard. A satisfied smile flashed across his eyes. At this time, Xiang Wuji waved his hand and removed the shield that enveloped the yard. He shouted angrily, "Little bastard! Do you want to tear down this old man's yard?" As he scolded, he rushed into the yard with quick steps. He picked up several branches that were pitch black like charcoal from the shattered ground. He revealed a pained expression and pretended to be furious as he glared at Ji Tianxing. He shouted, "This old man's azure spirit tree couldn't escape your fiendish clutches in the end. It was utterly destroyed by you, punk." Back then, when Ji Tianxing came to the Grand Peace Palace to sweep the floor for the first time, the little black dragon created a tornado, blowing off the leaves of several azure spirit trees. Now that several months had passed, the azure spirit trees grew lush branches and leaves again with much difficulty. In the end, Ji Tianxing unleashed a shatter the mountains and rivers, directly burning the few azure spirit trees into charcoal. Seeing Xiang Wuji's sorrowful and indignant appearance, Ji Tianxing squeezed out a hint of a slightly awkward smile. Old man, this was purely a mistake. I just slipped up." "Slip up my ass." Xiang Wuji spat crossly and said with a straight face, "Either way, you have to compensate this old man. Sweep the floor in the Grand Peace Palace for a month." Ji Tianxing furrowed his brows and said with a playful tone, "Old man, as the saying goes, a bet is a bet. You can't renege on the debt, right? What's called reneging on the debt? Xiang Wuji glared at him and explained, hand over the little black dragon and the little fox. This old man will help them recover their strength. But, you must be an odd job worker for this old man in the Grand Peace Palace for a month as compensation. Ji Tianxing frowned and mused for a moment. He instantly guessed something and asked probingly, Old man, you insist on making me stay in the Grand Peace Palace for a month. Could it be that something will happen in the near future? A glimmer of light flashed across Xiang Wuji's eyes, and he flatly denied, no. There definitely will be. Ji Tianxing's eyes stared at him. His gaze was clear and deep, as if wanting to see through him. Xiang Wuji ignored him and turned to walk into the hall. Ji Tianxing hurriedly followed up and asked, Old master, what's the matter? Can you not hide it from me? Xiang Wuji stopped and turned to look at him. He said in a serious tone, You really want to know? Of course. Ji Tianxing nodded without any hesitation. His expression was very firm. Xiang Wuji was silent for a moment before saying in a low voice, I can tell you. At least you can be prepared in advance. 4 days ago, the Central State Imperial Court sent an imperial edict. The emperor will arrive in 5 days. The imperial edict said that the emperor will come to our sect this time to take care of the situation in the heavenly stellar region and also to see the candidates for the heavenly consort. Our sect is the leader of the heavenly stellar region and a subject of the Central State Imperial Court. We can only obey the imperial edict. When the emperor arrives, our sect can only warmly welcome him and do our best to entertain him. Tianxing, you should understand what this old man means, right? Chapter 374. Ji Tianxing knew very well that although the Sky Pillar sect was the overlord of the Tianjin region, they were also a subject of the imperial court of Zhongzhou. The emperor was ordered to come to the Sky Pillar sect and was the most distinguished guest. The Sky Pillar sect could only do their best to entertain and take care of him. The emperor came to the Tianjin region this time not only to preside over the overall situation, but also to see the heavenly consort candidate, Yun Yao. The Sky Pillar sect could not disobey the imperial court's orders and had to let Yun Yao be examined and chosen by the emperor. However, everyone in the Sky Pillar sect knew that Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were a pair and were a good couple. The emperor coming to choose the heavenly consort was equivalent to snatching Yun Yao from him. Xiang Wuji cared about his feelings and was afraid that he would not be able to hold back his impulse, so he wanted to keep him in the Great Inn Palace for a month. After a month, regardless of whether Yun Yao became the heavenly consort or not, the emperor would have to leave the Sky Pillar sect. In that case, at least he would not meet the emperor head-on and have conflicts. This was Xiang Wuji's intention. Ji Tianxing naturally understood. He nodded with a serious expression and cupped his hands at Xiang Wuji. Old master, thank you for telling me this news. Xiang Wuji nodded slightly. His heart was a bit heavy as he comforted him in a low voice. Kid, I also hope that lovers will get married. I want to see you and Yun Yao get married. But the imperial court is the leader of the human race and the emperor is so noble and dazzling. If the emperor really chooses Yun Yao, that is your fate. When the time comes, don't be rash. No matter how strong you are, you will only die if you fight against the imperial court. Unless you can become a strong person like Kenshin, then you can make the imperial court bow their heads and be polite. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing nodded to show that he understood and did not say anything. However, his eyes were filled with determination and unyielding. He thought to himself, if the fate of eldest senior sister and I is really so rough and difficult to reunite, I will never give up. I must master Kenshin's secret art and become as strong as Kenshin. At this moment, Xiang Wuji patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, Leave the little fox and the little black dragon here. You can go back and rest. 5 days later, when the emperor arrives at our sect, we must all go and welcome him. Ji Tianxing removed the 100 treasures brocade pouch from his waist and passed it to Xiang Wuji. After bidding farewell, he turned and walked out of the yard, quickly leaving Great Peace Palace. Xiang Wuji held the 100 treasures brocade pouch and stood under the eaves. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh heavily. Tianxing, Oh Tianxing, life is all up to fate. Once the 8 characters are set, it's hard to change them. Wealth and honor have always been decided by heaven. Why do you have to go against Tianxing's fate in marriage? If you want to achieve great things and become a martial arts expert, it's not enough to just have extraordinary talent. You also need to be able to endure. However, Ji Tianxing had already left in a hurry, so he couldn't hear his sighs and sighs. Furthermore, even if Ji Tianxing heard his words, would he really accept his fate? Half an hour later, Ji Tianxing returned to Tianxing's yard. Although when Xiang Wuji told him the news of the emperor's arrival, he was nervous and felt a sense of danger. But when he returned to Tianxing's yard, his heart had calmed down. Although the emperor is of noble birth and has unparalleled talent, reaching the sky origin realm in his 20s, he can be called the #1 genius of the human race. But I may not be weaker than him. I have merged with the Kenshin bloodline and cultivated Kenshin's secret techniques. I may reach the sky origin realm in my 20s. He sat cross-legged on the bed and silently analyzed, his heart filled with confidence. Furthermore, eldest senior sister has no interest in the heavenly consort position and has no good feelings towards the emperor. I believe that she will not choose the emperor. Even if the emperor comes to our sect, in a short 10 days, they may not develop any feelings. Even if the emperor falls in love with eldest senior sister at first sight and wants to choose her as his heavenly consort, I will not let him take eldest senior sister away. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing's heart calmed down. He put this matter aside for the time being and started to cultivate without any distractions. In a cold and elegant room in White Cloud Hall, Yun Yao, who was wearing a white dress, was sitting on a disc array made of 1,000-year-old cold jade. Her hands were holding a spell on her knees, and she was meditating quietly with her eyes closed. The bright moonlight shone through the window grill and fell on her body, covering her with a faint layer of starlight. Her figure was hazy. It was late at night, and everything was silent. White Cloud Hall was silent. Suddenly, a palm-sized, light green bird flew in from the courtyard outside the window. This bird was round and chubby, and its round little head looked a little cute. Its green feathers were bright and shiny, and it was emitting invisible spiritual qi. Its brown eyes were very lively. Swoosh! The green bird circled around the courtyard and looked around. Then, it saw Yun Yao in the room. Her lively eyes were filled with joy. She quickly flew to the window and wanted to get in through the window grill. However, the window grill's hole was small. It twisted its chubby body and struggled a few times before it got through. After getting into the room, it flapped its wings happily and flew toward Yun Yao excitedly. Yao Yao! Yao Yao! The green bird flew to Yun Yao's side and called out to her in a clear voice. Its voice was like a 10-year-old girl's, and its tone was cheerful and affectionate. Yun Yao woke up immediately. When she opened her eyes, she saw the green bird in front of her. After being stunned for a moment, a surprised smile appeared on her pretty face. Little spiritual bird, why are you here? Did your family send you to deliver a message? The little spiritual bird quickly nodded and jumped onto the stone table next to Yun Yao. It spread its wings and lay on the table, looking exhausted. Ah, I flew all the way here from Cloud Spirit Palace for 5 days and 5 nights. My old waist is exhausted. Let me catch my breath first. Yun Yao couldn't help but smile when she saw the little spiritual bird's cute and innocent appearance. She flicked her slender fingers and injected a wisp of true essence into the little spiritual bird's body. The little spiritual bird immediately became much more energetic. Little spiritual bird, tell me, who are you delivering a message for this time? The little spiritual bird quickly stood up and shook its wings. It said seriously, Yao Yao, it's a message from Madam. A message from Mother? Quickly read it to me. Yun Yao raised her eyebrows and a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She supported her chin with both hands and looked at the little spiritual bird. Her pretty face was full of anticipation. The little spiritual bird imitated Madame Yun's tone and said earnestly, Yao Yao, the Tianshan region seems to be a little unstable recently. Mother is worried, so I asked the little spiritual bird to deliver a message to you. At the end of last month, it was your grandmother's 300th birthday. The Empress and the Emperor came to Cloud's Spirit Palace with gifts for your grandmother's birthday. After the banquet, the Empress and Mother talked privately about the Emperor's concubine selection. The Empress likes you very much and wants Mother to persuade you to marry the Emperor and become a heavenly concubine. Hearing this, the smile on Yun Yao's pretty face disappeared and her eyes became a little serious. The little spiritual bird used Madame Yun's tone and continued, Mother knows that you and the Emperor have known each other since you were young. Although he has feelings for you, you have no feelings for him. If it weren't for hiding from him, you wouldn't have left Zhongzhou and hid in the remote Tianshan region. Yao Yao, Mother won't persuade you to agree, and I won't force you. You are the eldest daughter of the Yun family and will inherit the position of Cloud Spirit Palace Master in the future. It's up to you to choose. Chapter 375. Originally, when Yun Yao learned that the Empress and the Emperor had gone to the Cloud Soul Palace to celebrate the birthday and mentioned the Emperor's concubine selection, her expression was a little serious. After hearing the little spiritual bird's report, her mood became a lot better and a smile appeared on her pretty face. Mother loves me the most. Yun Yao muttered to herself, and a trace of warmth and intimacy gushed out from her heart. After the little spiritual bird passed on Madame Yun's message, it stared at Yun Yao. It tilted its round little head and asked, Yao Yao, do you have any words for Madame? Yes, of course. Yun Yao smiled and nodded. Then she said in a calm and gentle tone, Mother, I'm doing well in the Tianshan region. You and Father don't have to worry about me. In a few days, the Emperor will come to the Tianshan region. If he continues to pester me, I'll explain it to him and let him give up on this idea. After leaving the Cloud Soul Palace, I've been wandering in the Tianshan region for many years. I've gained a lot of experience and my strength has increased a lot. I won't be returning to the Cloud Soul Palace for a while. If I run into trouble that I can't solve, I'll send a message to Mother and Father for help. Mother, you don't have to worry. Mother, send my regards to Father. You two take care of yourselves. After speaking, she reached out and patted the little spiritual bird's head. She smiled and said, All right, I've finished speaking. Little spiritual bird, you should go back and report. The little spiritual bird nodded and said reluctantly, Yao Yao, then I'll go back to the Cloud Soul Palace. You have to come back soon too. Yes, go on. Yun Yao replied and waved her hand to signal it to go back. The little spiritual bird flapped its wings and turned into a green spiritual light. It flew out of the window with a whoosh. Yun Yao watched the little spiritual bird disappear into the night. She looked at the moonlight outside the window and thought calmly. After a while, she looked away. Her eyes and mood became as calm as water. She continued to meditate and cultivate. In the Tianjian sect, at the top of the Golden Jade Peak. Ever since the Divine Sword Peak had been destroyed by Chu Tianxing, the Golden Jade Peak, where the spiritual medicine hall had been located, had become the main peak of the Tianjian sect. The Tianjian sect master and many elders and deacons built several new palaces on the Golden Jade Peak to serve as residences and halls for handling sect affairs. In a dimly lit secret room in the newly built Divine Sword Palace, the head of the Tianjian sect was sitting on a large chair made of fire jade. His expression was grave as he pondered. In the middle of the secret chamber in front of him stood two people. They were his right-hand men, Taoist Tianji and guest elder Huangfu. Honorable guest Huangfu reported solemnly, Sect Master, after 20 days of hard work, our disciples and servants have restored half of the Divine Sword Peak. The Tianjian Sect Master listened to his report with a calm expression and a gloomy look in his eyes. Ever since he had been injured by Chu Tianxing, he had gone into seclusion to recuperate for more than half a month. Since then, his temperament and character had become increasingly gloomy. It was obvious that deep hatred and resentment were hidden in his heart. In the past, he was like an unsheathed treasured sword with a sharp and domineering aura. But now, he was like a gloomy and vicious viper, curled up in a cold corner. If he had the chance, he would attack fiercely. A moment later, after Honorable Guest Elder Huangfu finished his report, the Tianjian sect master nodded slightly and said in a low and hoarse voice, Pass down the order. Let everyone continue to work hard and restore the divine sword peak as soon as possible. Understood. Honorable guest Elder Huangfu saluted and left. Then, Taoist Tianji stepped forward and held the silver horsetail whisk. His expression was calm as he said, "Sect Master, tonight we received news that the great array of the Dragon Mountain tomb was broken by the Sky Pillar sect a few days ago. Sect Master, our time has finally come. It's time to seek justice from the Sky Pillar sect. A debt of blood must be paid in blood." Taoist Tianji's emotions and tone revealed deep hatred and passion. It could invisibly stir up the blood of the crowd. The Tianjian sect master frowned. His eyes flashed with a cold light and surged with killing intent. However, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "Our revenge will be taken sooner or later. The Sky Pillar sect will definitely be destroyed by our sect. But now is not the time. We must endure. The Emperor of the Middle State Imperial Court will soon arrive at the Tianshan region. The Emperor has ordered the Emperor to come to the Tianshan region to preside over the situation. Let's wait and see if the Emperor can bring justice to our sect. If the Imperial Court wants to protect the Sky Pillar sect, we can only attack them after the Emperor leaves the Tianshan region." Taoist Tianji frowned. He was somewhat disappointed and disdainful. "Stupid and cowardly fellow. Your lair has been destroyed, but you can still endure and wait for others to help you seek justice. What can a cowardly piece of trash like you do when you watch a great opportunity slip away? What can you accomplish?" Although he thought this in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He cupped his hands and bowed to the Tianjian sect master. He said seriously, "Sect master is right. This is the safest way." After he finished speaking, he bowed to the Tianjian sect master and left the secret room. The next morning, Ji Tianxing finished his cultivation and walked out of his room. The sun had just risen, and the mountain peak was still filled with a thin mist. There was still sparkling dew between the branches and leaves of the roadside flowers. He walked out of the Tianxing courtyard, breathed in the fresh air, and walked around the mountain peak. When he walked to the inner sect square, he saw several odd job disciples in gray linen clothes cleaning the square and putting up colorful paper and lanterns. The odd job disciples were whispering to each other as they worked. Ji Tianxing was far away from them, but his hearing was excellent, so he naturally heard them clearly. A skinny odd job disciple was whispering to the others, "You guys work faster. Don't make any mistakes. This time, a great benefactor is coming." Another odd job disciple, who was younger and only in his teens, asked curiously, "Senior brother, isn't our sect the #1 sect in the Tianshan domain? What kind of benefactor is more noble than our sect?" "Humph, you don't understand, do you?" The skinny disciple said proudly, "I heard from the deacons in the sect that a big shot from the Imperial Court will be coming to our sect soon. It is said that the benefactor is called the Son of Heaven. Even our sect master and elders have to bow to him when they see him." Hearing what he said, the other odd job workers all had shocked expressions on their faces as they let out cries of surprise. "The Son of Heaven? Is it the crown prince of the Imperial Court? Even our sect master and elders have to bow to him? Isn't the identity of the Son of Heaven too noble? Where is the Imperial Court? Why have I never heard of it? Is our sect also under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Court?" The thin odd job disciple was too lazy to explain too much. He lowered his voice and said, "You won't understand even if I tell you these things. Don't ask so much. Anyway, just follow me and finish the work that the deacons have given you. In the next few days, we not only have to clean up the inner sect palace, but also decorate it with lanterns and decorations." Chapter 376. Ji Tianxing frowned when he heard the discussion of the few janitor disciples. He thought for a moment before remembering that there were still 4 days before the Son of Heaven would arrive at the Sky Pillar sect. When he thought up to here, he lost interest in taking a stroll and turned around to return to the Tianxing courtyard. The Sky Pillar sect was busy decorating with lanterns and decorations. These things were arranged by the elders and deacons, and the janitor disciples completed them. It didn't have much to do with him. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these trivial matters. After returning to the Tianxing courtyard, he asked the maidservant, Xiao Shuang, to close the door and wouldn't receive any guests for the next few days. He said a few words to the maidservant, Xiao Shuang, then entered the secret room to circulate his cultivation. After refining the heavenly star pearl and fusing with the Kenshin bloodline, his strength skyrocketed to the third level of the origin core stage. It could be said to be a leap in improvement. On the path of the martial Tao, if one wanted to become a true expert, then one must have a solid foundation and gradually increase one's strength. He must cultivate calmly for a period of time to stabilize his martial Tao foundation and properly consolidate his strength and cultivation. In the next 3 days, the Sky Pillar sect's disciples and janitor disciples were busy. In a short 3 days, the enormous sect became completely new, and there were lanterns and decorations everywhere. The 9 mountain peaks, over 1,000 palaces, and courtyards were cleaned until they were clean and spotless. The thousands of janitor disciples were filled with excitement as they passionately discussed the Son of Heaven's imminent arrival. Many people had never heard of the Central State Imperial Court, nor did they know who the Imperial Monarch and the Son of Heaven were. Everyone only knew that the person who came to the Sky Pillar sect this time was a great figure with a supreme status, and he could collapse the Skystar region with a stomp of his feet. The warm and jubilant atmosphere lasted for an entire 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, group after group of experts arrived at the Sky Pillar sect's entrance. The guards guarding the entrance immediately recognized these experts. These experts were the sect leaders and chief disciples of the other 7 great sections. The Tianjin sect's sect leader and guest elder Huangfu, Granny Shueyu, Feng Min, sect leader Yen, Wu Yu, and the others had all entered the Sky Pillar sect. The sect leaders of the various sects brought their chief disciples to the Sky Pillar sect, so they naturally had to welcome and pay respects to the Son of Heaven. The Sky Pillar sect had made the corresponding arrangements long ago, and arranged a few courtyards in the outer court for the sect leaders and disciples of the 7 sects to temporarily stay. After one night, a new day arrived. Today was the day that the Son of Heaven would arrive at the sky-bearing sect. Everyone in the sect was filled with curiosity and anticipation. They got up early in the morning to wait. Ji Tianxing also ended his closed-door cultivation. He walked out of the secret room and left the Tianxing courtyard. Half an hour later, he ascended the peak of Heaven Upholding Peak and arrived at the square outside Heaven Upholding Hall. At this time, dozens of people had already gathered in the square in front of the hall. They were standing in the square and chatting with each other. The person standing at the front was naturally Chu Tianxing. Behind him stood a row of experts. They were the leaders of the 7 major sections. Further back in the 3rd row were the chief disciples of the various sections. Yun Yao was among them. The 4th row had the most people. There were more than a dozen people. 9 of them were elders of the Sky Pillar sect, and the others were elders of the various sections. Everyone was dressed neatly and stood in the middle of the field with solemn expressions. They looked at the sky in front of them, waiting for the arrival of the emperor. When Ji Tianxing arrived at the square, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The gazes of the various sect leaders and chief disciples all looked at him in unison and converged on him. The few sect leaders were all heavenly origin stage experts, so they were naturally able to discern with a glance that Ji Tianxing's strength had already reached the 3rd level of the origin core stage. Instantly, the few sect leaders' faces went grim, and their eyes revealed shock. Granny Shueyu, the 6 Harmony sect's sect leader Yen, and the Pill Cauldron sect's sect leader Qi were all filled with surprise and felt it was unbelievable. Besides being filled with shock, the 3 sect leaders of the True Martial sect, Windfire sect, and Thousand Autumn sect were also filled with dense jealousy. The Tianjin sect's sect leader's mood was the worst. His chest was filled with rage, and his gaze that was gloomy like ice stared at Ji Tianxing. If looks could kill, Ji Tianxing would have been cut into pieces by his gaze. No one was able to believe that in a short period of a month, Ji Tianxing had actually broken through to the origin core stage and even reached the 3rd level of the origin core stage. This was simply an unbelievable miracle. When they saw another genius that was as outstanding as Yun Yao had appeared in the Sky Pillar sect, all the sect leaders felt an enormous pressure. Especially the Tianjin sect's sect leader, He even secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely destroy the Sky Pillar sect as soon as possible. He would absolutely not give the Sky Pillar sect a chance to continue developing and strengthening, and he would not sit idly by and watch Ji Tianxing, this hidden danger, become a powerhouse. At that time, he would seek revenge from Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing walked into the square with a calm expression and stood still beside Yun Yao. Both he and Yun Yao didn't open their mouths to speak. The two of them glanced at each other and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. After a brief exchange of glances, the two of them looked ahead calmly and silently waited. The chief disciples of the various sects all noticed Ji Tianxing's abnormality, and they felt that he seemed to have changed into a different person, so they secretly sized him up and observed him. Time silently flowed by, and an hour quickly passed by. The morning sun gradually rose into the sky and sprinkled light golden sunlight onto the square before the hall. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar that shook the 9 heavens suddenly sounded out in the sky before Crimson Sky Peak. Roar! An incomparably huge golden figure, draped in light golden sunlight, galloped over from the distant sky like a golden stream of light. Everyone in the square immediately looked up at the sky in front of them with a solemn expression, and their gazes converged on the golden stream of light. Amidst the dazzling golden stream of light, there was an extremely majestic and mighty golden-scaled flood dragon with a body that was 1,000 meters long. The flood dragon had 2 huge dragon heads, and the ant-like dragon horns on its head shone with a brilliant golden light. Its 2 pairs of dark silver dragon eyes looked down at everyone in the square condescendingly, and its eyes revealed an aura of indifference to the common people. Although the golden-scaled flood dragon was still far away from everyone, its powerful dragon aura and sacred aura enveloped the entire Crimson Sky Peak, causing everyone to feel a strong sense of fear and awe in their hearts. 2 people stood on the back of the double-headed flood dragon, and they were looking down at everyone in the square. Standing in front was a handsome young man in his early 20s. He wore an exquisite golden robe, a square dragon and phoenix golden crown on his head, a purple gold belt inlaid with jade, and a pair of wind cloud boots on his feet. His entire body was filled with an incomparable aura of nobility. His fair and handsome face was as clear as jade, and even faintly glowed with a jade-like crystalline luster. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a straight nose. His thin lips were tightly pursed, revealing a somewhat confident and indifferent temperament. A pair of clear eyes, as deep and vast as the sea of stars, flashed with quick-wittedness and wisdom. What a peerlessly handsome face, as if it was the work of a god. However, his figure was slightly thin and frail, and he did not have the burly body of an emperor and the domineering aura of an emperor. Chapter 377. Although there was another person on the back of the double-headed dragon. It was a burly middle-aged man wearing golden armor. He was dressed like an imperial general. However, everyone in the square ignored the imperial general and focused their attention on the handsome young man. Everyone knew that the incomparably noble Son of Heaven had finally arrived at the Sky Pillar sect. The sect leaders and elders of the various sects were in awe, and their eyes were shining with excitement. The chief disciples of the various sects looked up at the Tianzi on the back of the golden dragon with deep reverence. Among the crowd, only 2 people's expressions remained unchanged. They were still calm and indifferent. These 2 people were Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Swoosh! The double-headed dragon flew above everyone's head, bringing with it a powerful gust of wind and invisible pressure. The trees around the square were swaying from the strong wind, and the robes of the people in the square were also fluttering. The dragon circled twice above the square before rolling its 1,000-meter-long dragon body into 3 circles and slowly landing on the square. Boom! The moment the 5 dragon claws landed on the ground, 5 large pits appeared on the granite floor. Dense cracks appeared all around, and the entire mountain peak began to tremble. Everyone's pupils constricted, and they were secretly shocked. They were even more in awe of the legendary imperial court and the Tianzi. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Tianzi was the first to jump off the dragon's back. His figure flashed and landed on the square. The imperial general also followed his footsteps and landed on the square. He stood silently 3 steps behind the Tianzi. The Tianzi raised his left hand and waved at the double-headed golden dragon. The double-headed golden dragon let out a low roar. Its body flickered with golden light, and its body immediately shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000-meter-long golden dragon body shrank to the extreme and turned into a dark gold thumb ring with two dragons playing with a pearl. It was worn on the Tianzi's left thumb. Only then did the Tianzi retract his left hand. He put his hands behind his back and walked towards the crowd with majestic steps. He stood 10 steps away from Chu Tianxing and looked at the crowd calmly. His indifferent eyes only swept across Chu Tianxing, the sect leaders, and the chief disciples in the first 3 rows. As for the elders of the various sects, they were all ignored by him. Of course, when his eyes swept over Yun Yao, he paused for a moment, and a smile that no one noticed flashed in his eyes. At this moment, everyone bowed in unison, clasped their hands together and bowed to the emperor. We, the martial artists of the Tianshan region, welcome the emperor. Greetings to the benevolent Saint Emperor. The voices of the crowd converged into a torrent of sound waves, reverberating in the air above the square, filled with reverence. The emperor nodded slightly without any expression on his face. He raised his hands and said with a calm voice, "Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. Rise." Only then did everyone stand up, put down their hands, and stared at the Son of Heaven, closely examining his true appearance. Tianzi's gaze fell on Chu Tianxing. His tone was calm and majestic as he said, "Is this the current sect master of the sky-bearing sect, Sect Master Chu Tianxing?" Chu Tianxing hurriedly cupped his hands in salute and said respectfully, "Reporting to the emperor, it is this subject." The emperor nodded and didn't say anything. Chu Tianxing hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, we are here to welcome Your Majesty. We are here to listen to the orders of the imperial court, and also to see the emperor's true appearance. We are also looking forward to Your Majesty coming down to preside over the overall situation of the Tianshan region. This subject has already arranged everything in the main hall. Your Majesty, please come to the main hall for a chat." After that, Chu Tianxing bowed and stretched out his hand, making a "please" gesture. The Son of Heaven nodded and led the imperial generals to the main hall. Chu Tianxing accompanied him on his left and right, leading the way for him. The sect masters, elders, and disciples followed closely behind. After 100 breaths, everyone entered the sky-bearing palace and took their seats in the main hall. At such a solemn moment and occasion, the arrangement of the seats was, of course, very particular. Of course, the emperor sat on the sect master's throne. The imperial guard stood beside him like stone sculptures, looking dignified and looking straight ahead. The sect masters and sect masters of the 8 major sects were divided into 2 rows, sitting on the left and right sides of the main hall. The one on the left was Chu Tianxing, and the other 3 were Granny Shuiyu, Sect Master Yen of the 6 He sect, and Sect Master Qi of the Pill Tripod sect. The 4 sect masters on the right side of the main hall, with the Tianjin sect master as the leader, sat in the main seat. The other 3 were the sect masters of the True Martial sect, the Windfire sect, and the Chenqiu sect. As for the elders and chief disciples of the various sects, they were not qualified to sit. They all stood behind their own sect masters. Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao stood side by side behind Chu Tianxing, Feng Min stood behind Granny Shuiyu, and Wu stood behind Sect Master Yin. Behind the Tianjin sect master, there was only a guest elder, Huangfu. After all, Shi Wenyu had died long ago, and the Tianjin sect had yet to appoint a new chief disciple. Tian Ziduan's dignified gaze swept across everyone present, and he said solemnly, "Fellow Taoists, I came to the Tianshan region under the orders of the imperial court to preside over the overall situation of the Tianshan region. Only by maintaining the stability of the Tianshan region can we ensure the peace and prosperity of our race, and that the people can live and work in peace and not be disturbed by the flames of war. Sect masters, you are in charge of the foundation of your sects and occupy the ancient star realm. Naturally, you have the responsibility to guard the peace of your region. I am here to preside over the overall situation, so I need all of you to cooperate well." The 8 sect masters nodded inwardly. They stared at Tian Ziduan with faint anticipation in their hearts. All of the sect masters were well aware of the conflict between the Tianjin sect and the Sky Pillar sect. Everyone secretly wondered what Tian Ziduan's attitude would be. How would he resolve this matter? At this moment, Tian Ziduan continued, I am new here and do not understand the situation. Sect masters, please introduce yourselves first. Chu Tianxing stood up first, cupped his hands, and bowed to Tian Ziduan, introducing himself. Immediately after, Granny Shui Yu, Sect Master Yen, Sect Master Qi, and the others all stood up and bowed, introducing themselves. A moment later, the 8 sect masters finished introducing themselves, and Tian Ziduan also remembered everyone's names and characteristics. He looked at Chu Tianxing and asked, Sect Master Chu, I received news a month ago that the Tianjin sect and your esteemed sect have some unresolved grievances that have even evolved to the point of fighting. I wonder if Sect Master Chu can dispel my doubts and tell me the origin of the grievances between the 2 sects, as well as the whole story? Chu Tianxing was startled. He obviously did not expect Tian Ziduan to act so swiftly and decisively, wanting to mediate the matter as soon as they met. Before he could speak, the Tianjin sect master stood up and quickly walked to the center of the hall. The Tianjin sect master bowed to Tian Ziduan and said indignantly, Greetings, Tian Ziduan. I am the Tianjin sect's sect master, Gao Yi. Tian Ziduan, as the #1 sect in the Tianjin region, the Sky Pillar sect has gone too far. Not only did they kill my disciples, but they also destroyed my sect's hundreds of years of foundation. Chapter 378. The sect master of the Tianjin sect, Gao Yu, stood in the Sky Pillar hall and angrily complained about the Sky Pillar sect's crimes. He talked non-stop, starting from 100 years ago, all the way to his birthday banquet last month. Under his description, the Sky Pillar sect had completely turned into a tyrannical and arrogant evil sect that committed all kinds of crimes. Perhaps he was acting, or perhaps he was truly sad. When he talked about how Shi Wenyu was killed, how he was injured by Chu Tianxing, and how the Divine Sword Peak was destroyed, he was still weeping. His tragic tone and cries could really move anyone who heard it and shed tears upon seeing it. When the sect masters and elders in the hall saw Gao Yu's appearance, their expressions became very complicated and many thoughts appeared in their minds. Granny Shui Yu looked at him coldly and sneered in her heart, Gao Yu, this shameless guy, he's really not afraid of losing face. In front of the sect masters and the emperor, he can actually act so miserably and realistically. It seems that he's already shameless in order to complain about the Sky Pillar sect. Sect Master Yen and Sect Master Qi also looked at Gao Yu with strange expressions. Their eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. This Gao Yu really doesn't care about his status and face. He's completely shameless. AI, this guy can really act. He actually inverted right and wrong to falsely accuse the Sky Pillar sect. I hope the Emperor won't be deceived by him. On the right side of the hall, the Thousand Autumns sect master, the True Martial sect master, and the Windfire sect master snickered in their hearts and agreed with Gao Yu's actions. In the hearts of the 3 sect masters, all kinds of thoughts appeared. Chu Tianxing must be stupid, right? He definitely didn't think that Gao Yu would directly complain in front of the emperor, right? Chu Tianxing, with the emperor present, let's see how you explain this time. The emperor doesn't know the inside story and will definitely be deceived by Gao Yu in this situation. Even if it's to appease Gao Yu, he will definitely blame or severely punish the Sky Pillar sect. Chu Tianxing's expression was naturally gloomy. His eyes were cold from the shameless Gao Yu and his hands were trembling. However, the emperor was sitting in the main seat and listening to Gao Yu's complaints expressionlessly. He couldn't rashly stand up to defend himself. In that case, if he quarreled with Gao Yi in public, not only would he not be able to clear his name, but it would also have the opposite effect. He did his best to suppress his anger, but a cold smile hung on his lips as he glared at Gao Yi, watching Gao Yi's performance. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, Gao Yi finished speaking. He waved his sleeves to wipe away the tears on his face, bowed deeply to the emperor, and begged, Your Majesty, you must seek justice for me. The Thousand Autumns sect leader, the True Martial sect leader, and the Wind and Fire sect leader exchanged glances and hurriedly stood up to salute the emperor. They cupped their fists and said, "Your Majesty the Emperor, everything that sect leader Gao said just now is true. We are willing to testify for him." Tianzi had been silently listening to Gao Yi's words. There was no change in his expression on his handsome face. Seeing the three sect leaders step forward to testify for Gao Yi, an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. He nodded lightly and said calmly, "Sect masters, please take your seats." Although sect leader Gao's experience makes one sigh, I am new here and am not clear about the grudges between the sects in the Tianshan region. This monarch cannot make any conclusions about this matter based on your one-sided statement. However, sect leader Gao, don't worry. I will investigate this matter as soon as possible and give you an answer. Tianzi's words and attitude were neutral. He wasn't deceived or influenced by Gao Yi at all. This made Gao Yi, the Thousand Autumn sect leader, and the others feel a little disappointed. However, they had already expected this result. They also guessed that Tianzi, as the #1 genius of the human race, was a wise person and wouldn't easily believe the words of others. However, Gao Yi put on a pitiful expression and took the initiative to complain to Tianzi. No matter what, this would create a preconceived notion in Tianzi's mind. The Sky Pillar sect was strong and domineering, while the Tianjin sect was weak and pitiful, being bullied by the Sky Pillar sect. Thus, Gao Yi's goal was achieved. Immediately after, Tianzi turned to look at Chu Tianxing and expressionlessly asked, "Sect Master Chu, do you have anything to say about what Sect Master Gao just said?" Chu Tianxing immediately stood up and walked to the center of the hall. He said in a deep voice, "Reporting to your Majesty Hunzi, what Gao Yi said was nonsense. He inverted black and white, confusing right and wrong. Since Gao Yi had shamelessly made a scene in front of everyone and slandered the Sky Pillar sect in front of everyone in the hall, Tianzi didn't dare to offend the Sky Pillar sect. Of course, Chu Tianxing wouldn't give the Tianjin sect any face. He mercilessly refuted Gao Yi's words and used extremely sharp words to denounce Gao Yi for being sinister and despicable. He refuted and explained everything that Gao Yi had said to Nyetian. After a full half an hour, he finished explaining everything. Granny Shueyu, sect leader Yen, and sect leader Qi all stood up and bowed to Tianzi, confirming that Chu Tianxing's words were true. Gao Yi sat on the right without saying a word. His face was also livid with anger, and his eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Chu Tianxing. Tianzi nodded expressionlessly and said calmly, "Sect leader Chu, please take a seat." The two sect leaders have different opinions about the same thing. They both have their own grievances and difficulties. It seems that the conflict between the two sects has been brewing for a long time. The grievances have accumulated over time and can no longer be easily resolved. In that case, please don't be impatient and wait patiently for a few days. After this emperor investigates clearly, I will naturally make a decision. At that time, this emperor will distinguish between right and wrong for the two sect leaders. Since Tianzi had spoken, Chu Tianxing and Gao Yi couldn't say anything more. Naturally, they nodded in agreement. Next, Tianzi looked at the other sect leaders and asked if there were any grievances between the sects that were difficult to resolve. The sect leaders were silent and hesitant. No one took the initiative to speak, and no one stood up to complain. After all, the two strongest forces in the Tianshan region were the Sky-bearing sect and the Tianjin sect. The grievances between the two sects had developed to the point where they couldn't tolerate each other and were about to go to war. This time, Tianzi came to the Tianshan region mainly to resolve the grievances between the two sects and stabilize the overall situation. Although there were some grievances between the other 6 sects, they were all small frictions and conflicts. In this kind of situation, no one was willing to talk about those small matters. It would only make people laugh and might not be able to resolve it effectively. Seeing that everyone was silent, Tianzi didn't ask anything and said in a solemn tone, "Since the 6 sects are still harmonious, then this emperor is relieved. Next, this emperor will stay in the Sky-bearing sect for a while to thoroughly investigate and resolve the grievances between the two sects. Sect leaders, Please stay in the sky-bearing sect for a few days to help this emperor understand the situation and contribute to the peace and stability of the Tianshan region. Chapter 379. After the meeting ended, the sect leaders led their elders and chief disciples out of the towering sky hall. Everyone left the red firmament peak and returned to the courtyards on the mountainside of the towering sky peak to rest. In the towering sky hall, only Tianzi, the imperial general, Chu Tianxing, Ji Tianxing, and Yun Yao were left. Tianzi's gaze fell on Yun Yao, and there was a touch of emotion in the depths of his eyes. He wanted to greet Yun Yao and chat for a while, but there were others present in the hall, so it was not appropriate. Chu Tianxing cupped his hands to Tianzi and said, "Your Majesty Tianzi, you have come all the way from Zhongzhou. The journey must be tiring, so you should rest early. I have arranged a residence for Your Majesty Tianzi. Please follow me." Tianzi nodded and walked to the Sky River Palace behind the towering Sky Hall under Chu Tianxing's lead. After Chu Tianxing and Tianzi left, Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao walked out of the hall side by side. The two stopped at the entrance of the hall and looked at each other, but did not say anything. After saying goodbye to each other, the two left the towering Sky Hall and returned to their respective residences. For the whole day, the towering sky sect was very lively and noisy. Countless disciples were talking about Tianzi and the double-headed golden dragon. Countless disciples witnessed the scene of the double-headed golden dragon descending from the sky and were shocked. Some people also saw Tianzi's appearance and aura. They said that he was so handsome that he did not look like a mortal. His temperament was as noble as a god, and they worshipped him. Some people also heard that Tianzi lived in the Sky River Palace on the red firmament peak. If it were not for the fear of offending Tianzi, many disciples would have run outside the Sky River Palace to watch. For the whole day, Tianzi and the imperial general stayed in the Sky River Palace and did not appear again. After Tianzi rested for half a day, he asked the imperial general to find countless books and information. He quietly read the information and quickly understood the situation in the Tianshan region and the details of the 8 major sections. The people of the Heart Moon sect, Thousand Autumns sect, Six Unity sect, and other major sects stayed in their respective courtyards. The people of the various sects waited patiently for news and for Tianzi to summon them. Without the Son of Heaven's order, they didn't dare to leave the Sky Pillar sect. The day passed quickly. At night, the Sky Pillar sect was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. A grand banquet was held in the Sky Raising Palace to welcome the Son of Heaven who had come from afar. All the sect leaders, elders, and chief disciples were fortunate enough to attend the banquet. During the banquet, the Tianjian sect Master Gao Yi changed from his miserable and distressed appearance during the day to repeatedly toast the emperor. He flattered the Son of Heaven without leaving a trace, praising the Son of Heaven as a peerless hero that was rarely seen in the world. Of course, with the Son of Heaven's status, power, and talent, he could indeed be called the #1 genius of the human race. Even in the entire Tianshan land, Tianzi was one of the top few absolute geniuses. He was the true pride of the heavens. Chu Tianxing and the other sect leaders were full of disdain for Gao Yi's actions. At the same time, on a mountain peak 25 kilometers east of the Sky Pillar sect, the bright moonlight shone on the mountain peak, covering it with a layer of hazy moonlight. On a giant rock on the mountain peak, a man and a woman were standing. They were looking at the Sky Pillar sect with cold eyes. The woman was about 2 meters tall. She wore a long black robe, a cloak, and a veil. Only a pair of dark red eyes could be seen. She was the Blood Moon Infanta. The middle-aged man standing next to her was also a demon. His body was frighteningly tall. He was more than 3 meters tall and had dark purple skin all over his body. This giant had a head full of long red hair and his entire body was covered with thick purple hair. He was not wearing any clothes and only had a black python apron wrapped around his waist. He was the Blood Moon Infanta's father, the leader of the Blood Demon tribe, the Blood Demon King. The father and daughter stood side by side and looked at the brightly lit Sky Pillar sect from afar. Cold, murderous intentions surged in their eyes. Human worms of the Sky Pillar sect, it won't be long before this king turns all of you into ashes. The Blood Demon King drew back his lips and cursed with a cold tone. The Blood Moon Infanta nodded and asked in a deep voice, "Father, you have already studied the Sky Pillar sect's 9 Dragon Spirit Vein map yesterday. Do you have any plans?" The Blood Demon King said in a cold tone, "Although I already know the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein map like the back of my hand, the experts of various sects have gathered in the Sky Pillar sect. We can only continue to endure and cannot act rashly. I brought a soul crystal from the palace. This crystal was once one of the treasures of a certain sect in the Yong-en region. After I destroyed that sect, I kept this soul crystal until today. Now it can finally be put to use." As he spoke, the Blood Demon King spread out his wide left hand. A silver crystal the size of an egg appeared in his palm. It flickered with a bright silver light. The Blood Moon Infanta stared at the soul crystal and said with a face full of curiosity, "Father, the High Priest also mentioned the soul crystal and asked the Tianjian sect master to find a way to get one. It's a pity that the Tianjian sect master's disciple, Shi Wenyu, is too useless. Not only did he not get the soul crystal, but he was also heavily injured by Ji Tianxing and was on the verge of death. Father, what are you going to do with this soul crystal?" The Blood Demon King drew back his lips and revealed a row of white fangs. He sneered and said, "Of course, I'm going to destroy the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein in preparation for the birth of the Demon King. The soul crystal is the source of power for the Tianyuan array. It can also devour the power of the Tianyuan array and silently destroy the Spirit Vein array. Blood Moon, I'm going to sneak into the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein array and use a secret technique to bury this soul crystal. The soul crystal will quietly devour the power of the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein array and gradually destroy the structure of the Spirit Vein. After a month at most, the power of the 9 Dragon Spirit Vein array will be so weak that it can no longer be maintained." The Blood Demon King sneered as he spoke of his plan. The Blood Moon Infanta nodded and praised, "Good. Father, you're going to sneak into the Sky Pillar sect alone. There are many Sky Prime experts in the Sky Pillar sect, so you must be careful." The Blood Demon King sneered in disdain, "There are only a few experts in the Sky Pillar sect that can match me. I also have the smoky umbrella, so how can I be discovered by them? What danger can there be? Blood Moon, you stay here and wait. I'll be back soon." After he finished speaking, he turned into a black mist and left the mountain peak, flying in the direction of the Sky Pillar sect. The Blood Moon Infanta stayed on the mountain peak and silently waited as she watched the black mist disappear into the night sky. After half an hour, the Blood Demon King arrived at the side of the Sky Pillar sect and arrived at the foot of the Jade Sword Peak. The invisible 9 Dragon Spirit Vein array protected the entire Sky Pillar sect and also enveloped the Jade Sword Peak. The Blood Demon King took out the smoky umbrella and borrowed its power to quickly pass through the sect-protecting array. Chapter 380. The Blood Demon King was a Sky Origin Realm expert, and with the smoky umbrella in his hand, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. He shuttled through the pitch-black underground without making any sound or emitting any demonic power fluctuations. Unless a Sky Origin Realm expert approached him, no one would be able to detect his aura. Although there were many Sky Origin Realm experts in the Sky-bearing sect, they were all attending the banquet in the Sky-bearing palace. No one would have thought that someone would take the opportunity to invade. 15 minutes later, the Blood Demon King dived into the depths of the underground and quietly used a demonic secret technique to place the Spirit Soul Crystal in the Spirit Vein array. The Spirit Soul Crystal was hidden very well and had fused with the array's aura. It was impossible for anyone to discover it. After doing all this, the Blood Demon King sneered and silently left the underground. 30 minutes later, he returned to the mountain peak 50 miles away from the Sky-bearing sect and appeared beside the Blood Moon Infanta. Seeing that he had returned safely, the Blood Moon Infanta hurriedly asked, "Father, did the plan go smoothly?" "Of course it went smoothly." The Blood Demon King sneered confidently. "I have already placed the Spirit Soul Crystal in the depths of the Spirit Vein array. After 1 month, the power of the Spirit Vein array will be exhausted. At that time, even if the people of the Sky-bearing sect discover the abnormality, it will be too late to remedy it. We can take the opportunity to destroy the seal and rescue the Demon King." The Blood Moon Infanta's blood boiled and she clenched her fists in excitement. Great. Father, we will succeed soon. Yes. The Blood Demon King nodded and said, however, it is still too early to be happy. I still need to make more preparations. He warned the Blood Moon Infanta in a low voice. Blood Moon, for the next few days, stay nearby and secretly pay attention to the Sky-Bearing Sect's movements. If there is any news from the Sky-Bearing Sect, you must immediately send a message to me. In addition, you must also pay attention to hiding. Don't be discovered by the people of the Sky-Bearing Sect. I understand. The Blood Moon Infanta nodded solemnly and asked in confusion, Father, what are you going to do? Aren't you coming with me? The Blood Demon King grinned and said in a playful tone, I haven't been to the Ancient Star Realm for many years. Since I've returned, I must ensure that the plan goes smoothly. This king has an old friend in the Ancient Realm. It's time to go see her. Hearing this, Blood Moon Infanta vaguely understood something. She nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After that, the Blood Demon King left the smoky net umbrella to her, turned into a black mist, and flew away. She remained alone at the peak of the mountain, sitting on a millstone and silently watching the bright lights of the Sky Pillar Sect. The noisy and bustling night with undercurrents finally came to an end. The next morning, when the sun had just risen, there was still a faint layer of morning mist between the peaks of the Sky-Bearing Sect. The Jade Ripple Lake behind the heaven-upholding peak was also shrouded in a thin layer of mist, making it even more beautiful and mysterious than before. The clear water rippled in the lake, and the willow trees swayed gently on the shore. Not far away from the Spirit Herb Garden, there were still waves of fragrance from the plants. The scenery by the lake was really fresh and elegant. At this time, a young man and woman were taking a stroll on the bluestone path under the willow trees by the lake. The man was tall and handsome. He wore a brocade robe and a pair of gold-rimmed firewalking boots. His long hair was tied up with a jade crown, making him look like an immortal. There was no doubt that he was the son of heaven, Long Yunxiao. The woman beside him was wearing a long white dress. She had an extremely beautiful appearance and a cold temperament. She was Yun Yao. Yesterday, Long Yunxiao had arrived at the Sky-Bearing Sect for the first time. He had to accept the visits of the various sect masters, so he naturally had to dress up. He wore a golden robe and a crown. Today, he didn't plan to deal with sect matters. It was his private time, so he changed into casual clothes. Even so, he was still extraordinarily handsome, and his temperament was noble and graceful. The two strolled along the path by the lake. Although they were walking side by side, they maintained a distance of 2 steps between each other. This distance was just right. It didn't appear to be close, but it wasn't too distant either. It was a normal distance between ordinary friends. Long Yunxiao seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and said in a gentle tone, Yao Yao, I remember the first time I saw you was 9 years ago. That was at Uncle Yun's 100th birthday banquet. That night, you were wearing the water moon frozen star dress. Although you were still young, you were already a little beauty who suppressed the entire audience and stunned all the guests. I didn't expect that 9 years would pass in the blink of an eye. You've become a peerless beauty and the #1 genius of the Tianshan region. Time really flies. As Long Yunxiao spoke, his eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. A smile also appeared on his handsome face. Yun Yao was still as calm as usual. Her temperament was cold and she didn't have much of a reaction. Son of heaven, you disturbed my sleep early in the morning and asked me to take a stroll by the lake. Are you trying to help me remember the past? There's no need to mention those things of the past. You should just get to the point. Long Yunxiao wasn't angry. Instead, a playful smile appeared on his face. Yao Yao, I didn't expect that after staying in the Tianshan region for a few years, your personality would change a little. You're not as cold as before. He knew very well that Yun Yao's personality was even colder in the past. She wouldn't say so much to him. Yun Yao frowned slightly but didn't say anything. Long Yunxiao continued, Yao Yao, I know that the reason why you left the Cloud Spirit Palace, left the Central State, and came to this remote Tianshan region was to avoid me. But now, the Emperor and Mother are going to choose a concubine for me. They've chosen the 3 most outstanding candidates from the 9 regions. Coincidentally, you're one of them. Yao Yao, don't you think that this is fate and our destiny? Even if you ran to this remote Tianshan region to avoid me, you still have to reunite with me in the end. After saying that, he looked at Yun Yao with a gentle gaze. His face was full of tenderness. Yun Yao glanced at him and said indifferently, "You should know that I don't believe in fate. I only believe that man can conquer the heavens. Of course, my fate is in my control. Also, I heard that the other 2 heavenly concubine candidates aren't bad either. In terms of looks, they're alluring beauties. In terms of talent, they're top geniuses. Why don't you consider them?" A smile flashed across Long Yunxiao's eyes. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Yao Yao, can I interpret your words as jealousy?" Yun Yao looked at him indifferently and said coldly, "You're thinking too much." Long Yunxiao said to himself, "Yao Yao, you should know that from the first time I saw you, I've decided that you'll be my heavenly concubine. With such a beautiful woman like you, how could other women enter my eyes? Compared to you, they're all ordinary women. I know that you don't want to be my heavenly concubine, but it doesn't matter. I won't force you to do something you don't want to." Chapter 381. Yun Yao wasn't surprised by Long Yunxiao's attitude. Long Yunxiao had said this a few years ago, and it hadn't changed until now. She couldn't help but frown. She said calmly, "Son of Heaven, you know that it's impossible. Why are you wasting time on me?" Long Yunxiao's voice was still gentle. "With our talent and strength, we don't lack time. We can live for 300 to 500 years. I will always wait for you." Yun Yao glanced at him and didn't say anything else. Both of them were very firm. It was impossible to change each other's minds with just a few words. Since that was the case, Yun Yao didn't want to continue talking about this with him. She remained silent and strolled along the bluestone path by the lake. Her eyes were fixed on the misty lake. Long Yunxiao walked beside her and talked about some interesting past events. His eyes and tone were very gentle from beginning to end. No matter what Yun Yao's reaction was or what her attitude was, he was always gentle and gentlemanly. This had been the case for many years, and it hadn't changed even now. 15 minutes passed quickly. At this moment, a young man in a white robe walked over from the bluestone path in front of them. The young man in the white robe was also strolling by the lake. The 2 of them met unexpectedly. When Yun Yao saw the young man in the white robe walking over, her cold expression and eyes softened a lot. She greeted him. "Junior brother Tianxing, good morning." Without a doubt, the young man in the white robe walking over was Ji Tianxing. After the banquet last night, he didn't sleep at all. He had been meditating and cultivating. When dawn came, he casually walked around the towering sky peak. Unknowingly, he arrived at the Jade Wave Lake at the back of the mountain. He did not expect to meet Yun Yao and Long Yunxiao, who was beside her here. Ji Tianxing was stunned for a moment. Then, he calmly walked in front of the 2 of them and greeted them with cupped fists. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Eldest senior sister, the 2 of you sure are in a good mood. Are you here to admire the scenery of Jade Wave Lake so early in the morning?" He calmly looked at Yun Yao and Long Yunxiao and chatted with them. His mood didn't change at all. Long Yunxiao looked at him and smiled. He nodded in return. However, Long Yunxiao was not familiar with him. He only knew that he was Chu Tianxing's personal disciple, so he did not speak to him. However, Yun Yao walked to Ji Tianxing's side and stood face to face with him. She said in a gentle tone, "Junior brother Tianxing, Tianzi and I have known each other since we were young. This time, he was ordered to come to the Heavenly Star region to take charge of the situation. He also came to visit me on the way, so he invited me to take a walk by the lake early in the morning," Yun Yao explained briefly. Although her expression was normal, Ji Tianxing felt that something was amiss when he heard it. He thought to himself, "So big senior sister and Tianzi have known each other since they were young. In that case, my previous guess was not wrong. Eldest senior sister's background is indeed not simple. Eldest senior sister is explaining to me in person. Are you afraid that I will misunderstand something?" He already had a sense of propriety in his heart, so he said to Yun Yao and Long Yunxiao, I didn't expect eldest senior sister and Tianzi to be friends. Since old friends have met, of course I should visit and greet them. Long Yunxiao only cared about Yun Yao. Why would he care about what Ji Tianxing said or did? At this time, Yun Yao cupped her hands and bowed to Tianxing. She said apologetically, Tianzi, I'm sorry. I made an appointment with junior brother Tianxing to go to the Creek Mountain Flower Valley today. Please forgive Yun Yao for not being able to accompany you. Goodbye. Hearing this, Ji Tianxing and Long Yunxiao were stunned. Ji Tianxing's expression didn't change, but he was secretly puzzled. Strange, when did I have an appointment with eldest senior sister? Why are we going to the Creek Mountain Flower Valley? However, he was quick-witted and immediately guessed Yun Yao's intention. Could it be that eldest senior sister deliberately said this to use this as an excuse to get rid of Tianzi? Thinking of this, he also cupped his hands and bowed to Long Yunxiao. He revealed an apologetic smile and said, Your Majesty, please excuse me. Long Yunxiao frowned slightly. He glanced at Ji Tianxing and then looked at Yun Yao. He vaguely guessed something in his heart. He secretly pondered in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. He smiled and said, Yao Yao, I came all the way to the Tianshan region to meet you. I just chatted with you for a while, and you want to leave me here. Aren't you treating me as a friend? It just so happens that I also want to see the scenery of the Tianshan region. Yao Yao, shouldn't you be a good host and take me to see it? Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao didn't expect Long Yunxiao to be so persistent and insist on going with them. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be embarrassed to disturb their date and would have left long ago. However, Long Yunxiao was an honored guest and they were disciples of the Sky Pillar sect. They should be warmly received. Moreover, Long Yunxiao's words were neither light nor heavy. He was jokingly reprimanding Yun Yao, making it impossible for Yun Yao to refuse. Helpless, she could only say calmly, since Tianzi also wants to see the scenery, as disciples of the Sky Pillar sect, we naturally have to entertain you. Tianzi, please. Then Yun Yao, Ji Tianxing, and Long Yunxiao left the Jade Lake together and walked towards the Creek Mountain in the depths of the Sky Pillar sect. The Creek Mountain was one of the 9 peaks of the Sky Pillar sect. It was located in the deepest part of the mountain range and the scenery was very beautiful. There was a valley in the Creek Mountain that was filled with 5-colored spirit flowers. The flowers didn't wither all year round and the scenery was beautiful and pleasant. Ever since Ji Tianxing entered the Sky Pillar sect, he had been busy cultivating and increasing his strength and had never been to the Creek Mountain. After the 3 of them left the Sky Pillar Peak, they quickly walked through the forest between the peaks and went straight to the Creek Mountain's Flower Valley. Yun Yao had a cold personality and Ji Tianxing had an introverted personality. The 2 of them weren't good at talking and socializing. Long Yunxiao was eloquent, but he hid his thoughts and didn't chat with Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing on the way. He silently observed Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. From some clues, he could see that Yun Yao's attitude towards Ji Tianxing was both trusting and close. The 2 of them walked side by side and were only half a foot apart. They didn't feel strange at all. In Long Yunxiao's eyes, this distance made them seem as intimate as a couple, making him feel a little gloomy. However, Long Yunxiao understood Yun Yao's temperament very well. He had known Yun Yao for many years, but when had he ever seen Yun Yao take the initiative to get close to someone? With Yun Yao's taste, how could she fall for such an ordinary person? She's only doing this to deliberately avoid me. Thinking of this, Long Yunxiao felt a lot more relieved. After an hour, the 3 of them were about to reach the foot of the Creek Mountain. At this time, Long Yunxiao's spiritual sense inadvertently discovered that there was a white-browed old man in a yellow robe who seemed to have been following them 100 meters behind them. The white-browed old man was short and fat with a goatee on his chin. His strength had also reached the peak of the Origin Core stage. Chapter 382. Not long after, Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Long Yunxiao climbed up Shi Mountain. This was a mountain peak that was more than 3,000 meters tall. There was a huge rain-making spiritual formation on the mountain peak. The formation kept condensing thick clouds, and drizzling rain continued to fall, converging into a clear lake on the mountain peak. The lake water flowed down from the mountain peak, forming several streams on the hillside, and flowed to the valley halfway up the mountain. The valley was full of 5-colored spiritual flowers, which emitted a fragrant fragrance, attracting many bees and butterflies to wander among the flowers. A few streams flowed down from the mountain peak and passed through the flower valley, adding a bit of poetry to the flower valley. The name Shi Mountain was also derived from this. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Long Yunxiao strolled in the flower valley, admiring the spiritual flowers and mountains. Their moods became much more relaxed and happy. Long Yunxiao could see that Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing were close, and there seemed to be signs of affection. However, he didn't take Ji Tianxing seriously, nor did he show the slightest dissatisfaction. He acted as if he didn't notice it at all. As usual, he chatted with Yun Yao and reminisced about the past. His words and actions were full of the majesty and bearing of an emperor. However, Yun Yao didn't have much interest in the topics he talked about. She had been silent the whole time. She was only closer to Ji Tianxing. Occasionally, she would chat with Ji Tianxing. Her tone and expression were also very gentle. In a bush at the edge of the flower valley, an old man in a yellow robe was hiding in the bushes, observing the movements of Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao from afar. This person had a short stature and a big belly, but he had to act like an immortal. Without a doubt, he was the trusted aide of the Tianjin sect master, Gao Yi, guest elder Huangfu. At this time, guest elder Huangfu was curled up in the bushes, peeping at Ji Tianxing and the others from afar. There was a playful sneer in his eyes. Hee, the sect master asked me to secretly move around the Sky Pillar sect and see if I can find any clues. I didn't expect that I would find such shocking news today. The Honorable Emperor not only knows Yun Yao, but he also has deep feelings for Yun Yao. Unfortunately, Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing secretly have feelings for each other. They seem to be close. How interesting. Guest elder Huangfu sneered in his heart. After peeping for a while, he quietly turned around and left. After leaving Creek Mountain, he hurriedly rushed back to Heaven Pillar Peak and entered a courtyard house with a cold environment. This residence was called the Guest Courtyard. It was a residence that the Sky Pillar sect used to receive guests. The Sky Pillar sect had arranged for the Heavenly Sword sect's sect master Gao Yi and guest elder Huangfu to stay in this courtyard. After entering the courtyard, guest elder Huangfu carefully observed his surroundings and made sure that nobody was following him before he quietly entered the secret chamber. The secret room was dimly lit and empty. Apart from the 2 jade futons, there was nothing else in the room. Gao Yi was sitting cross-legged on a futon, meditating and cultivating with his eyes closed. After guest elder Huangfu entered the secret chamber, he quickly closed the stone door and cast a soundproofing array formation. Gao Yi was awakened by him and opened his eyes. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Guest elder Huangfu, you seem to be in a hurry. What happened?" Guest elder Huangfu cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Sect master, you asked this subordinate to secretly move around in the Sky Pillar sect." This subordinate obeyed and quietly watched Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao. Just now, this subordinate discovered a rather shocking matter. This is definitely the best news for us. Hearing this, Gao Yi's interest was immediately piqued. His eyes lit up. "Tell me, what is the good news?" Guest elder Huangfu lowered his voice and reported truthfully, "Just now, this subordinate saw Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Tianzi. The 3 of them were actually together and even went to the Creek Mountain Flower Valley to enjoy the scenery." This subordinate followed them all the way to the Creek Mountain Flower Valley. After observing for a long time, I found out that Tianzi and Yun Yao had known each other for a long time. Moreover, Tianzi is very devoted to Yun Yao. However, Yun Yao's attitude towards Tianzi seems to be a little cold, but she is closer to Ji Tianxing. Hearing this, Gao Yi raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, "Hee, I really didn't expect Yun Yao to have such good fortune. Since Tianzi and Yun Yao know each other and have deep feelings for each other, he will definitely choose Yun Yao as his heavenly consort. This is a great thing for the Tianjin region. In the future, the Tianjin region will be taken care of by the imperial court and will definitely become the most powerful region. We will also be able to obtain great benefits from this." However, that little bastard Ji Tianxing is too much of a hindrance. He is sandwiched in the middle to prevent Yun Yao and Tianzi from contacting each other. I'm afraid he will ruin this matter. Guest Elder Huangfu, we have to think of a way to restrain Ji Tianxing and make him keep a distance from Yun Yao. This way, Tianzi will have a chance to get close to Yun Yao. Guest Elder Huangfu frowned and thought for a moment. However, he shook his head and said, Sect Master, this subordinate feels that this matter is inappropriate. If Yun Yao becomes the heavenly consort, it will do us more harm than good. After all, Yun Yao is the chief disciple of the Sky Pillar sect. If she really becomes the heavenly consort, the Sky Pillar sect will have a backer and will definitely be taken care of by the imperial court. At that time, the Sky Pillar sect will be like a tiger that has grown wings, and its power will be even stronger. Not only will we not be able to deal with the Sky Pillar sect, but we will definitely be suppressed by them even more miserably. Gao Yi's brows immediately knitted together, and a gloomy cold light flashed in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he nodded in agreement and said, That's right. If Yun Yao really becomes the heavenly consort, it will definitely destroy our plan and make the Sky Pillar sect even more powerful. We can't provoke them. Guest Elder Huangfu frowned and thought for a moment before saying, Sect Master, this subordinate feels that we might as well put the matter of the heavenly consort aside and ignore it. At present, what we should consider more is how to use external forces to deal with the Sky Pillar sect. This subordinate believes that Tianzi's position is high and noble, and he is the most powerful external force. If we can cause conflict between the Sky Pillar sect and Tianzi and make Tianzi dissatisfied with the Sky Pillar sect, then the Sky Pillar sect will be in danger. This is the best situation for us. Make Tianzi dissatisfied with the Sky Pillar sect? Gao Yi revealed a puzzled expression and asked, Guest Elder Huangfu, what do you think? Guest Elder Huangfu already had an idea. He revealed an unfathomable smile and said, The person Tianzi cares about is Yun Yao, and Yun Yao's attitude towards him is cold, but she is close to Ji Tianxing. Since that's the case, then we can do the opposite and prevent Yun Yao from becoming the heavenly consort. At this point, Gao Yi suddenly came to a realization, and a cold smile appeared on his face. This king understands. Since Tianzi cares about Yun Yao, then we will think of a way to matchmake Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao together and let Ji Tianxing get Yun Yao. If Tianzi's heavenly consort is snatched away, he will definitely hate Ji Tianxing to the bone and vent his anger on the Sky Pillar sect. Chapter 383. Ji Tianxing, Yun Yao, and Long Yunxiao played in the valley for half a day before leaving. After leaving the valley, the three of them went to several other mountain peaks to enjoy the scenery of the Sky Pillar sect. During this period, Yun Yao deliberately ignored Long Yunxiao and walked side by side with Ji Tianxing. Their conversation and behavior were relatively close. Even those who didn't know could see that Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao were a couple, and Long Yunxiao was the awkward third party. However, Long Yunxiao didn't feel awkward at all. His expression was normal from beginning to end, and he even praised the scenery of the Sky Pillar sect. After the sun set, the three of them ended their tour and returned to their respective residences to rest. After Yun Yao returned to the White Cloud Hall, she sat cross-legged on the bed and meditated. In the past few days, the emperor and the sect leaders of the various sects were in the Sky Pillar sect. As the chief disciple, she had to appear every day to deal with some matters. Therefore, she couldn't enter the secret room to cultivate in seclusion. She could only meditate and cultivate. Unknowingly, 4 hours passed and it was late at night. The entire Scarlet Firmament Peak was quiet and shrouded in the hazy moonlight, looking quiet and serene. Yun Yao ended her cultivation and opened her eyes. Today is the middle of the month. It's time to go to the Spirit Moon Hot Spring to cultivate. She muttered in a low voice, got up, left the room, and walked towards the backyard of the White Cloud Hall. There was a 10-meter square stone room in the backyard. It was set up with a special mysterious array and built into the Spirit Moon Hot Spring. This stone room was connected to Yun Yao's bedroom and the secret room for cultivation. It only had 3 walls. There was no wall in front of it, nor was there a door. There was only a carved jade screen that separated the hot spring from the passage. Yun Yao walked behind the screen and took off her phoenix-patterned boots, revealing a pair of fair and sparkling jade feet. Then she walked towards the hot spring. This hot spring was 10 meters square. The water in the hot spring was boiling and contained a rich silver-white brilliance. Dense spiritual energy rose from it. There were many moon-white gems embedded at the bottom and the edges of the pool. They emitted a sparkling white light and illuminated the hot spring. This spirit moon hot spring was specially set up by Yun Yao and expended a lot of materials to create it. She had the bloodline of the heavenly spirit's sacred body, so her physique was different from ordinary people. Her cultivation attribute was also somewhat special. Ever since she was 6 years old, she would soak in the spirit moon hot spring for a night every month. While cleansing her body and mind, she also had to cultivate and strengthen her bloodline power. When she was in Cloud Spirit Palace, Madame Yun had specially built a spirit moon sky spring for her. The heavenly spring was located in the clouds of the 9 heavens. It had an incomparably miraculous effect and was also very secretive. After she came to the sky-bearing sect, she naturally didn't have the same good conditions as in Cloud Spirit Palace. She could only build a spirit moon hot spring in the backyard. Yun Yao walked to the edge of the hot spring and waved her hand to release a beam of true essence, activating the array formation of the hot spring. Suddenly, the bottom of the hot spring lit up with specks of moonlight, making the entire hot spring hazy and overflowing with spiritual energy. She reached out and removed the jade belt from her waist. Then, she took off her white dress and stored both the dress and the jade belt into her spatial ring. What a perfect, flawless, and peerless beauty! Her tall and slender figure, her white jade-like skin, her proud curves, and her alluring face. Every one of them was intoxicating and infatuating. Yun Yao took out a white sand belt from her spatial ring and wrapped it around her slender waist, covering her white underwear and perky curves. Under the hazy moonlight, her straight and slender legs were as smooth and flawless as white jade, like the most perfect piece of art. She only wore a moon-white doudou on her upper body that wrapped around her undulating chest and her flat and white belly. She raised her arm to tidy her hair and bun before stepping into the hot spring. Ripples appeared on the surface of the hot spring, reflecting the hazy light. It made the hot spring feel like a dream and intoxicating. Yun Yao walked into the hot spring and sat down cross-legged. The warm moon-white water immediately submerged her flawless body up to her shoulders. She formed a seal with both hands and placed them flat on her smooth and delicate knees. Then, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate. The hot spring was silent. Rich and gentle spiritual energy kept flowing into her body, cleansing her body and strengthening her bloodline. At the same time, Ji Tianxing was cultivating in his room to consolidate his martial arts foundation. Suddenly, a black figure flashed across the night sky and silently landed in the courtyard. It was a short and fat man in black. He had profound skills and was very agile. The man in black used his spiritual sense to investigate and immediately found Ji Tianxing in the room. He waved his hand and shot out 2 cold lights, which shot toward Ji Tianxing as fast as shooting stars. Swish! Swish! The 2 cold lights pierced through the night sky and instantly pierced through the wooden window, shooting toward Ji Tianxing's head. At the critical moment, Ji Tianxing was suddenly awakened and subconsciously tilted his head. The 2 cold lights suddenly brushed past him and nailed to the wall with 2 clanking sounds, splashing sparks. Ji Tianxing turned his head and saw that it was 2 hidden weapons, the morning soul nails. Someone is ambushing me. His face suddenly turned gloomy and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He leaped towards the window and smashed the wooden window with a bang, before rushing into the courtyard. The man in black saw him appear and turned around to escape without hesitation. His figure flashed and jumped over the courtyard wall and out of the courtyard. Ji Tianxing also jumped over the courtyard wall without hesitation and chased after the man in black. Now that the emperor and the sect masters are living in our sect, I want to see who is so bold to launch a sneak attack at this time. He snorted coldly in his heart and his eyes surged with a biting cold murderous intent. He used his shadowless steps with all his strength and followed the man in black. He passed through the dark night and ran down the mountain. No matter what, He had to catch that black-clothed man and see who had the guts to do such a thing. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Ji Tianxing chased with all his strength, but he could not catch up with the man in black. He was dozens of meters away from him. At this time, he realized that he had chased the man in black up the Red Cloud Peak and arrived outside the White Cloud Hall. Swoosh! The man in black flashed and jumped into the White Cloud Hall. Ji Tianxing was stunned and thought to himself, White Cloud Hall. Isn't this the residence of Senior Sister? It's late at night now. Would it be rude for me to rush in like this? However, he thought about it again. The man in black's identity was unknown. He came with ill intentions and was very powerful. If the man in black sneaked into the White Cloud Hall to assassinate Yun Yao would be in danger. Moreover, the Tianjin sect had plotted to kill him and Yun Yao. He could not help but suspect that the man in black might be related to the Tianjin sect. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and jumped into the White Cloud Hall. He moved quickly in the night to search for the man in black. After 100 seconds, Ji Tianxing searched the White Cloud Hall but did not find the man in black. He did not find any clues. His expression became more serious and he became more worried. He ran through Yun Yao's bedroom and went to the backyard. In the entire White Cloud Hall, only the backyard was not searched. He passed through the dark passage and saw a white jade screen at the end of the passage. Behind the screen was a stone room, which was faintly lit. He did not think much and rushed over as fast as the wind. However, when he went around the white jade screen and saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. He never expected that the stone room behind the screen was a hot spring with abundant spiritual qi and hazy moonlight. In the hot spring, there was a long-haired beauty with a beautiful face and flawless skin. It was Yun Yao. She was cultivating with her eyes closed. Her chest and fair shoulders were above the water's surface. She was not wearing a long skirt. She was only wearing a doo-doo and a tulle. Brothers, where are the recommendation tickets? Chapter 384. Yun Yao was sitting upright in the hot spring, and her body below her neck was submerged in the water. However, Ji Tianxing could vaguely see the breathtaking beauty under the water. Yun Yao, who was cultivating, was immediately awakened and opened her eyes subconsciously. When she saw that the person who broke into the hot spring was a man, a cold light gushed out of her eyes, and she subconsciously raised her hand to attack. However, when she saw that the person who broke into the hot spring was Ji Tianxing, she was stunned. The two of them were only 10 steps away from each other. When their eyes met, they were a little absent-minded and forgot to speak. Ji Tianxing's worry and anxiety turned into embarrassment. His eyes were a little evasive, and he didn't dare to look into Yun Yao's eyes. Yun Yao's pretty face was faintly red, and her lovely earlobes turned red. Her delicate body was also slightly trembling in embarrassment. She didn't expect that Ji Tianxing would break into the White Cloud Hall at this time and suddenly appear in the hot spring. If it were someone else, she would have sent that person flying with a slap. After a while, Yun Yao came back to her senses. She quickly lowered her head and raised her hands in front of her chest to cover the deep, snow-white cleavage in her doo-doo. Ji Tianxing also came back to his senses. He quickly looked away and was about to explain. However, before he could open his mouth to speak, Yun Yao's expression changed again. Her eyes were sharp as she looked at the screen behind him. In the passage behind the screen, there was the sound of robes fluttering in the air. Obviously, someone was rushing over quickly. Moreover, Yun Yao's soul sense had already detected that the person who was rushing over was the person she didn't want to see the most. At this critical moment, she didn't hesitate to send a voice transmission to Ji Tianxing. Tianxing, come to me quickly and hide. Ji Tianxing was stunned. His heart skipped a beat, and he revealed an incredulous look. However, he also sensed that someone was rushing over quickly from the passage behind him. Seeing Yun Yao's anxious face, he didn't have time to think. He immediately jumped into the hot spring and rushed to Yun Yao's side. Yun Yao reached out and pressed his shoulders, telling him to dive into the water and hide. She stood in front of Ji Tianxing and took out a long dress from her spatial ring, covering everything below her neck. The next moment, a thin man's figure crossed the screen like a gust of wind and came to the hot spring. This person had a handsome appearance. He wore a brocade robe and a feathered crown on his head. He was the son of heaven, Long Yunxiao. When Long Yunxiao saw the hot spring filled with spiritual energy and Yunyao who was sitting in the hot spring, he was dumbfounded. Yunyao covered her body with a long dress, only revealing her neck and head. However, she was still soaking in the hot spring and seemed to be practicing martial arts. As a man of the opposite sex and the emperor of the imperial court, he actually broke into a woman's residence in the middle of the night and peeped on her bathing in the hot spring. No matter what, this was a great offense, an extremely rude action. Long Yunxiao was so embarrassed that he couldn't show his face. He stared at Yunyao's beautiful face and forgot to explain himself. Especially when Yunyao's eyes were cold and her face was cold. She was glaring at him angrily, which made him feel even more guilty. Long Yunxiao, how dare you be so rude? Yunyao shouted angrily. Yao Yao, it's not what you think. Let me explain. Long Yunxiao's face turned red in embarrassment, and he quickly tried to explain himself. However, before he could explain himself, Yunyao shouted angrily, "Get out!" The emperor of the imperial court, the son of the most respected emperor of the human race, was scolded by Yunyao, but he didn't lose his temper at all. Long Yunxiao cupped his hands and bowed guiltily. He quickly left the hot spring and went around the screen to return to the passageway. After he left, Yunyao secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Ji Tianxing hid behind her and stuck close to her fair and smooth back. Their posture was extremely intimate and ambiguous. However, Long Yunxiao hadn't left yet, so she could only suppress her embarrassment and didn't dare to move at all to avoid being noticed. At this moment, Long Yunxiao was standing 10 meters behind the screen. After he calmed down, he explained, "Yao Yao, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. Just now, I was resting in my residence when I suddenly received a letter. It said that your life was in danger. Although that letter was most likely fake, even if it was only 10% true, I had to rush over to see what was going on. I couldn't let anything happen to you." After he finished explaining, Yunyao said coldly, "Thank you for your concern. You were deceived. I'm safe and sound. You can leave now." Long Yunxiao tried to persuade her again, but she remained silent. It was obvious that her anger hadn't subsided, so he could only leave. After a while, when Long Yunxiao left the White Cloud Hall, Yunyao finally relaxed. She lowered her head to look at the pool and saw Ji Tianxing's hands wrapped around her waist. His whole body was pressed against her body. She immediately blushed and reached out to grab Ji Tianxing's collar and pulled him out of the water. Splash! Ji Tianxing came out from under the water, bringing up a big splash. He quickly used his hands to push his wet hair away and wiped the water off his face. He was secretly gasping for breath. He didn't know if it was because he had held his breath for too long, or because he was too excited or ashamed, but his face was a little red. Yunyao turned her head to look at him. She suppressed her embarrassment and pretended to be angry as she asked, "Tianxing, why didn't you stay in the Tianxing courtyard? Why did you break into the White Cloud Hall in the middle of the night?" Ji Tianxing gazed at her and quickly explained, "Eldest senior sister, I was cultivating in my room when I was suddenly attacked by a man in black. I followed him all the way to the White Cloud Hall. Recently, people from all the sects have gathered in our sect. There are too many people. I was worried that someone would harm you, so I came to see if you were okay." I didn't expect. His experience and thoughts were somewhat similar to Long Yunxiao's. Yunyao immediately frowned. She couldn't help but suspect that there was something fishy about this matter. Ji Tianxing looked at her with gentle eyes. His mind was filled with complicated thoughts. He thought to himself, "I rashly broke into the hot spring and saw eldest senior sister bathing. I was so rude, but she didn't have any intention of reprimanding me. She found out that Long Yunxiao was here. To prevent my identity from being exposed, she didn't care about her reputation and asked me to hide behind her. Even though I had such intimate contact with her, she didn't really get angry. If eldest senior sister didn't have feelings for me, she definitely wouldn't do this." Ji Tianxing calmly analyzed and immediately understood Yunyao's thoughts. He was very moved. Looking at her beautiful face that was so close to him, his blood suddenly flowed faster. A strong impulse inexplicably appeared in his heart. Driven by that impulse, he forgot everything. He subconsciously stretched out his arms and tightly hugged Yun Yao in his arms. He bent down and kissed her soft cherry lips. Yun Yao was frowning and thinking about the man in black. She didn't expect Ji Tianxing to suddenly hug her and immediately woke up. She was about to speak, but her small mouth was blocked by Ji Tianxing's. Chapter 385. After a long while, Ji Tianxing was still immersed in this deep kiss. She had already regained her senses and hurriedly pushed Ji Tianxing away. Junior brother Tianxing, Yun Yao looked at Ji Tianxing in disbelief. Her expression and eyes were very complicated, and she was so embarrassed that she almost suffocated. Ji Tianxing gazed into her eyes with a gentle gaze. He mustered up his courage and said solemnly, "Eldest senior sister." However, before he could say the words that had been buried in his heart for a long time, Yun Yao reached out and pressed her hand on his lips, interrupting him. "Junior brother Tianxing, you should go back." After saying that, she jumped out of the hot spring and landed lightly beside the hot spring. When she was in mid-air, she had already wrapped her long dress around her body and covered her flawless jade body. Swoosh! Her figure flashed past the screen, entered the passage, and immediately hid in the secret cultivation room. Ji Tianxing was still standing in the hot spring. He smiled happily as he watched Yun Yao's fairy-like figure leave. "Eldest senior sister really has me in her heart." He secretly clenched his fists. The excitement and agitation in his heart made his blood boil. After a while, he jumped out of the hot spring and used his true essence to dry his robes. He took advantage of the night to leave White Cloud Hall. When he returned to Tianxing's courtyard, he was still sitting on the bed in a daze, recalling the scene in the hot spring. At this time, his heart was in a mess. His mind was full of Yun Yao's beautiful figure, and he couldn't cultivate at all. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but purse his lips and recall the taste of that deep kiss. After long Yun Xiao returned to his residence, he also sat at the desk by the window. He stared at the night sky outside the window and fell into deep thought. His face was a little gloomy, his brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were very cold. Previously, he had rashly barged into the hot spring and was reprimanded by Yun Yao. The situation at that time was special and completely out of his expectations. He didn't notice any clues. Now that he had calmed down and carefully recalled the scene at that time, he felt that it was a little strange. He knew Yun Yao very well. He knew Yun Yao's temperament very well. Yun Yao's behavior and reaction at that time seemed a little strange to him. She seemed to want to hide something, so she was eager to chase him away. Not only that, but he also sensed the aura of another person in the backyard. Thinking up to this point, Long Yunxiao's heart grew heavier and heavier. He muttered in a low voice, "Yao Yao, who exactly are you trying to protect?" At this time, a general in golden armor walked into the room quickly. He cupped his hands and reported, "Emperor, I followed your orders and observed from outside the White Cloud Hall. Sure enough, I found something." Long Yunxiao collected his thoughts and raised his head to look at the Imperial Forest General. He asked in a deep voice, "General Li, what did you discover?" General Li answered truthfully, "Emperor, not long after you left, I saw a young man in a white robe come out of the White Cloud Hall and leave quietly. That young man in a white robe is sect leader Chu's personal disciple, Ji Tianxing." "Ji Tianxing? It's really him." Long Yunxiao frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Today he, Yun Yao, and Ji Tianxing were traveling together. Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing appeared to be very close. Originally, he thought that Yun Yao would definitely look down on an ordinary person like Ji Tianxing. She was just pretending to be close to Ji Tianxing. She was deliberately putting on an act for him to see so that he would retreat. But now, it seemed that things were a little beyond his expectations. Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing were deliberately getting close to each other. He was afraid that it wasn't as simple as acting. Thinking up to this point, Long Yunxiao's expression became more and more solemn, and many complicated thoughts surged in his mind. General Li didn't leave and continued to report, "Emperor, I met a person on my way back. That person was wearing the gray linen clothes of a servant disciple, but he claimed to be an elite disciple of the Sky Pillar sect. He also said that he had urgent news to report to you. Hearing this, Long Yunxiao frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Bring him in." "Yes, Emperor." General Li cupped his hands and accepted the order, then turned and left. Then he brought a young man in linen clothes into the room. This person had a handsome face and a feminine temperament. His face was sickly pale. It was Bai Wuchen. He quickly walked into the room and bowed respectfully to Long Yunxiao. Disciple of the Sky Pillar sect, Bai Wuchen pays his respects to the benevolent Holy Emperor. Reporting to Your Highness, Emperor, this disciple has very important news that I must report to you in person. Long Yunxiao looked at him indifferently, his eyes carrying a sense of scrutiny. Bai Wuchen, since you're an elite disciple, why did you become a servant? At the mention of this matter, Bai Wuchen's face was filled with grief and indignation. He said in a gloomy tone, "Emperor, all of this is because of Ji Tianxing. This person is sinister and cunning. On the surface, he looks steady and kind, but in reality, he's a scheming person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance." Long Yunxiao furrowed his brows when he saw Bai Wuchen cursing Ji Tianxing viciously. His tone was indifferent as he said, "So, your so-called urgent news has something to do with Ji Tianxing?" "Of course." Bai Wuchen nodded heavily. He peeked at Long Yunxiao's reaction and probed, "Also, it has something to do with eldest senior sister Yunyao." Long Yunxiao looked at him expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "Go on." Bai Wuchen was secretly delighted and quickly added fuel to the fire. "Your Highness, Ji Tianxing was originally the young master of a small family in a declining country. Because of eldest senior sister's benevolence, she accidentally saved his life. Ji Tianxing used this opportunity to get close to eldest senior sister. Under her care, he became a disciple of our sect. Ever since he entered our sect, Ji Tianxing relied on his friendship with eldest senior sister to bully the other disciples. He's very arrogant and overbearing. Moreover, Ji Tianxing has been pestering eldest senior sister with ulterior motives. Ji Tianxing looks dull and honest on the surface, but in reality he has many tricks up his sleeve. He's very good at sweet-talking eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister is pure and kind, so she was bewitched by Ji Tianxing's sweet words. I warned Ji Tianxing and also reminded eldest senior sister twice. However, because of this, Ji Tianxing hated me. In order to get eldest senior sister, he didn't hesitate to use despicable means and forced me to be demoted to a servant. He became famous in the sect and became a genius in everyone's eyes. Without my interference, no one reminded eldest senior sister again. Because of this, she fell into Ji Tianxing's evil clutches. The two of them are inseparable. Now they're stuck together like glue. Bai Wuchen tried his best to slander Ji Tianxing. Not only did he add fuel to the fire, but he also twisted the facts and made up lies. It could be said that he was unscrupulous. Long Yunxiao was expressionless from beginning to end. After he finished speaking, he shouted in a low voice, "How dare you? Who gave you the courage to slander the future heavenly consort? As a disciple of the Sky Pillar sect, instead of working hard, you slander your fellow disciples behind their backs. This kind of despicable behavior is unbearable." Chapter 386. From now on, you'll just be a servant disciple. Bai Wuchen was stunned when he heard Long Yunxiao's angry roar. He thought that when he reported the news to the emperor about the relationship between Ji Tianxing and Yun Yao, the emperor would be furious. As the honorable emperor of imperial court, it was humiliating to have his future heavenly concubine taken away by another man. Under normal circumstances, the emperor would definitely take back Yun Yao for the sake of his reputation. He would use forceful methods to punish Ji Tianxing, and he might even eliminate Ji Tianxing. This was exactly what he wanted. After he was demoted to a servant disciple, he became the laughingstock of Sky Pillar faction. His reputation was ruined. The unparalleled humiliation and hatred had already caused his mind to become somewhat twisted. Even if he could not get Yun Yao, he would never let Ji Tianxing have her. However, he did not expect that the emperor would not be angry. Instead, he scolded him. The emperor's words were like an imperial edict to Sky Pillar faction. If the emperor said that he would be a servant disciple for the rest of his life, he could only be a servant disciple for the rest of his life. From this moment on, the rest of Bai Wuchen's life was completely ruined. He was stunned. He looked at the emperor in disbelief. He was so ashamed that he almost vomited blood. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand. When the emperor heard that Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing were in love with each other, wouldn't he fly into a rage? While Bai Wuchen was still in a daze, Long Yunxiao's expression was indifferent. He shouted in a cold voice, "What are you still standing here for? Get out." Bai Wuchen came back to his senses and said in fear, "Please calm down, Emperor. Everything I said just now is true, there is no falsehood." "Emperor, I was persecuted by Ji Tianxing." Before Bai Wuchen could finish, Long Yunxiao glanced at General Li. General Li immediately understood. He grabbed Bai Wuchen by the collar and dragged him out of the room. Bai Wuchen struggled hard but could not break free from General Li's grip. His body was thin and weak. In front of the tall and burly General Li, he was like a little chick. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. General Li carried him out of the room, passed through the courtyard, and threw him outside the palace gate with a bang. Bai Wuchen's face was covered in dust from the fall. He was humiliated to the extreme. Fortunately, it was late at night and no one saw his sorry state. He struggled to get up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, and looked at the palace gate with a ferocious expression, his eyes surging with rage. He clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. He gnashed his teeth in anger. The hatred and resentment in his heart could not be washed away even with all the water in the world. "Damn bastard! What bullshit, Emperor! You deserve to have your sweetheart snatched away." He roared in his heart and cursed hysterically, "I was kind enough to report the news to you. Not only did you not thank me, you even demoted me to a servant forever and ruined my life. Bastard! Ji Tianxing is a beast and so are you. All of you will die a horrible death." Bai Wuchen stood outside the gate of the Milky Way Palace. After a long time, he left with an ashen face. On the other side, General Li had already returned to Long Yunxiao's room. Long Yunxiao was deep in thought, expressionless. General Li cupped his hands and said, "Emperor, based on Bai Wuchen's reaction, he didn't seem to be lying. Why did you punish him like this?" Long Yunxiao furrowed his brows as his lips curled into a disdainful sneer. "Of course I know that Bai Wuchen is right. Yun Yao and Ji Tianxing are indeed a little too close. However, I have my own plans. How can I allow a treacherous villain like Bai Wuchen to tell me what to do? He inverted right and wrong in front of me and slandered Ji Tianxing. It's all because he hates Ji Tianxing but can't avenge him. So, he wants to use me to deal with Ji Tianxing. Ha, such a treacherous villain. He thinks he's smart and wants to use me? What a joke." After hearing his words, General Li was suddenly enlightened. He was immediately convinced and said, "Your Majesty is indeed wise. The dirty thoughts of those ordinary people can't escape your eyes at all." Long Yunxiao waved his hand expressionlessly. "Let's not talk about this person. Let's get down to business." General Li cupped his hands and asked seriously, "Emperor, how do you plan to resolve the grudge between the Tianjin sect and the Sky Pillar sect?" Long Yunxiao said unhurriedly, "Previously, Sect Master Chu of the Sky Pillar sect had already secretly reported the detailed reasons to me. Sect leader Chu suspects that the remnants of the demon clan have infiltrated the Tianjin sect and bewitched the Tianjin sect's sect leader to stir up the conflict and hatred between the two sections." General Li nodded in agreement. With a grave expression, he said, "Just as the imperial tutor warned, the demon qi in the Tianjin region is surging. There must be remnants of the demon clan causing trouble." "That's right." Long Yunxiao nodded slightly and said in a serious tone, "I have been ordered to take charge of the situation in the Tianjin region. My main goal is to eradicate the remnants of the demon clan in the Tianjin region. As long as the remnants of the demon clan are eliminated, the grudge between the Tianjin sect and the Sky Pillar sect will be resolved." General Li thought for a moment and asked, "Emperor, what should we do next? Investigate the movements of the demon clan first?" Long Yunxiao nodded and ordered in a dignified voice, "General Li, Take out the heavenly dragon plate now and deduce the aura of the demon clan. I want to see how many remnants of the demon clan are hiding in the star ancient realm. How dare they be so rampant in the territory of the human clan? This general obeys. General Lee cupped his hands and accepted the order. He quickly took out a square golden disc array from his space ring. The golden disc array was made of an unknown material. It was dark gold in color, and there were divine dragons engraved on its frame, as well as many array patterns and patterns. General Lee used a secret technique and poured his majestic true yuan into the heavenly dragon plate. The entire disc array rapidly expanded into a huge disc array that was 5 meters long and 5 meters wide. The disc array was pitch black and empty. However, when General Lee formed a seal with both hands and used a secret technique, the disc array lit up with a dark gold brilliance and condensed into a light screen. Countless patterns and lines appeared on the light screen, outlining numerous mountain peaks, mountain ranges, rivers, as well as vast and boundless forests and grasslands. After a short few minutes, a complete image appeared on the light screen. It was the complete map of the star ancient realm. General Lee continued to use the secret technique and used the heavenly dragon plate to detect the aura of the demon clan. Long Yunxiao stared at the map calmly and waited patiently. After about 100 breaths of time, General Lee finished using the secret technique. The map of the heavenly dragon plate immediately changed. 2 areas on the map lit up with black light and condensed into dark fog. One of the fog was very dense and was located slightly south of the center of the map. The other fog was lighter and was located in the east of the map. The light-colored black fog meant that the devil chi was weaker, and the strength of the devil clan was weaker.